Chapter 1. Uncle has arrived. Everyone can set aside their thoughts. Those burdened with them may leave them with the Shuai here for safekeeping. In the 15th year of the Hongwu era, within the evening shadows of the imperial palace in Tianfu, the imperial study was illuminated by flickering candlelight, casting a dim glow throughout the grand hall. On the massive dragon table, a veritable mountain of memorials nearly overwhelmed its surface. A stately elder, clad in a bright yellow dragon robe adorned with 5-clawed golden dragons, exuding an air of authority, was engrossed in reviewing documents alongside a handsome young man in a prince's python robe, whose fair complexion and gentle features radiated an aura of scholarly grace and approachability. "Biaoer, come and take a look at this memorial," Zhu Xiongying suddenly spoke, his voice deep and resonant. Zhu Biao accepted the document with both hands, leaning slightly forward as he began to read intently. The two were none other than the founding emperor of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Xiongying, and his crown prince, Zhu Biao. At that moment, a sweating eunuch, Wang Jinghong, burst into the room in a flurry. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, it's terrible. The Empress has fainted." Without hesitation, Zhu Xiongying cast aside the memorials and rushed out, calling out as he ran, "Sister, our sister, mother, mother." As Zhu Xiongying and Zhu Biao hurried into the East Palace, they found eunuchs and palace maids weeping outside the hall of Chonghua. "Your Majesty, Your Highness." The eunuchs and maids quickly knelt in greeting upon seeing Zhu Xiongying and Zhu Biao. "Sister, where's the physician?" Zhu Xiongying demanded as he attempted to push his way inside. Your Majesty, you cannot enter. The smallpox is contagious. The physician has already gone in to attend to the Empress." Wang Jinghong, who had hurriedly followed, grasped Zhu Xiongying to restrain him. "Father, please calm down. We will know how mother is as soon as the physician comes out," Zhu Biao urged from the side. Zhu Xiongying began to regain a measure of composure, pacing like an ant on a hot stove outside the door. The sky had turned completely dark, and as everyone anxiously awaited, the door of the hall of Chonghua gradually opened, and the physicians emerged. Zhu Xiongying rushed forward. "How is our sister?" "Reporting to Your Majesty, the Empress has fainted due to exhaustion from her constant care of the Crown Prince. But what? Speak quickly." "But the Crown Prince's condition has worsened. He can hold on for no more than 7 days. We have also detected signs of smallpox on the Empress." The physicians knelt down, trembling as they spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiongying felt as though struck by lightning, his face turning crimson as he bellowed, "The son, it cannot be. Our son, rush in and treat him." "Your Majesty, we have done all we can." The physicians quaked under Zhu Xiongying's imposing presence. "Nonsense. If you cannot cure him, I will have you flayed alive." "Zhongba, what are you making such a ruckus about outside?" A weak voice drifted from within a room, and Zhu Xiongying hurriedly asked, "Sister, how are you?" "Zhongba, I miss air," and the others called him back for a visit. Last night, Xiongying was still talking about his second uncle. "All right, I will summon air," and the others back immediately. "Sister, you must take care of yourself." Biaoer, quickly go issue the edict to summon your brothers back." "Yes, father." Zhu Biao hastily went to convey the order. In Xian, within the Prince of Qin's residence, a man reclined languidly in a rocking chair, dressed in a plain white brocade robe. His posture was as upright as a pine tree, with sword-like brows and starry eyes that exuded nobility. Although his complexion bore hints of languor, it could not conceal the inherent unruliness and elegance within. Beside him sat a beauty clad in moon-white gauze, her brows like spring hills and her eyes holding autumn waters, with skin as smooth as Niger and lips like cherries. "Your Highness, when will the latest lipstick be released?" "I can hardly wait," the beautiful woman said, feeding him grapes as she spoke. Soon. No need to rush," the man replied in a languid tone. The two were none other than Prince of Qin, Zhu Shang, and his consort, Guanyi Nunot. Unlike in history, they were quite affectionate, though still without offspring. Those burdened with thoughts can now set them down to Shuai is here to take care of them. "Your Highness, a message has arrived from the capital." A voice broke the tranquility as steward Liu Bo hurriedly approached Zhu Zhan. "What did old Zhu say?" "The Crown Prince's condition has worsened. and the empress has fainted. All regional princes are to come to the capital. This prince understands you may leave. Yes. Ding. At that moment, a long-dormant voice echoed in Zhu Zhang's mind. The system has detected that the host is invincible in this world. The final task is now issued. Enter the capital to treat Empress Ma and crown Prince Zhu Xiongying. Task rewards include the infamous General Yuan Tiangang and 36 commanders of the infamous men, along with a permanent personal space. The host accepts the task, and the system will automatically unbind. Accept. Ding. Rewards are being distributed. Rewards have been fully distributed. The host may summon at any time the system is beginning to unbind. Farewell, Xiao Yun. Thank you for accompanying me for all these years. Zhu Zhan thought slowly, filled with reluctance. Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang pays respects to your highness. A towering figure appeared seemingly out of nowhere, clad in a black robe and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, his face obscured by a mask that radiated an icy, ghostly glow, exuding an air of endless mystery and authority. Before Zhu Zhan could react, the figure knelt on one knee, and despite his lowered posture, an overwhelming aura of dominance surged forth, as if declaring that he alone was worthy. This man was none other than the formidable Yuan Tiangang. Beside him, Guanyin Nu remained calm, having grown accustomed to such occurrences. Indeed, Zhu Zhan was no longer the original Zhu Zhan. He was a soul reincarnated from a future assassin who had failed a mission over 20 years ago. Since marrying Guanyin Nu, he had revealed all his secrets to her. He had refrained from taking action all these years due to the peculiar demands of the system. He could only act when faced with matters impacting the fate of the nation, and now the system had finally unbound. Do not stand on ceremony. There is a crisis concerning Min Min. I shall depart first. You and Lu Bo, take your time preparing. Your Highness, travel safely. We will join you as soon as we finish gathering our things, Guanyin Nu replied. Yuan Tiangang, heed my command. Merge the Blood Shadow Division with the infamous men from now on. They shall be collectively known as the infamous men. Disperse them across various regions. Here is the command token and the distribution map for Blood Shadow Division. One will proceed ahead, and you shall follow as soon as you are ready, Zhu Zhan instructed, handing the token and map to the infamous general. Your subordinate obeys. Yuan Tiangang stood up after bowing and vanished in an instant, as if he had never been there. Min Min, take care on your journey. I must take my leave. Zhu Zhan took the reins from Lu Bo, mounting his horse and galloping out of the residence. After traversing the wilds and official roads for 3 days and nights, Zhu Zhan finally arrived at Yingtian by evening. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the towering walls of the imperial palace, creating a resplendent scene. Zhu Zhan tossed the reins to the guards and strode purposefully towards the hall of Qianqing. Upon reaching the entrance of the imperial study, disregarding the guards' attempts to stop him, he burst inside. The flickering candlelight illuminated the dimly lit room. Zhu Yuanzhang sat imposingly upon the dragon throne, exuding an air of authority, his sharp gaze seemingly capable of piercing through all. Zhu Biao stood nearby, his expression gentle yet tinged with concern. Eunuch Wang Jinghong stood with head bowed, not daring to breathe. To Zhu Zhan's astonishment, he spotted an unexpected figure. Zhu Di, the future Yongle emperor. Zhu Zhan flashed a casual smile, raising a hand in a nonchalant wave, calling out, "Old Zhu, big brother." His voice, slightly hoarse from travel, still carried a familiar languor. Look at him, look at him. He strolls in without announcing himself, shows no respect, doesn't even address father, and after all these years of marriage, still no child. Old Fourth has already had his third born. What kind of behavior is that? Zhu Yuanzhang scolded, pointing at Zhu Zhan while speaking to Zhu Biao. Second brother has always been like this, father. Please do not be angry, Zhu Biao comforted from the side. Zhu Zhan ignored Zhu Yuanzhang and turned to Zhu Di, asking, "When did you arrive, fourth brother?" "I just got here as well, second brother." "Oh, you are quite fast, fourth brother," Zhu Zhan remarked meaningfully, casting a glance at Zhu Di, who immediately broke into a cold sweat. "What's wrong with you, old fourth?" "Father, I'm fine. It's just that I was in a rush and couldn't keep up." "Old Zhu, big brother, let us go see mother and Xiongying." "Very well." Zhu Yuanzhang, ignoring Zhu Di's demeanor, led the group towards the East Palace. Upon arriving at the East Palace, Zhu Zhan was about to push the door open when a beautiful woman quickly stopped him. Second brother, you cannot enter. Xiongying has smallpox, which is contagious. The speaker was none other than the crown princess, Lady L. It's alright, I know a bit of medicine and can diagnose mother and Xiongying before coming out. That's not permissible. Old Zhu, big brother, do you believe me? Zhu Zhan stood tall, his posture straight as a pine. The previous air of languor entirely vanished. His gaze was deep and resolute, exuding an innate confidence that seemed capable of discerning the essence of all things. Zhu Xiongying squinted slightly, his eyes flashing with surprise and admiration. Go ahead, second brother, do your best, Zhu Xiongying said leisurely. Father, your highness, when did second brother learn medicine? Don't be deceived by him. If he goes in, he will disturb Xiongying and mother. Lady L protested, still trying to voice her concerns. Zhu Xiongying frowned slightly, and Zhu Biao raised his voice to admonish, be quiet. Second brother has always had the best relationship with Xiongying. What harm is there in him checking on his nephew? Reluctantly, Lady L stepped aside. Upon entering, Zhu Yin beheld Empress Ma, her complexion ashen, valiantly propped up at the bedside, while the maid Xiaoya supported her. Lying on the bed was Zhu Xiongying, as several imperial physicians were taking his pulse. Second brother has arrived, Empress Ma remarked as she rose from her seat upon noticing Zhu Yin. Greetings, your highness, the Prince of Qin. The physicians bowed slowly. No need for formalities. Zhu Yin, disregarding the customary greeting, rushed forward to steady Empress Ma. Mother, you are not well, please sit down. Kindly step outside. I have some words to share with my mother, Zhu Yin instructed the physicians. Leave us, I wish to speak with the Prince of Qin for a moment. Xiaoya, you may step outside as well, Empress Ma interjected. As you wish, your majesty. The group bowed and exited in an orderly manner, shutting the door behind them. Uncle, has uncle come? I miss him, Zhu Xiongying mumbled, half-conscious from the bed. Fear not, Xiongying, your uncle is here. Zhu Yin took Zhu Xiongying's small hand in his own. The once lively and innocent Zhu Xiongying now lay frail, curled beneath the brocade quilt, his face pale as parchment, devoid of color, with once plump cheeks now sunken, and his cheekbones protruding sharply. His forehead was covered with a dense cluster of red rashes, which gradually morphed into glistening blisters, resembling a string of shattered pearls that recklessly adorned his face, neck, and the exposed skin of his hands. Second brother, do not touch Xiongying. Smallpox is contagious, Empress Ma urged anxiously. Mother, do not worry, I will heal both you and Xiongying. Uncle, I wish to play with the glass beads once more, to ride in a hot air balloon that can soar into the sky, and to play with your children, but Xiongying feels so unwell. Zhu Xiongying's pale little face tightened as he spoke these fragmented words, while Empress Ma beside him was already in tears. Zhu Yin, suppressing his anger, retrieved 2 rejuvenating pills from his pocket and gently placed one in Zhu Xiongying's mouth, handing the other to Empress Ma. Xiongying will be fine here. Eat this candy bean. Mother, you should take one as well. This medicine will make you both well. Empress Ma, upon seeing Zhu Yan's unwavering confidence, unhesitatingly placed the pill into her mouth. As the medicine took effect, the formerly feverish temperature of Zhu Xiongying's forehead swiftly diminished. His pallid face regained a healthy hue, and the alarming blisters began to recede at a visibly rapid rate. His eyelashes fluttered slightly as he slowly opened his eyes, which had once been dull and lifeless, now sparkling with vitality and brilliance. Empress Ma felt the pill dissolve instantly, transforming into a warm current that coursed down her throat, spreading throughout her body. The dimness in her eyes was suddenly replaced with a glimmer of light. Gradually, her complexion regained its rosy glow, and her breathing became steady and robust. In mere moments, she managed to rise and walk over to Zhu Yin, her fatigue and pain having vanished, replaced by sheer joy. Second brother, from where did you acquire this medicine? Mother, I shall explain everything to you later. The pressing matter now is to have the physicians examine you both once more. With that, Zhu Yin rose and called for the physicians. They entered the chamber in succession to take the pulses of Zhu Xiongying and Empress Ma. The first wave of physicians approached Zhu Xiongying's bedside, and the leading elder physician gently placed his hand on Zhu Xiongying's wrist. As his fingers made contact with the delicate pulse, his brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. He then focused intently on the rhythm of the pulse, his expression growing increasingly solemn, the air around them seemingly frozen in that moment. Yet, in but an instant, the elder physician's pupils dilated in shock, astonishment evident on his face as his hand trembled involuntarily, murmuring, "How can this be?" The other physicians, witnessing this, hurriedly gathered around, all wearing expressions of disbelief. After a considerable pause, the elder physician slowly stood, his voice trembling with excitement. "Your Highness, smallpox has vanished without a trace." As this proclamation echoed through the chamber, the atmosphere erupted with astonishment as the other physicians clamored to retake Zhu Xiongying's pulse. Meanwhile, another group of physicians stood before Empress Ma, equally burdened with concern as they began to assess her pulse. Upon touching her wrist, their expressions shifted instantaneously from grave to astonished. The lead physician's eyes widened as he repeatedly confirmed the pulse's rhythm, before abruptly raising his head, his voice brimming with barely contained enthusiasm. "Your Majesty is blessed. The affliction within has dissipated entirely, and your health has been restored to its former state." The chamber resonated once again with jubilant cheers. A miracle, truly a miracle. Heaven bless the Ming Dynasty. All the physicians exclaimed as they knelt in joyous reverence. Chapter 2. The Fourth Brother. Is it easy to wear a white hat? Zhu Xiongying paced anxiously outside, his hands tugging at his ears in distress. Initially, the imperial physicians emerged one after another, their faces etched with gravity. Their steps hurried. In an instant, Zhu Xiongying's heart leapt to his throat. Just as he was about to inquire, the physicians, their expressions fraught with panic, turned back in haste. "What on earth is happening?" Zhu Xiongying murmured softly, his voice laden with urgency and unease. I could see that moment. A sudden cheer and clamor erupted from within the hall, the sounds resonating fervently within his heart. "Sister, sister, has something happened to our grandson?" Zhu Xiongying called out loudly. "Zhu Chengba, close your crow's mouth. Our grandson is perfectly fine." Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Empress Ma slowly opened the door and stepped out. "Sister, are you well?" Zhu Xiongying excitedly rushed to her side. Scrutinizing her closely, "I am well. The children are still here." Empress Ma shot Zhu Xiongying a sideways glance, freeing herself from his grasp. A throng of eunuchs and Zhu Biao, among others, knelt in unison to congratulate her. "Congratulations, Empress, on your recovery. May the Empress enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountains. There is no need for such formalities. Please rise quickly." Empress Ma gently raised her hand, her tone soft. "Sister, how is our grandson?" At that moment, a faint voice emerged from within the room. Grandfather, Zhu Xiongying hurriedly dashed inside, followed closely by the others. Upon entering, they beheld a maidservant slowly feeding Zhu Xiongying porridge. The pallor on his delicate face had begun to show a hint of color. "Grandson, our grandson, you are finally well." "Grandfather, wait until I recover. I want to ride a horse and play with my second uncle very well." "Very well. Once you are better, we promise to grant your wishes." That the smile radiated from Zhu Xiongying's face. "Everyone, please step out. The crown princess as well. Let Mao Shang remain." A fleeting shadow of resentment crossed Lu Shi's face, her fists clenching tightly before relaxing, her hands slightly whitening from the force. Reluctantly, she complied along with the others. Zhu Yan observed Lu Shi's demeanor and revealed a hint of disdainful amusement. "Yes, Empress," after everyone had paid their respects. They exited, leaving only Zhu Xiongying and his wife, the three Zhu Biao brothers, Mao Shang, and the ailing Zhu Xiongying in the chamber. "Second brother, is it time to speak now?" Once the others had left, Empress Ma's expression suddenly turned stern. Her previously gentle visage regained its regal authority. She slowly straightened, exuding a formidable aura, her gaze piercing as it fixed upon Zhu Yan. "What is there to say?" Zhu Xiongying asked, puzzled. Empress Ma's expression was grave, her eyes locked on Zhu Yin, each word deliberate and resonant. Second brother, since the day you were born until now, you have always displayed that carefree and idle demeanor. You have shunned martial pursuits since childhood, and your actions have been sluggish, lacking in vigor. Yet this time, merely 3 days after your father's decree, you hasten to the capital with remarkable speed. This arduous journey, without some martial skill to support you, would be unbearable for an ordinary person. Moreover, the elixir you administered to me and Xiongying is certainly not an ordinary one. Why have you kept it hidden until now? Furthermore, the confidence and composure you exhibited earlier, resolute and self-assured, I have never witnessed in you throughout your life. Now, you must provide an explanation. Either you are not my second son, or you have been deliberately concealing something. Zhu Yan's heart jolted. He had not anticipated Empress Ma's keen insight that, in just a few sentences, she had struck at the heart of the matter, truly worthy of a queen of ages. Sighing softly, Zhu Yin approached Zhu Xiongying and gently stroked his forehead. Xiongying, you should rest for a while. Under Zhu Yan's tender touch, Zhu Xiongying slowly closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Zhu Yin gradually turned away, and in that instant, the entire chamber seemed to drop several degrees in temperature. The respect and warmth he had previously shown vanished, replaced by an overwhelming aura of coldness. A palpable sense of lethal intent spread like a tangible mist, a chilling presence honed from countless battles, as if every inch of air had been tainted by this atmosphere, sending shivers down the spines of all present. A domineering energy surged forth, crashing over everyone like a tidal wave, but he stood tall, his gaze infused with an unyielding authority and coldness, as though the seemingly idle prince had transformed into a battle-hardened commander, master of life and death. Each glance, each breath he took radiated an overwhelming power, instilling a profound sense of reverence and fear in those who dared to meet his eyes. Where is Yuan Tiangang? Present, Your Highness, a frigid voice echoed as if from the depths of the underworld. The crowd turned in shock to see Yuan Tiangang materialize like a wraith behind them, clad in a long black robe. He appeared like a dense cloud of ink in the dim hall, emanating a mysterious and sinister aura. His pitch-black mask resembled an abyss, instilling dread as if it could swallow one's very soul. Mao Shang felt a chill rush through him, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Despite years of encountering danger as the commander of the Jinyue, facing countless threats, the mere presence of Yuan Tiangang felt as if he could be effortlessly annihilated, leaving no chance of survival. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his long knife, positioning himself protectively in front of the others, his eyes wide with fury as he demanded, "Who goes there?" His voice echoed in the chamber, laced with tension and wariness, surround the Eastern Palace. Not a single fly is to escape. From this moment on, investigate thoroughly. Leave no one who has come into contact with Xiongying unexamined. Zhu Yan's deep and commanding voice resonated in the ears of the assembly. Understood. Yuan Tiangang clasped his fists and vanished without a trace. Once Yuan Tiangang had disappeared, Mao Shang finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Zhu Yuanzhang, witnessing this sudden turn of events, glared furiously, bellowing, "Zhu Yin, are you plotting rebellion?" His voice thundered, reverberating through the hall and causing pain to the eardrums of those present. In an instant, the oppressive aura of the emperor surged like an unstoppable tide, as if an invisible hand gripped the air tightly. Zhu Yin stood tall, undaunted by the overwhelming imperial pressure. He raised his head, meeting Zhu Yuanzhang's furious glare with calm determination, and spoke steadily. "Father, there is no need for alarm. Allow me to explain." His voice was clear and resolute, resonating distinctly in the stifling atmosphere of the hall. When I was 3 years old, I had a dream in which I traversed the next 600 years of the Ming Dynasty, meaning I possessed knowledge of the history to come. Zhu Yin slightly bowed and continued, "As for why I have remained silent, it is not because I harbor ambitions for the throne, but rather because in my childhood, I encountered an ancient sage who bestowed upon me my abilities, with the sole condition being that I must not reveal my strength until the right time came, which was only when Mother and Xiongying fell gravely ill. Zhu Yin kept the existence of the system a secret from everyone, even from Guanyin Nu, It was his greatest secret. Oh, you take me for a child of 3. Zhu Yuanzhang's face was one of disbelief. Indeed, second brother, one should not speak of strange powers and gods. We are all family here. You need not conceal anything from us, Zhu Biao added quickly. Regardless, I speak only the truth. It is up to you whether to believe me. Zhu Yin shrugged. Very well. Even if you speak the truth, why then surround the Eastern Palace? Is it not to seize power and usurp the throne? Zhu Yuanzhang still bore a skeptical expression, shouting loudly. Have you considered why, among so many in the Eastern Palace and the Royal Palace, it is only Mother and Xiongying who have contracted smallpox? You mean? Empress Ma, ever astute, immediately grasped the implication, her expression shifting to one of gravity. Precisely. Think about it. If I had not arrived, who would stand to gain the most from Mother and Xiongying's demise due to smallpox? Impossible, impossible. Second brother. You must be mistaken. Lu Shi has been so kind to Xiongying and so filial to Mother. Zhu Biao retreated in disbelief. Brother, you are simply too compassionate. In matters like this, you should learn from old Zhu. Or at the very least, from our fourth brother. You see only the surface. While you busily attend to state affairs, you have entrusted everything in the Eastern Palace to Lu Shi. When Xiongying awakens, you should inquire about how Lu Shi has treated him and Yintong. Zhu Yan said, raising his hand to lightly gesture. Old Zhu, you're growing old. The once decisive and brilliant Hongwu Emperor is being played like a fool right under your nose. If your people are inadequate, then bring in the unworthy, and no matter the involvement of anyone, I guarantee they will divulge the names of their ancestors. Zhu Yan's mind conjured the image of Zhu Xiongying in a feeble state, and waves of pain and fury surged within him. His gaze hardened, his hand gradually forming a fist, the knuckles whitening from the force, cracking lightly under pressure. In that instant, a domineering aura radiated from him, sweeping outward like a tempest. This energy was filled with a sense of lethal intent and determination, as if it could crush all obstacles in its path. Zhu Chongba, let our second brother take action this time. Regardless of the outcome, he is still the child I carried for 10 months. I believe he will not bring harm to us. Other matters can be discussed later. The most pressing issue is to eliminate the hidden dangers within the palace. The Empress Ma gently patted Zhu Yuanzhang's arm in a gesture of comfort. Indeed, Father, my second brother was raised by me. He had the closest relationship with Xiongying when he was granted his fief. I trust he would never harm us. Zhu Biao also knelt down, pleading earnestly. Observing both the Empress and Zhu Biao interceding for Zhu Xian, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a wave of mixed emotions, gratification and complexity, wash over him. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he said, very well, I shall reluctantly trust you this once. But that rogue, is he not from the Tang Dynasty? And what of Yuan Tiangang? Is he the Yuan Tiangang I'm familiar with? Zhu Xian cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Yuanzhang without answering his question, and Zhu Yuanzhang chose not to press further. Once this matter is resolved, we must find a way to compel this lad to hand over that rogue to us. The thought of the recent events ignited a fervor within Zhu Yuanzhang. A prodigy indeed, a prodigy more formidable than our Jinui, if he could be brought under my command. Mother, look. Old Zhu is drooling at the thought. I can tell he has designs on my rogue. Let me make it clear, old Zhu. No way. That rogue should be given to my elder brother and Xiongying. You have enough with the Jinui. Zhu Xian directed his words towards Empress Ma. Sister, look at this fellow. How old is he? Yet he still covets the possessions of his second child. Empress Ma gently smacked Zhu Yuanzhang. Second child, you know your father's temperament. If you hold such a powerful organization in your hands, how could your father not be concerned? It is only suitable for your elder brother and you to utilize. Xiongying is still young. When he grows up, I shall pass it to him and away for old Zhu. As Zhu Xian spoke, he handed 2 tokens to Zhu Biao and Empress Ma. Ungrateful child. It seems you have forgotten the terror of being under our control. Have you? No matter who you are, it is only right for a father to discipline his son. As he spoke, Zhu Yuanzhang began to remove his shoes, advancing towards Zhu Xian. The soles of his shoes had accompanied him since childhood. Aside from Zhu Biao, there was no prince who was not afraid of him. Seeing this, Zhu Xian instinctively shrank back, Mother, look! Zhu Xian quickly hid behind Empress Ma. Enough, Zhou Ba, if the second child hands over the robe to me and Biao. Isn't that equivalent to handing him over to you? Empress Ma lightly tapped Zhu Yuanzhang's forehead. Humph, who told this brat to keep referring to himself as old Zhu? Zhu Yuanzhang donned his shoes and stepped down from the platform Empress Ma had provided. Old Zhu, your paranoia is quite excessive. Do not fear that I covet your pitiful throne. I'm not interested. That will forever belong to my elder brother. You sleep later than a dog and rise earlier than a rooster. Yet you bury yourself in that imperial study day after day, toiling away without a moment's freedom. Only you and elder brother can endure such a life that I shall live carefreely as a prince. Enjoying my meals and drinks without a worry in the world. Empress Ma lightly punched Zhu Xian. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression shifted between shades of green and white as he listened to Zhu Xian. Oomph! He let out a low grunt, turning away. Zhu Biao stood by, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Second brother, since you possess such talent, you should be concerned for the welfare of the Ming Dynasty. Do not spend your days idly. Humph! Look at his lazy demeanor. Were it not for you and Xiongying's illness, he would not have stopped pretending. Zhu Yuanzhang grumbled as he turned around. Enough, enough, elder brother. I intend to live my life as a leisurely prince. How delightful that would be. Zhu Xian resumed his lazy demeanor, waving his hands dismissively as if fleeing from some great peril, eliciting chuckles from those present. Zhu Xian turned to Zhu Di. Fourth brother, is your turn. What do I have to do with this? Zhu Di asked, pointing to himself in confusion. Fourth brother, is it easy to wear a white hat? Chapter 3. Zhu Yunwen's Cunning Maneuver. Since this is a light novel, let us not dwell too heavily on the chronological accuracy of historical events. Fourth brother, is it easy to wear a white hat? Zhu Xian's gaze bore into Zhu Di, who appeared struck by lightning upon hearing the question, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Second brother, I do not know what you're talking about. Zhu Di stammered. What does the second mean? Fourth, what is wrong with you? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Di, bewildered by his trembling form. Indeed, what does the second mean? Empress Ma and Zhu Biao exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. Fourth brother, must I spell out for you? Zhu Xian stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, resembling a sturdy pine, gazing deeply at Zhu Di. Second brother, I truly do not know. Zhu Di feigned calmness, fully aware that if Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma learned of this matter, it could spell disaster for his family. He could only hope that Zhu Xian lacked evidence. Very well, if you will not speak, I shall speak for you. Fourth brother, you have been conferred the title of Prince of Yin. If you were to don a white hat, that would be Wang plus Bai, which together form the character Wang. Is Yao Guangxiao still hiding in Beiping? No matter, my men are nearly there. Let us see the methods of that rogue. With a thud, Zhu Di fell to his knees, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Zhu Xian. I've said I know all historical event for the next 600 years that in the 15th year of Hongwu. Yao Guangxiao approached Prince Yin Zhu Di and said, If your highness employs me, I would gladly present you with a white hat. The two often conspired in secret at Prince Yan's residence at midnight. Am I not correct, fourth brother? Well done, old four, truly a good son. You and your elder brother are still alive, yet you've already begun to covet this position. Zhu Yuanzhang advanced menacingly, his large foot kicking Zhu Di to the ground. Empress Ma stood silently beside them, knowing that matters concerning the throne demanded utmost seriousness. Concerned for his younger brother, Zhu Biao quickly knelt to plead for Zhu Di. Father, I believe fourth brother, we all raised him together. He could not possibly do such a thing. Biao. Zhu Yuanzhang turned to scold Zhu Biao. Of course, when elder brother is present, he would not dare entertain such thoughts. But what if elder brother were to pass? Zhu Xian remarked casually from the side. Upon hearing this, Empress Ma was struck as if by lightning. Her entire being froze in place, her previously rosy complexion turning as pale as paper, devoid of color. Her eyes were filled with terror and disbelief, her body trembling slightly as her legs buckled beneath her. Sister, mother, Zhu Biao, Zhu Xian, and Zhu Yuanzhang rushed to support Empress Ma. Second brother, cease this talk, Zhu Biao urged Zhu Xian. No, old two, you must reveal everything you know. I want to understand how Biao, at such a young age, could... Empress Ma grasped Zhu Xian's clothing tightly, her eyes filled with an unyielding determination. Zhu Xian sighed at the intensity of her gaze. "Very well, mother, prepare yourselves mentally." According to historical records, in the 15th year of Hongwu, Xiongying succumbed to smallpox, and shortly thereafter, 3 months later, mother also passed. By the 23rd year of Hongwu, Duke Li Shanchong was implicated in the previous year's Hu Weiyong case. Elder brother fell ill after dealing with Duke Li's case, developing large, painful abscesses on his back, which the imperial physician diagnosed as back sores, similar to those of Duke Sudi in the 24th year of Hongwu. Father conceived thoughts of relocating the capital and sent elder brother to Zan, Tianwen, and Beiping for inspection. In truth, elder brother had already contracted a chill before leaving the capital, yet he had to endure the journey in his weakened state for the sake of father's relocation plans. By the 25th year of Hongwu, during his inspection in Zan, his condition worsened, and ultimately he passed away in the Eastern Palace upon returning to the capital. Zhu Xian finished speaking. Zhu Xiongying seemed struck by lightning. His once erect posture collapsed, his eyes dimmed, the usual dominance evaporating, replaced by profound anguish and helplessness. His lips quivered, and he emitted muffled sobs, tears pouring forth like a flood breaking its dam, cascading down his weathered cheeks. Empress Ma swayed, nearly losing her balance, while Zhu Biao hastily supported her. "Sister, and our Biaoer, and eldest grandson. Right. Old too. If you can save your mother and Xiongying, then you will certainly be able to save your elder brother. Right?" Zhu Xiongying seemed to recall something as he grasped Zhu Xian's hand tightly. "Rest assured, since I have come, I shall not allow such events to transpire. I will rewrite history, ensuring mother lives a long life. And that elder brother and Xiongying inherit the throne," Zhu Xian declared resolutely to everyone. Good. Zhu Xian's words acted like a calming balm for the distressed. Empress Ma sighed in relief, while Zhu Xiongying repeated the word good thrice in succession. "So after Biaoer passes, I will appoint Old Four as crown prince?" Zhu Xiongying inquired incredulously of Zhu Xian in his heart. He believed his only son was Zhu Biao, whom he had meticulously nurtured and invested all his hopes in. Viewing him as the most suitable heir to the Ming Dynasty, his wife, Empress Ma, had stood by him through thick and thin, their bond forged through years of shared hardship. The other princes and consorts held far less weight in his heart than Zhu Biao and Empress Ma. Even if Zhu Biao and Zhu Xiongying were to tragically depart, he would likely select one of Zhu Biao's descendants to inherit the Ming Dynasty. That is not the case. Old Four is the one who rebelled and ascended to the throne. Zhu Xian replied after a pause. Rebel. Old Four has the audacity to rebel." Hearing these words, Zhu Yuanzhang's voice abruptly rose in pitch as he commanded Mao Chong to fetch his willow branches. Mao Chong, who had been trembling in fear at Zhu Yan's remarks, was seized by an overwhelming dread. Was it permissible for someone like me to overhear such royal secrets? I could very well find myself in the moat by tomorrow. Deeply fearful, Mao Chong felt as if he had been granted a reprieve upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words. Darting away as if pursued by some monstrous beast, "Go on, my second brother." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly after Mao Chong departed. Turning to Zhu Yan, Zhu Yan's gaze drifted over the gathered assembly, and after clearing his throat, he spoke deliberately. In the same year that our elder brother passed away, his second son, Zhuwen, was appointed as the crown prince. From that moment on, our father took Zhu Yunwen under his wing, providing meticulous guidance. In the 31st year of Hongwu, our father passed away, and the 21-year-old Zhu Yunwen ascended to the throne, changing the era name to Zhengwen. Henceforth known in history as Ming Huizong, Zhu Yunwen must be performing splendidly. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression softened, his thoughts unclouded by concerns of his own mortality. In his view, the only thing he could not relinquish after the death of his most cherished Empress Ma was the vast empire of Ming. Since Zhu Yunwen's ascension, he had been wholeheartedly dedicated to reforming the court, displaying remarkable ambition that he revised the laws, abolishing excessively harsh statutes, thereby rendering punishments more lenient. Much to the benefit of the populace, which resulted in a significant reduction of public grievances. One must say, how could the heir I personally nurtured be lacking? Zhu Yuanzhang remarked proudly, a smile gracing his face, with Zhu Biao and Empress Ma displaying expressions of satisfaction. Observing Zhu Yuanzhang's smug demeanor, Zhu Yan's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, his eyes revealing a hint of languor and cunning. Ah, old Zhu. I hope you will still be smiling later, Zhu Yan thought to himself. Though Zhu Yunwen bore a striking resemblance to his elder brother, he lacked the latter's cunning. That he placed excessive trust in civil officials Huang Zicheng and Shi Tai, elevating their status and creating an imbalance of power between the civil and military factions within the court. He even abolished the land reclamation system instituted by old Zhu, reverting to the system, a move that undeniably represented a regression in history. Furthermore, he rescinded the system allowing citizens to sue officials and the free education policy from the Hongwu era, resulting in a significant loss of public support. Preposterous, utterly preposterous. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes bulged wide, filled with disbelief and fury. What is this? An even more shocking revelation lies ahead. After ascending the throne, Zhu Yunwen, fearing the growing power of the vassal kings posed a threat to the emperor, was relentlessly advised by officials like Shi Tai and Huang Zicheng to diminish their influence. Yet, in a moment of folly, Zhu Yunwen targeted the least threatening of them all, King Zhou, instead of the most powerful, King Yin. King Zhou, Zhu Shang, was engrossed in the study of medicine, showing no interest in the political turmoil of the court, yet he was still accused of treason. The Zhou royal residence was besieged by soldiers, and the entire family was taken to the capital, where the common folk pointed and whispered, their former dignity shattered. Upon arrival in the capital, he was stripped of his title and exiled to Yunnan, only to be recalled later, but his entire family remained confined in a dark, cramped room, stripped of freedom and dignity. When it came to King Xiang, Zhu Biao, Zhu Yunwen found himself troubled. King Xiang was known for his steadfast character and integrity. He had been unwaveringly loyal to the Ming Dynasty. To tackle this tricky issue, Zhu Yunwen conspired with Huang Zicheng to accuse King Xiang of printing money without authorization. Unable to bear such an injustice, King Xiang erupted in fury, setting ablaze his residence, taking his entire family with him into the inferno as a testament to his innocence. Finally, it was time for King Yin, Zhu Di. Zhu Yunwen first covertly relocated King Yan's troops, severing his support. Subsequently, under various pretexts, he summoned several of King Yan's sons to the capital, holding them as hostages. Even after taking such measures, Zhu Yunwen remained deeply suspicious of King Yin, maintaining a vigilant guard. He dispatched numerous spies to monitor King Yan's every move, leading King Yin to undertake unprecedented actions to dispel Zhu Yunwen's suspicions that he feigned madness, running through the streets in a state of disarray, hair unkempt and clothes tattered, alternating between maniacal laughter and desperate weeping, appearing every bit the deranged lunatic. Moreover, he even scavenged for pig feed, wallowing in filth, and to make his act more convincing, he entered the pigsty to fight for scraps. Disregarding the stench of the pig feed, stuffing it into his mouth with abandon, his face and body smeared with filth, Zhu Yunwen's chaotic maneuvers have commenced anew. News of King Yan's madness reached the capital, and Huang Zicheng, believing that Zhu Di had lost his military power and had descended into lunacy, relaxed his guard. He presented a petition to Zhu Yunwen, requesting the release of Zhu Di's sons, allowing the family to reunite. And shockingly, Zhu Yunwen consented. One must question the absurdity of this decision. Chapter 4. The heavenly mandate in the Jingnan rebellion. The night was as dark as ink. Within a temple known as Guangpu Temple on the outskirts of Beiping, a monk clad in black robes sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes tightly shut, a string of prayer beads rolling slowly through his gnarled fingers. The flickering candlelight cast a shadow against the wall, stretching and contorting in eerie shapes. His triangular eyes, seemingly devoid of light, concealed a deadly intent. Suddenly, the monk's hand came to a halt, and his previously serene expression transformed into one of gravity. His eyes slowly opened, revealing a glimmer of barely perceptible suspicion. With a gentle twist of his fingers on the prayer beads, he rose hastily and strode toward the temple's exit. Strange, the black-clad monk murmured to himself, his voice low and tinged with a slight tremor. How could the once dim stars of the heart, the tail, and the female suddenly regain their luster, as if rejuvenated? His brows knitted tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, glimmering faintly in the moonlight. His hands moved swiftly before him as he calculated. Heart, tail, and female represent the crown prince's heir, and the empress. As he continued his calculations, sweat poured down from his brow in large droplets. Suddenly, his hands froze, and he stood rigid, as if turned to stone. It is a variable. The monk's voice was filled with terror and despair. This is bad. The old monk is in grave danger. Panic flickered in his gaze as he turned and hurried back inside the temple. Where does Master Dalian think he's going? A cold yet commanding voice echoed from behind Yao Guangxiao. Yao Guangxiao slowly turned, only to see a group of agile figures clad in black, emerging like phantoms from all directions, surrounding him completely. Each of these figures wore a conical hat and a gleaming silver mask, revealing only their chilling, sharp eyes that glimmered ominously in the night. Before Yao Guangxiao could inquire, the leader among them spoke in a deep, undeniable tone. We are the Unruly Ones, led by Tian Lixing. Here on the orders of His Highness the Qin King, to summon you to the capital. Yao Guangxiao clasped his hands together. I am afraid I cannot comply, venerable sirs. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly lunged forward like a hawk poised to strike. However, just as he approached, a silver flash streaked past like a meteor, a small yet razor-sharp silver needle embedding itself with precision into the side of Yao Guangxiao's neck. A tingling sensation coursed through him, draining him of strength, rendering him motionless. In that same instant, Tian Lixing's figure flickered, appearing before Yao Guangxiao in the blink of an eye. He extended a hand, strong as an eagle's claw, gripping Yao Guangxiao's neck tightly. Release the abbot! Torches ignited in the night sky, illuminating the entire temple as a throng of warrior monks armed with wooden staffs surged forth from all directions. Unperturbed, Tian Lixing dragged Yao Guangxiao slowly outside, his voice laden with menace echoing. Leave none alive. Within the depths of the Yan Wang Fu in Beiping, a strikingly beautiful woman tossed and turned in her bed, unable to find sleep, that a sense of unease surged within her, as if a significant event were about to unfold. Rising from her bed, she skillfully donned a plain outfit, then glided gracefully to a stone table in the courtyard. Observing this, a maid quickly picked up a lantern and quietly stood behind the woman. Fu Bo, the woman softly called out, her voice carrying through the stillness of the night. Old servant is here. What does the princess command? A stooped yet sprightly old man emerged from the shadows. Standing respectfully before the woman, go to Guangpu Temple and invite Master Dalian to come. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. The woman's brow furrowed, her eyes reflecting anxiety and concern. Understood, Fu Bo acknowledged. Turning to leave. Why go through such trouble? At that moment, a chilling voice echoed like a specter within the courtyard. Tian Lixing appeared as a dark apparition, abruptly manifesting before them. The maid turned pale with fright, nearly dropping the lantern. Fu Bo quickly positioned himself in front of the princess, watching Tian Lixing warily. Though the princess was momentarily startled, she quickly regained her composure, casting a cold gaze upon the unwelcome visitor. I am Tian Lixing of the Unruly Ones, and I pay my respects to the Princess of Yan. Tian Lixing, after a slight bow, straightened his posture. Before him stood the woman known as Zhu Xiongying, often referred to as the female scholar, who was none other than Princess Zhu Di, the renowned Empress Renshao of later generations. Master Dalian had already arrived in the capital ahead of time, and his subordinate was tasked by His Highness the Qin Wang to summon the Yan Wang Fei and the Crown Prince to the capital. As Tian Lixing produced the Qin Wang's token, his voice was cold as he spoke. Where is His Highness the Yan Wang? Zhu Xiongying inquired, her expression composed and her tone steady. His Highness has already arrived in the capital. Please, Empress, prepare to accompany your 2 sons with my subordinate to the capital at dawn. The resolute gaze beneath Tian Lixing's mask exuded an air of authority that brooked no dissent, as if issuing an unalterable command. Shadows of unsavory figures loomed like silent specters, silently encroaching from the darkness. Zhu Xiongying's eyes swept across her surroundings, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Very well. Allow me to attend to matters within the household, and at first light, I shall accompany you to the capital. Her voice was steady, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Empress, Please proceed. Tian Lixing's voice echoed from behind his mask, devoid of any discernible emotion. Upon finishing her words, Su Mian hurriedly departed with Fu Bo and her maid. Thoughts raced through her mind. With her astuteness, she could hardly fail to discern the underlying implications. She surmised that significant upheaval had already taken place in the capital, and that the Qin Wang, who had always appeared idle and unlearned, had somehow amassed such a formidable organization beneath him. The only plausible explanation was that the Qin Wang had been concealing his true capabilities, demonstrating remarkable patience over the years, revealing the profound depths of his character. He was indeed a terrifying figure. As this realization struck her, her pace quickened. In the capital, within the Eastern Palace, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the stillness before a storm. Zhu Xiongying's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a furious lion, as he gasped for breath, each inhalation seeming to suppress a burgeoning fury. Zhu Biao, the gentle and affable crown prince, was now teary-eyed. With a thud, he knelt heavily before Empress Ma and Zhu Yuanzhang. "Father, the fault lies not with you for my failure to teach, but with my laxity in discipline, which has harmed my brothers, especially the 12th. I implore you to punish me." Having spoken, Zhu Biao was already in tears, unhesitatingly bowing his head to the ground, the impact of his forehead against the floor resounding like a muffled thud. "Get up, Biaoer. This is not your fault. Since you foresaw the events, then let this child, Yunjian, have no connection to the throne. Besides, is there not still the second son? Xiongying is alive, and you shall be fine." Empress Ma hurriedly approached to assist Zhu Biao. "Sister is right. Those are matters for the future and do not concern you. Rise quickly." Zhu Yuanzhang suppressed his anger and then turned his gaze to Zhu Xiong. "Then the fourth brother rebelled, correct? Indeed, at that time, both I and the third brother had perished, after nearly a year of probing and maneuvering. The court and Zhu Di finally tore apart their facade. T39, Zhu Di, under the pretense of your imperial edict, proclaimed the Jingnan campaign, leading 800 men in revolt, while the infamous Yao Guangxiao plotted behind the scenes. The northern territories quickly fell to his forces. The court dispatched the seasoned General Gung Bingwen to launch a northern expedition with an army of 300,000, clashing with Zhu Di's troops in Jinding. Seizing the moment while Gung Bingwen's forces were unsteady, Zhu Di launched a surprise attack, decisively defeating Gung Bingwen. Then, Zhu Yunjian, with his foolishness, began to flaunt his inept strategies that he ordered that I not be blamed for slaying my uncle, which rendered Zhu Di invulnerable, repeatedly escaping peril. Subsequently, he hastily replaced commanders, following Huang Ziqing's advice to replace Gung Bingwen with Li Jinglong, who then besieged Beiping with an army of 500,000. Zhu Di left his son, Zhu Gaoqi, to defend Beiping while he harassed Li Jinglong's rear. Zhu Gaoqi, with a stronghold and resolute resistance, successfully held Beiping. Zhu Di returned to coordinate an assault, resulting in Li Jinglong's disastrous retreat. Afterward, Zhu Yunjian did not reprimand Li Jinglong. Instead, he augmented his forces by tens of thousands, allowing him to confidently continue northward against Zhu Di. Thus, Li Jinglong, accompanied by an army of tens of thousands, cheerfully sought Zhu Di once more, only to suffer a catastrophic defeat. His entire army obliterated. Following Li Jinglong's two blunders, Zhu Yunjian's coffers were significantly depleted. While Zhu Di surged forward victoriously, at that time, the capital was heavily fortified, and Zhu Di's weary troops lacked adequate siege equipment. A direct assault would incur substantial costs. Though Zhu Yunjian had become clever, he remained foolish, and combined with Li Jinglong's ineptitude, the situation was dire. When Zhu Di advanced southward, Li Jinglong had effectively stripped Zhu Yunjian of any capital for resistance. Thus, when Zhu Di reached the gates of the capital, Li Jinglong, unexpectedly summoned by Zhu Yunjian, chose to open the gates wide, allowing Zhu Di to enter without bloodshed. The 3-year-long Jingnan campaign concluded with Zhu Di's triumph. When Zhu Di stormed the palace, Zhu Yunjian set a great fire. Zhu Di's men, upon extinguishing the flames, found no trace of Zhu Yunjian's body. Thereafter, his whereabouts became a mystery. Zhu Xiong gestured to conclude his discourse. Chapter 5. The Abominable Morning Court, Abundant Flails for Free. The moon hung high, its cold luminescence filtering through the intricately carved window panes, casting a sparse glow upon the blue brick floor within. The attendees, having listened to Zhu Xiang's account, fell into a prolonged silence, each face etched with shock and disbelief. Zhu Xiongying's previously softened countenance turned ashen, his forehead veins bulging as if angry serpents writhed beneath his skin. Truly incompetent to the point of absurdity, both foolish and meddlesome, Zhu Xiongying ground his teeth, articulating each word with venomous anger and disappointment. Empress Ma sighed softly, rising to stand beside Zhu Xiongying, gently grasping his hand, and soothingly remarked, "Zhongba, temper your wrath. Those are matters for the future. What we must do now is find ways to prevent such tragedies from occurring." Zhu Xiongying turned to meet Empress Ma's gentle yet steadfast gaze. His fury somewhat abated. Taking a deep breath, he gradually seated himself upon a nearby chair. The fourth has made quite a name for himself. Zhu Xiongying scoffed at Zhu Di, his tone laced with sarcasm and ire. Zhu Di knelt upon the ground, his spine unwavering as he met Xiongying's gaze with fearless resolve. His eyes reflected determination and conviction. "Father, I do not seek to excuse my actions. Having heard my second brother's account, should I have the chance to relive it, I would still choose the same path." The fifth brother, with his innate indifference, immerses himself in the healing arts, consistently avoiding the power struggles of the court. Yet he too fell victim to Zhu Xiongying's machinations. The 12th brother, wise and compassionate from a young age, should have flourished in this world but met an untimely demise in the ruthless games of power. At this juncture, Zhu Di's voice trembled slightly, tears welling in his eyes. "If I had not resisted, I would have had to witness my wife and children become mere prey to others' blades. Miao Yun and I share a profound bond. She has been by my side all these years, managing the affairs of the palace, sharing in both my joys and hardships. Gao Qi and the others are your own grandsons, especially Gao Qi, who is kind-hearted and devoted to you. How could I bear to let them suffer unwarranted misfortunes? Zhongba, let this matter rest. The fourth has his reasons he acts out of self-preservation, to protect his wife and children. As a parent, we can somewhat empathize with his sentiments." Empress Ma's words flowed gently, like a clear spring seeking to extinguish the raging fire within Zhu Xiongying's heart. Zhu Biao hastily concurred, his face full of sincerity and hope. "Indeed, Father, now that the second brother possesses such talent, I firmly believe that as long as we unite our efforts, the heartbreaking tragedies of history shall not repeat themselves. Our Ming Dynasty's realm shall surely flourish under our guardianship." Just then, the steady voice of Mao Chong resonated from beyond the hall, interrupting the brief conversation. "Your Majesty, the flails have been procured." Zhu Xiongying slowly rose, his imposing figure radiating an irresistible imperial aura. Though he has his reasons, allowing this rebellion to set a precedent cannot be tolerated. If everyone were to act as he has, our Ming Dynasty would descend into chaos. He shall not escape the punishment of flesh and blood. Empress Ma and Zhu Biao exhaled in relief upon hearing these words. For Zhu Xiongying had clearly stated that he would not escalate the matter further. However, remnants of indignation lingered in his heart, and a sound thrashing of Zhu Di would suffice in such circumstances. Subsequently, Zhu Xiongying's gaze shifted to Zhu Xiang, his voice rising sharply. "Second, you shall attend the morning court tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiang's previously serene expression crumbled, his features contorted in dismay, transforming into a visage akin to a bitter melon. As a time traveler, he harbored a deep disdain for the morning court. The mere thought of rising before dawn from the warmth of his bed filled him with resistance. What? Another morning court? Old Zhu, do you have a conscience? I rushed all the way from Zan to the capital. 2 horses are nearly exhausted, and I have no time to rest. I refuse to go. I wish to sleep. His voice was laced with evident reluctance. Upon witnessing Zhu Yang's demeanor, Zhu Xiongying felt an irritable fire rising within him. He pointed at Zhu Yang, scolding him with a tone filled with frustration. "What are you napping for? You are already of an age, yet you do not think of shouldering the burdens of the nation, instead lazily lounging about like a sluggard. My elder brother and I rise promptly from our slumber each day. We cannot afford to be idle. You must attend the morning court tomorrow." His voice reverberated throughout the hall, causing discomfort to the ears of those present. Observing the situation, Zhu Biao quickly stepped forward to mediate, wearing a gentle smile as he patiently advised, "Indeed, dear brother, with your remarkable talents and foresight, it is imperative that you join the court to seek the welfare of the people and contribute to the state." Yet, Zhu Yang remained unmoved, shaking his head vigorously like a rattling drum, his hands gesturing dismissively. "No, no." Seeing this, Empress Ma's tone turned grave, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Second son, you must go tomorrow morning." Her gaze fixed intently upon Zhu Yang, rendering him unable to evade her command. Confronted with the resoluteness in Empress Ma's eyes, Zhu Yang's heart softened. Regardless of whether he was once Lu Ran or now Zhu Yang, he had emerged from Empress Ma's womb after 10 months of gestation. Undoubtedly, she was the person he cared for most in the Ming Dynasty. After a moment's hesitation, he let out a resigned sigh and conceded, "Very well, I shall attend tomorrow." A subtle smile graced Empress Ma's lips, her demeanor reverting to its usual gentleness. "Rest early. We shall address future matters later. Your residence at the Prince of Qin's mansion has been left unattended for quite some time, so I suspect it remains unkempt. Tonight, you should share a bed with your elder brother. It has been years since you two have seen each other. This is an opportune moment to rekindle your fraternal bond." With that, she gracefully turned, striding alongside Zhu Yuanzhang as they made their way outside. "Fourth son, come with us." Zhu Yuanzhang's commanding voice echoed from outside the hall. Zhu Di paused momentarily, then rose to follow as Zhu Di's figure disappeared at the entrance. Zhu Biao offered a gentle smile, shaking his head slightly, and turned his attention back to Zhu Yang, his eyes filled with concern and affection. "Brother, why not stay the night at the Eastern Palace? I will have the imperial chef prepare some light dishes and procure a bit of wine. Tea has been far too long since we last met, and we must enjoy a hearty drink together tonight." The night at the Eastern Palace was destined to be tumultuous. Shadows flitted about like phantoms, their movements swift and furtive. Their eyes, sharp as hawks, missed not a single corner that might conceal a clue. All the eunuchs and palace maids of the Eastern Palace were summoned for questioning under the cover of night. Meanwhile, beneath a sturdy tree, Zhu Di was bound tightly to the trunk. His bare torso glistened with a mix of sweat and blood. Each lash of the thorny whip, accompanied by a howling wind, met his flesh with a sharp, resounding crack. Zhu Di gritted his teeth, enduring in silence, his face contorted in unbearable pain, his features tightly twisted together. The bulging veins on his forehead led Zhu Yuanzhang to believe he remained defiant. "You still refuse to yield? I told you to usurp your nephew's throne, to wear the white cap, to uphold the Tianjing and pacify the realm. Tonight, there are no white caps, but plenty of free whips for you." The strikes grew increasingly vigorous, and at last, Zhu Di recalled the terror he had felt as a child under Zhu Yuanzhang's rule. Thus the sound of the whip and the cries of anguish echoed through the Eastern Palace, intertwining with the hurried footsteps of the shadows, composing a dark nocturne filled with suffering and tension. Chapter 6. The Perils of the Princely System Before Dawn. The Fengtian Hall was already ablaze with light, the civil and military officials arranged in order of rank. Some were resting their eyes, while others whispered about the previous night's upheaval in the Eastern Palace, speculating wildly. Crack, 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 the sound of the ceremonial staff rang out thrice, and Wang Jinghong called out loudly, "We welcome your majesty." As Zhu Yuanzhang took his seat upon the dragon throne, the ministers knelt in unison, their hands touching the ground, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long, long live the emperor! All rise!" Zhu Yuanzhang's authoritative voice echoed through the Fengtian Hall. After the ministers stood, they began to present their petitions, engaging in fervent discussions with Zhu Yuanzhang regarding matters of state. Within the grand hall, adorned with intricate carvings and resplendent gold, the solemn atmosphere was disrupted by the heated exchanges among the officials and Zhu Yuanzhang. Yet amidst this tension, Zhu Yang, leaning against his elder brother Zhu Biao, was blissfully asleep. His eyes were tightly shut, his mouth slightly agape, occasionally emitting loud, snoring sounds, with a glistening droplet of saliva at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the sharp gaze of Grand Inspector Zhan Hui zeroed in on the slumbering Zhu Yang. Striding forward, he stepped out from the ranks of courtiers, raised his tablet high, and with a thud, knelt in the center of the hall, his voice resonant and commanding. "Your Majesty, I have a petition." The clamor within the hall abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned toward Zhang Hui. Zhu Xiongying, momentarily taken aback, followed Zhang Hui's gaze, and upon seeing Zhu Yang in a deep slumber, his countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Zhang Aiqing, what matter do you wish to address?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked, his voice strained as he suppressed his anger. Zhang Hui lifted his head, his expression grave, and declared with righteous indignation, "Your Majesty, I impeach Prince of Qin Zhuyang. As a member of the royal family, he dares to sleep openly in the Fengtian Hall before the full assembly of civil and military officials in Your Majesty, displaying utter disregard for state affairs. Such sloth and negligence is a disgrace to the dignity of the royal family and a detriment to the authority of the court. I implore Your Majesty to punish him severely. To rectify the court's discipline, Prince of Qin, Prince of Qin." Zhu Yuanzhang bellowed at the unresponsive Zhu Yang. Zhu Biao, witnessing their father's wrath, quickly turned and shook Zhu Yang awake. "What is the matter, father?" Zhu Yang drowsily opened his eyes, rubbing the sleep from them, gazing around in confusion, still uncertain of the situation. "Grand Inspector Zhang has impeached you for sleeping in court. What punishment do you deserve?" Zhu Yuanzhang slammed his hand upon the dragon table, his heart aflame with anger at Zhu Yang's sleepy demeanor. "Father, I am wronged. I truly did not intend to offend. I have been weary from worrying about mother and my nephew Xiongying's illness, and I merely closed my eyes for a moment in this court." Zhu Yang stepped forward to explain that we shall not listen to your excuses. As a member of the royal family, your every action reflects upon the family's honor and the court's authority. Such reckless behavior is utterly unacceptable. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice boomed like thunder in the Fengtian Hall, causing discomfort to all present. "Guards," Zhu Yuanzhang commanded fiercely, "drag the Prince of Qin out and administer 20 lashes. So he may learn a lesson." "Ah, how could you, old Zhu? I just cured mother and Xiongying, and you turn on me. Since you show no mercy, I shall retaliate," Zhu Yang thought to himself in secret. "Father, wait. Before that, I wish to impeach someone." Zhu Yuanzhang fixed a piercing gaze upon Zhu Yang, a dangerous glimmer in his eyes, coldly asking, "Who do you wish to impeach? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, do not expect to escape punishment today. I wish to impeach Fengyang's Zhu Chongba, also known as the Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. Your policy of infecting the princes may seem to fortify our Ming Dynasty at first glance, but in reality, it poses a grave threat to future generations, arguably a strategy leading to national ruin." At these words, the Fengtian Hall erupted in an uproar, the ministers gasping in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment and fear as they regarded Zhu Yang. Some could not help but exclaim softly in disbelief, unable to comprehend that someone dared to publicly impeach Zhu Yuanzhang in court. Zhu Yuanzhang's body trembled slightly, his expression shifting to one of complexity, anger, shock, and a hint of unmasked disappointment. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from strain, and spoke slowly, each word laden with gravity. "You possess great audacity. If today you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me for disregarding our father-son bond." Zhu Yang did not respond to Zhu Yuanzhang, instead turning to the Minister of Revenue, Guo Huan. "Minister Guo, what is the annual stipend for the princes?" "Your Highness, the annual stipend for each prince is currently set at 800,000 dan," Guo Huan replied. "Very well. Father, you have distributed the princes to various regions as feudal lords, ostensibly to defend against external threats and maintain internal stability. At first glance, this seems flawless. However, let us not overlook the potential for the princes to amass excessive power in the future. Let us first address the issue of their stipends. You have decreed that each prince shall receive an annual stipend of 50,000 stones. Now, with your addition, you have 16 sons, which amounts to 800,000 stones each year. You have stipulated that the princes shall neither engage in labor, agriculture, nor commerce, but rather receive their stipends based on the number of offspring they produce. If we consider a conservative estimate of 10 children per prince throughout their lifetime, That totals to 160 children, resulting in an annual total of 800 stones. While this may seem modest, the next generation of 144 descendants, each having 10 children, would yield 1,440 offspring, necessitating 70 million stones. Even after accounting for those who may pass away due to illness or unforeseen circumstances, we would still require around 50 million stones. Father, your benevolence towards the populace has led to frequent tax reductions, and now the annual revenue is merely 80 million stones, while the princes alone demand 50 million stones. What are the official salaries? What are the expenditures of the palace? What are the natural disasters affecting various regions? This would truly lead to a scenario where the realm is nothing more than a breeding ground for pigs. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiongying felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. His formerly imposing visage drained of color, leaving him pale as parchment. Your calculations are flawed, he retorted, unfounded. Is it wrong to desire a better life for one's descendants? His voice echoed through the vast hall, tremulous with emotion. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue had already withdrawn their abacuses at the moment Zhu Yan announced the figures, clicking away furiously. Their expressions growing increasingly ashen and alarmed. At this juncture, Guohuan slowly stepped forward from the ranks of officials, his voice quivering as he said, Your Majesty, Prince Qin's calculations are indeed accurate and even conservative. These words detonated like a bomb within the hall, igniting hushed whispers among the ministers, their eyes wide with shock and concern. Some officials shook their heads in disbelief, while others displayed palpable anxiety. Zhu Xiongying swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. Instinctively, he grasped the side of his dragon throne, staring vacantly ahead, muttering to himself, How could this be? How could this be? He had never anticipated that the carefully devised princely system for his descendants would harbor such a monumental peril. Chapter 7. The Second Son's Retribution. How could this be? Zhu Biao, standing nearby, listened to Zhu Yan's alarming figures, his eyes widening in disbelief, as he instinctively murmured, Think it through. Zhu Xiongying trembled with rage, his eyes bloodshot, resembling an enraged lion as he roared at the assembled court. Such a monumental issue, and not a single one of you thought to address it. Especially the Ministry of Revenue. What purpose do I have in sustaining you? His voice reverberated within the hall of supreme harmony, causing discomfort to the ears of those present, tinged with boundless fury and disappointment. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue, terrified, fell to their knees. Heads bowed, too afraid to breathe. Guohuan's face turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Soaking his collar, he stammered, Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. We are deserving of death for our negligence. We have been so preoccupied with the daily affairs of taxes and finance that we have indeed overlooked the long-term perils of the princely system. Other ministers quickly knelt to plead for mercy. A wave of panic washing over the court. Your Majesty, we have failed in our duties. Please punish us. Their voices rose and fell, intertwining into a cacophony of trepidation within the grand hall. Zhu Biao, witnessing the chaos, felt a surge of anxiety and hastily approached. Kneeling before Zhu Xiongying, he implored, Father, please calm your anger. At this juncture, we must prioritize devising a remedy for this system's flaws rather than punishing the ministers. Zhu Xiongying glared fiercely at the kneeling officials, then glanced at Zhu Biao. Inhaling deeply to steady his emotions, he replied, What you say is indeed correct, Biao. Arise. Let us brainstorm solutions to rectify the shortcomings of the princely system. If none of you can propose a viable plan, then I shall have words with you. As the morning audience neared its conclusion, the ministers kept their heads bowed, lips tightly pressed, none daring to break the profound silence. Zhu Xiongying sat upon his dragon throne, his gaze piercing, surveying the assembled officials with cold disdain. Have you all lost your voices? What use are you if none of you can speak? His voice resonated throughout the hall. Imbued with undeniable authority at that moment, his eyes fell upon Li Shanchong. Filled with anticipation, Zhu Xiongying inquired, Shanchong, as our repository of wisdom, do you have nothing to contribute? Li Shanchong's heart raced, and he quickly knelt. His voice trembling, Your Majesty, I bear guilt. This matter is exceedingly complex, and I currently possess no effective solutions. I beseech your forgiveness." Instantly, Zhu Xiongying's expression darkened further, disappointment flickering in his eyes. He snorted disdainfully before turning his gaze back to Zhu Biao. "Biao, what of you? Do you have any thoughts?" Zhu Biao, appearing troubled, took a step forward, bowing respectfully. "Father, I am but a novice in this matter and possess no effective solutions. I implore your forgiveness." Zhu Xiongying took a deep breath, suppressing the fury boiling within him. His eyes swept over the ministers once more, his voice low yet resolute. "I give you 3 days to present a plan. Should you fail to deliver a feasible solution within that time, do not blame me for my severity." Dismissed. With that, Zhu Xiongying rose and swept from the hall. The ministers knelt in unison, calling out, "We respectfully bid farewell to your majesty." Their voices carried a note of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped a grave sentence. 3 fleeting days passed, yet solutions to the looming threat of the princely system remained elusive. During this time, both Zhu Xiongying and Zhu Biao were tormented by the issue, unable to eat or sleep well. At this moment, in the imperial study, Zhu Xiongying sat at his desk, brow furrowed, the brush in his hand aimlessly tracing lines on the rice paper, yet unable to compose a single coherent word. Zhu Biao paced nearby, his face etched with anxiety and exhaustion. The two occasionally sighed heavily, engaging in fervent discussions over fleeting ideas, but each time they ended in vain. Just then, soft footsteps approached, and Empress Ma entered, accompanied by maidservants bearing trays of food. Observing the troubled expressions on the father and son, her heart ached. "What troubles you both? Why have I seen you sighing for days?" Empress Ma inquired gently, her voice laced with concern. Zhu Biao halted, lifting his head and exhaling deeply. "It is the issue of the princely system. These days my father and I have both lost considerable weight from worry." Upon hearing this, Empress Ma could not help but chuckle softly. "Sister, you laugh while I fret over my thinning hair," Zhu Xiongying lamented, his brow furrowed deeply, fatigue and distress evident in his eyes. Empress Ma smiled and waved her hand dismissively. "I heard about the morning audience. You two are being retaliated against by the second son, and if he could raise the issue of the princely system, he must have already devised a solution, clearly intending to ensnare you both." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiongying felt as if struck by lightning. Suddenly raising his head, gritting his teeth, "That little rascal! He dared to play this game with me for merely admonishing him in the morning audience." He then raised his voice, calling out, Mao Xiang, where have you gone?" Before his words had fully faded, Mao Xiang rushed in. Kneeling promptly, he respectfully addressed Zhu Xiongying. "Your Majesty, I am here," Zhu Xiongying commanded without hesitation. "Hasten to the Prince of Qin's residence and fetch the second son without delay." "Yes, Your Majesty," Mao Xiang acknowledged, swiftly exiting this moment. Within the Prince of Qin's residence, Zhu Yin sat leisurely by the pond, rod in hand, eyes fixed intently on the water's surface. Beside him, Guanyin Nu beamed, her demeanor gentle. She delicately lifted a piece of sliced fruit, carefully offering it to Zhu Yin, her voice as soft as a springtime melody. "Your Highness, are you thirsty? Hungry?" Zhu Yin tilted his head slightly, accepting the fruit with an expression of delight, mumbling, "Ah, how considerate of my minman." Just then, Lu Bo approached quickly, bowing slightly, and respectfully announced, "Your Highness, the commander of the Jinui Mao Xiang requests an audience." Zhu Yin, hearing this, concealed a fleeting smile, leisurely placing down the fishing rod, and calmly replied, "Show him in." Lu Bo acknowledged, and soon ushered Mao Xiang into the courtyard. Upon seeing Zhu Yin, Mao Xiang immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his fists. "Prince of Qin, His Majesty commands your immediate presence in the palace." Zhu Yin raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. "Oh, my father is so eager to summon me. What could be the matter?" Mao Xiang lowered his head, replying respectfully, "Your Highness, His Majesty did not specify the reason, only instructed me to ensure your prompt arrival." That a subtle smile graced Zhu Yan's lips. "Old Zhu has finally caught on. Please proceed. I shall join you shortly." "Yes." Mao Xiang left as commanded. Zhu Yin then turned to Guanyin Nu. "Are you not to visit the Empress today? It would be fortuitous for us to go together." "Certainly, Your Highness. Please wait a moment while I prepare." The Guanyin maid hastily departed after her words. Chapter 8. The Ming royal group, following the insightful guidance of Empress Ma, the ever-tense Zhu Xiongying and Zhu Biao, felt as though the heavy shackles binding them had been unlatched. As both exhaled a long sigh of relief, an overwhelming hunger surged upon them like a tidal wave, their stomachs voicing a series of protests. Their gazes instinctively fell upon the dishes laid out on the table nearby. "Bower, do not just stand there foolishly. Come and eat." Zhu Yuanzhang broke the tranquil silence of the room, his voice tinged with a sense of relaxed fatigue. As he spoke, he stepped forward with a somewhat eager pace towards the table. "At your command, father," Zhu Biao promptly replied, hastening to follow in his father's footsteps. The spread before them was modest, consisting merely of 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. Zhu Yuanzhang casually picked up a flaky pancake, taking a hearty bite that echoed with a satisfying crunch in his mouth that he then lifted a bowl of thick congee, savoring its rich, creamy texture that melted on his tongue. His eyes involuntarily squinted in satisfaction, a long-lost smile gracing his face. "Indeed, my sister's cooking is simply delectable," he mumbled through his mouthful, his tone brimming with admiration for Empress Ma's culinary skills. Zhu Biao nodded in agreement, exclaiming softly, "Mother's culinary prowess has indeed reached new heights. This meal has truly whetted my appetite." Just as Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao basked in the warmth of their dining experience, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from outside the hall. The eunuch Wang Jinghong rushed in, slightly out of breath, bowing as he announced in a high-pitched voice, "Your Majesty, Prince Qin has arrived." Before his words had fully dissipated, Zhu Yang entered with a lively stride. Casting a playful glance at the dining duo, "Old Zhu, looks like you're in the midst of a feast." Hearing the voice, Zhu Yuanzhang set down his utensils, lifting his gaze to Zhu Yang, feigning annoyance as he retorted, "You scoundrel, it's all your fault. You raise issues and then vanish, leaving us to endure in your absence." Zhu Biao immediately stood, a gentle smile adorning his face as he inquired, "Have you dined yet, second brother? If not, please join us." Zhu Yang, unabashed, grinned widely and replied, "Thank you, elder brother. I happen to be a bit hungry myself." With that, he confidently approached the table, lifting his garments and plopping down onto a seat. His eyes roved over the dishes before him, and he casually grabbed a pancake, taking a hefty bite. I could tell immediately it was mother's cooking. It's been years since I've tasted such flavor. After the three had feasted to their heart's content, the young eunuch swiftly cleared the table of their bowls. Once the eunuch had retreated, Zhu Yuanzhang eagerly turned to Zhu Yang and asked, "Second brother, enough with the suspense. Speak plainly. How do we resolve the issues surrounding the princely system?" Zhu Yang wore a slight smile, responding leisurely, "In truth, this matter is not as difficult as it seems. It merely depends on whether you, old Zhu, possess the resolve to withstand the pressures of the court." "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Biao interjected, his expression one of confusion. Zhu Yang, unhurried in his response, retrieved several glistening glass beads from his sleeve, followed by a small cloth bag that, when opened, revealed a mound of pure white salt. Zhu Biao focused intently, exclaiming, "Second brother, is this not the glass bead from the western regions? You and Xiongying used to play with them all the time." Zhu Yang shook his head, pride evident in his demeanor as he replied, "Elder brother, these are not the tributes from the west. I crafted them myself." "What?" Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened in astonishment as he stood abruptly, hastening to Zhu Yang's side to inspect a glass bead closely, incredulity evident in his gaze. "You, second brother, have managed to create such exquisite glass." "And this," Zhu Yang said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he gestured toward the bag of fine salt. Wang Jinghong, sensing his duty, stepped forward to taste it. Zhu Yuanzhang's thunderous reprimand boomed like thunder. "Get lost." Leaning slightly, Zhu Yuanzhang cautiously dipped a rough finger into the salt, tasting it. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "This is fine salt. How can it be so pure, with no trace of bitterness?" "Biao, or you must try it." At the mention of his name, Zhu Biao, curious, imitated his father, dipping a finger into the salt and tasting it. Moments later, shock washed over his face as he marveled, "Second brother, this salt is astonishingly pure, with such an exquisite flavor. How did you achieve this?" "I made it myself." The salt could be refined from either the toxic salt from mines or from seawater. And it is quite cost-effective, about 3 won for a production cost of only 10 won, Zhu Yang explained with a shrug. Zhu Xiongying and Zhu Biao exchanged a glance, their eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement and astonishment. Zhu Xiongying fixed his gaze on Zhu Yang, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. Does this mean that in the future, the common people will be able to enjoy such refined salt? For him, the well-being of the populace had always been of utmost importance. Zhu Yang's lips curved into a sly smile as he replied, "That is indeed the intention. However, we can initially sell a lesser quality to the common folk, while not as exquisite as what is in this bag. It will still be far superior to what they currently consumed at AS. For the premium quality, we shall offer it at a high price to wealthy officials and merchants, reaping profits from them first. Just imagine, they live in luxury and are hardly short of funds. They will surely be willing to pay for this superior salt. Once we have earned a substantial amount from them, we can lower the price and sell it affordably to the common people. In this manner, we not only secure a generous sum for ourselves, but also ensure that the masses ultimately reap the benefits." Finishing his explanation, Zhu Yang grinned triumphantly. He then waved his hand. Shifting the conversation back, return to the core issue, I present these glass beads and fine salt to illustrate that I possess many such innovative items, and I am not concerned about the monetary aspect. Now, let us return to discussing the princely system. In my view, we could establish a Ming royal group, requiring the princes to invest a sum annually. Once the group is operational, we could distribute dividends to them monthly based on their shares. This approach would not only consolidate the idle funds of the princes for unified management, but also provide them with a stable income, alleviating their need to extort the common people for wealth, thereby reducing their burdens. Consider this carefully. What do you think of my proposal? Chapter 9. The arrival of Yao Guangxiao. That is indeed a splendid idea. Zhu Yuanzhang slowly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with approval, and nodded slightly. His expression now, far less grave than before, he stroked his beard thoughtfully, continuing, "However, the sale of salt cannot be entrusted to you. Since ancient times, the state has maintained a monopoly on salt and iron. With extensive interests involved, we cannot solely consider the princes. We must also account for the fiscal balance of the state and the stability of the Ming Dynasty. Therefore, apart from salt, iron, and weapons, you are free to pursue other business ventures." Zhu Biao listened intently, nodding in agreement before adding, "Second brother, father speaks wisely. As long as it does not involve salt, iron, or weapons, I unconditionally support your endeavors." His gaze was resolute, his tone sincere, reflecting trust and encouragement for Zhu Yang. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yang's face briefly flashed with a subtle smile before it quickly vanished. "Very well. Old Zhu, you have spoken. A ruler must not utter falsehoods. However, these ventures may encroach upon the interests of certain individuals. I shall leave the court's bureaucrats to you, as I am disinclined to engage in verbal sparring with them." Zhu Yuanzhang snorted derisively, a glint of determination in his eyes as he expressed his frustration. Let them dare. When the court beckons them for solutions, they are like gourd-shaped puppets, incapable of offering any viable ideas. Now that we have finally devised a feasible strategy, they will surely attempt to obstruct us at every turn. Do they think this throne is just for show? Perhaps they wish to test the sharpness of my blade. Father, in my humble opinion, it would be prudent to find an opportune moment to summon the ministers, to calmly and thoroughly explain the benefits of this royal group and the improvements to the princely system, ensuring they understand that this is not solely for the prince's stability, but also for the enduring peace of the entire nation. Zhu Biao spoke earnestly, concern evident in his eyes, his hands clasped respectfully. Biao, you are far too compassionate. Enough of this. Today I am in a good mood. Let us find your mother," with a flick of his sleeve. Zhu Yuanzhang hastily exited. Inside the Qianqing palace, Empress Ma, clad in splendid attire, was leisurely savoring her tea. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window frames, casting dappled shadows that added a touch of serenity to the palace. At that moment, a small eunuch hurriedly entered from outside, approaching Empress Ma and bowing deeply as he broke the tranquility of the chamber with his high-pitched voice. "Your Majesty, the Princess of Qin requests an audience." "Announce her," Empress Ma gently set down the teacup in her hand, her tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Before long, Guanyin approached with light, graceful steps, holding a delicate carved box. She slightly bent her knees, elegantly performed a deep bow, and spoke in a clear and melodious voice. Daughter-in-law pays her respects to mother. Upon seeing Guanyin, a tender smile blossomed on Empress Ma's face, her eyes filled with joy. She quickly rose and hurried to Guanyin's side, gently lifting her hands and clasping them tightly, her gaze full of affection as she remarked, "Min has come. It has been so long since we last met. Yet you remain so clever and charming." Guanyin lowered her head slightly, her expression tinged with a hint of guilt, and softly replied, "Having heard that mother is unwell, I have been unable to visit for so long, which weighs heavily on my heart. I hope mother will forgive me." Empress Ma lightly patted Guanyin's hand, playfully rebuking her. "What are you saying? The journey is so long, and you must have endured considerable hardship to remember this old woman. That brings me great joy. Today, let us converse freely and do not dwell on such trivialities." Guanyin smiled sweetly and replied mischievously, "In my eyes, mother has always been stunningly beautiful. It seems time itself cannot bear to leave any marks upon your face." Hearing this, Empress Ma couldn't help but chuckle, playfully tapping Guanyin's nose and teasingly saying, "Your words are as sweet as honey. You have become quite adept at pleasing others." Guanyin, her eyes sparkling with mirth, presented the box she held to Empress Ma, softly stating, "Mother, this is the lipstick invented by His Highness. It's quite interesting, with flavors like peach, mint, and several others." As she spoke, she gently opened the box and took out a lipstick, demonstrating its use. With a delicate tilt of her head, she applied the lipstick to her lips, instantly enhancing her beauty with a vibrant hue. Empress Ma watched with keen interest and followed suit. After applying it, she gently pressed her lips together and gazed at her reflection in a nearby bronze mirror, her eyes brimming with delight. Empress Ma feigned annoyance, saying, "Oh, that second child, with such novel and delightful things. Why did you not send some my way? You are less thoughtful than Guanyin." Just then, from a distance, a booming voice called out, "Sister, sister!" Before he appeared, his voice heralded Zhu Xiongying's arrival. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Guanyin quickly adjusted her attire and stood at attention. When Zhu Xiongying entered, she immediately bowed, exuding grace as she said, "Daughter-in-law pays her respects to Father Emperor." Zhu Xiongying strode in confidently, a bright smile adorning his face, waving his hand dismissively as he said, "Guanyin is here. No need for formalities. Family should not be so stiff." Empress Ma looked at the boisterous Zhu Xiongying and couldn't help but chide him. "You are so loud and boisterous all day. Where is the dignity expected of an emperor?" Zhu Xiongying, however, dismissed her concerns with a chuckle, saying, "In front of my sister, I am simply Zhu Chongba, so why bother with such formalities?" Empress Ma shot him a reproachful glance, saying, "There are children present. You have no sense of propriety." Just as she finished speaking, Zhu Biao and Zhu Yang entered one after the other. Upon seeing Empress Ma, they both exclaimed, "We pay our respects to mother." Empress Ma smiled and replied, "You two brothers may rise. That it is rare for our family to gather. There's no need to be so formal." As the conversation flowed, the clear voice of a young eunuch announced, "The Prince of Yen and the Princess of Yen request an audience." "Let them in," Zhu Xiongying replied, settling himself in a chair with a composed demeanor. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Di and Su Miaoyan entered hand in hand. They knelt in unison, declaring, "Son and daughter-in-law pay their respects to Father Emperor and Mother." No need for formalities. Zhu Xiongying raised his hand slightly, signaling them to rise. Empress Ma gazed fondly at Su Miaoyan, expressing concern. "Miaoyan, you have arrived. It must have been quite exhausting traveling such a distance." Su Miaoyan smiled gently and replied, "In response to Mother, I am not wearied. It brings me great joy to be able to pay my respects to Father Emperor and Mother." That moment, Zhu Biao directed his gaze toward Zhu Di, inquiring with concern, "Fourth brother, has your injury improved?" Zhu Di quickly responded respectfully, "Thank you for your concern, elder brother. Father Emperor showed mercy at that time. The injuries were merely superficial, and I have nearly recovered now." Zhu Xiongying interjected with a cold snort, his expression remaining stoic. Just then, the young eunuch hurried back in, announcing, "Your Majesty, there is someone outside claiming to be the rogue Tian Lixing requesting an audience." As the eunuch's words fell, the atmosphere in the hall shifted, becoming gravely serious. "Announce him," Zhu Xiongying said, his expression stern. Shortly thereafter, Tian Lixing entered with a steady gait, kneeling on one knee, and proclaimed loudly, "The rogue Tian Lixing pays his respects to your Majesty. Your Highness and the Princess. The demon monk Yao Guangxiao has been brought here." "Bring him in," Zhu Yang replied, maintaining his composure unhesitatingly. Upon hearing the name Yao Guangxiao, Zhu Miaoyan and Zhu Di exchanged startled glances, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Empress Ma keenly noticed their unusual reaction, smiled gently, and stepped forward, taking Guanyin Nu and Zhu Miaoyan's hands in hers, warmly stating, "Let the men handle their affairs. We women shall not interfere. It is rare for you to visit. Since it has been so long, let us step outside for a stroll and have a proper chat." Zhu Miaoyan and Guanyin Nu exchanged glances, then obediently nodded in agreement, declaring in unison, "We shall heed Mother-S command." The three of them, accompanied by a throng of palace maids, slowly made their way toward the palace exit. Chapter 10. Either slay them or use them for oneself, the monk Yao Guangxiao bowed respectfully, saying, "The humble monk Yao Guangxiao pays his respects to your Majesty and greets all the princes." That the figure clad in black entered steadily under the guidance of the guards, hands clasped together. Bowing slightly with a tranquil demeanor and an unperturbed tone, "You are the one who intends to bestow a white cap upon the fourth." Zhu Xiongying's piercing gaze fixed intently on Yao Guangxiao, filled with scrutiny and authority. "Indeed, it is I," Yao Guangxiao replied, raising his head to meet Zhu Xiongying's gaze with a calm composure, his voice steady, betraying no hint of fear in the face of Zhu Xiongying's intensity. "You have great courage." Zhu Xiongying slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly in a fit of rage, saying, "Do you know the crime of instigating a prince to rebel?" Yao Guangxiao maintained a serene expression, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve as he slowly replied, "The humble monk only knows that after 100 years, the true dragon son of heaven will be His Highness the Prince of Yan." "Ah, a clever plan, but you have not accounted for the unforeseen variables." Before Zhu Xiongying could speak further, Zhu Yang strode forward with steady determination, instantly exuding an overwhelming presence that bore down upon Yao Guangxiao like a roaring tide. Just moments ago, Yao Guangxiao, who had managed to remain unfazed under Zhu Xiongying's formidable aura, now felt as though he stood before a mountain constructed of countless corpses, surrounded by a sea of blood. The stench of death overwhelming his senses. His complexion turned as pale as paper, his body trembling involuntarily, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. "Variables. So it was you. You are the variable." The humble monk sighed. "I lose without grievance, but why do you defy the heavens?" Yao Guangxiao struggled to raise his head to meet Zhu Yang's gaze, his eyes filled with reluctance and helplessness. Zhu Yang, exuding an aura of unfettered rage, appeared as if a tempest had suddenly arisen around him, his eyes wide with fury as he thundered, "Heavenly mandate! Ha! What a load of nonsense! In a time of peace, one should act with restraint. But if your kind, in pursuit of power, brings devastation upon the realm, subjecting the people to the ravages of war and fear, that is the true defiance of my heart." His voice roared like thunder, causing the teacups on the table to rattle and the tea to ripple. The others present in the hall, aside from Zhu Xiongying, who remained composed, found themselves unable to lift their heads under the weight of Zhu Yang's formidable presence. Zhu Yang's eyes turned red, his voice tinged with a mix of sorrow and resolve. "If in the name of this so-called celestial mandate, my dear brother and mother, who have cared for me since childhood, were to leave this world prematurely, if my beloved nephew were to suffer from illness and depart this life, if the illustrious Emperor Hongwu were to end his days in solitude, then I shall overturn this heavenly mandate. Not just for the sake of the empire, but for myself as well. I shall defy the heavens." Having spoken, he reined in his formidable aura slightly, standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze resolute and fearless, That very moment. As Zhu Yang finished his declaration, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, a thunderbolt striking down without warning, the blinding flash resembling a ferocious dragon tearing through the heavens, followed by a deafening roar, as if the heavens were expressing their wrath at his defiance. This sudden noise shook the eardrums of everyone in the hall, and a fierce wind began to howl, causing their garments to flutter wildly. Outside the city of Yingtianfu, in a secluded valley amidst the mountains, enveloped in swirling mist, a figure in a black robe stood with hands clasped behind his back. Yuan Tiangang, with his head slightly raised and an expression of boundless pride in his eyes, slowly declared, "The way of heaven, merely trifles. Let the grand constellation array rise within the confines of the Qianqing Palace." The recent tempest seemed to be forcibly quelled by an invisible force, gradually subsiding. Dust settled slowly, and the atmosphere within the hall grew palpably tense, as if it were a tangible entity. Zhu Xiongying stood tall, his gaze sharp as lightning, coldly directed at Zhu Di and Yao Guangxiao. Each word he uttered was deliberate and resonant. "I am here, those who collude in wickedness, those who act in defiance of righteousness, and those who conspire for power shall meet their demise." At this moment, Zhu Yanqing's eyes were frigidly piercing, regarding Zhu Di and Yao Guangxiao as one might regard insignificant ants, devoid of any emotion, as if the fates of the two men were nothing more than inconsequential dust in his sight. His gaze was as chilling as the frost of midwinter, radiating a bone-deep coldness, seemingly intent on freezing and shattering their ambitions and schemes. Zhu Di, at that moment, resembled a prey being stalked by a ferocious beast, trembling under the oppressive and almost palpable terror emanating from Zhu Yanqing. His legs felt as though they were nailed to the ground, hesitating to move even the slightest bit, for any minor gesture might provoke Zhu Yanqing's blade-like aura, tearing him apart in an instant. Zhu Yanqing's eyes blazed like torches, fixating intently on Zhu Di and Yao Guangxiao, enunciating each word with gravity. "No matter how grand your ambitions, no matter how intricate your schemes, I am presently concerned with but one matter. Did you conspire against Mother and Xiongying?" His gaze seemed capable of penetrating the depths of their souls, uncovering every hidden secret within. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Di's heart sank into disarray, and he hastily knelt, his face etched with anxiety and trepidation as he fervently declared, "Second brother, it was not I nor master who did this. Mother is my mother, and Xiongying is my dear nephew. How could I commit such a heinous act?" His voice trembled slightly, as if the unfounded accusation had struck fear into him. Or perhaps he was eager to extricate himself from the situation. Yao Guangxiao, with hands clasped together, responded with a slight tremor in his voice. This monk would disdain to employ such means. Zhu Yanqing resembled a stoic statue, his gaze hawkishly scrutinizing Zhu Di and Yao Guangxiao, as if time itself had frozen in that moment, his eyes capable of seeing through their very souls, after what felt like an eternity. Zhu Yanqing finally withdrew his gaze, his expression still grave, yet his tone softened slightly. "I shall grant you the benefit of the doubt this once." The utterance of these words seemed to dissolve the invisible shackles binding them. Zhu Di and Yao Guangxiao felt as if they had been awoken from a nightmare. Their taut bodies relaxed in an instant, and they gasped for breath as if they had just emerged from a life-and-death struggle. The cold sweat had yet to dry on their brows, and they both leaned on the ground as if they had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Zhu Yuanzhang turned his gaze towards Zhu Yanqing, his countenance grave as he inquired, "What shall be done with Yao Guangxiao?" Zhu Yanqing furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before he replied. Either he must be executed to eliminate future threats, or he could be utilized. For this man indeed possesses certain abilities. In later years, he would be referred to as the Black-Robed Chancellor. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly, silently acknowledging the wisdom in Zhu Yanqing's words. Yao Guangxiao, with his profound thoughts, realized that if he could not serve the Ming, he would ultimately be a latent danger. However, if his talents could be harnessed, they might be of benefit to the court. After a brief deliberation, Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand commandingly, instructing those around him, "Take Yao Guangxiao away for temporary detention. We shall deliberate further on this matter." The guards, upon receiving the order, swiftly advanced and apprehended Yao Guangxiao. He did not resist, merely casting a calm glance at Zhu Xiongying and Zhu Xiongying, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes before he was escorted away, his steps steady as he departed from the Qianqing Palace. Chapter 11. The Yongle Emperor and Su Miaoyan. Just as Yao Guangxiao was led away, Empress Ma and Guanyin Nu, Su Miaoyan, returned to the Qianqing Palace. Upon seeing them enter, Zhu Yuanzhang diverted his gaze from Zhu Di. Turning instead to Zhu Yansheng and gently inquired, "Second son, what do you think of fourth brother's reign as emperor?" The moment those words were uttered, Su Miaoyan, who had just stepped into the hall, found herself utterly bewildered, her eyes wide in disbelief, pondering the meaning behind such a sudden inquiry. Instinctively, she tugged at Guanyin Nu's sleeve, whispering, "Should we take our leave?" However, Empress Ma seemed to perceive their thoughts, raising her hand to halt them. "Since you have entered, let us listen together." With a gentle demeanor, Empress Ma's eyes conveyed an enigmatic depth that was hard to decipher. Su and Guanyin Nu exchanged glances, and with no other choice, they slightly bowed and quietly stood to the side. Zhu Yansheng, after a moment of recollection, began, "In the 4th year of Jiangwen, Zhu Di breached Yingtian, first paying respects at the Shaoling Mausoleum before declaring himself emperor in the Fengtian Hall, abolishing the Jiangwen era name, reverting the year to the 35th year of Hongwu, and the following year renaming it Yongle. Thus began the reign of the Yongle Emperor. During his rule, he implemented a series of measures to consolidate his position. First, he abolished the powers of many vassal kings, established the cabinet in the Eastern Depot, and in order to strengthen governance in the north, he moved the capital to Beiping, truly embodying the notion of the Son of Heaven guarding the nation's gates. A monarch dedicated to the state, he further dredged the Grand Canal, enhancing transportation between the north and south. Militarily, he embarked on 5 campaigns against the northern nomads, becoming the first emperor in history to seal the wolf's lair, instilling fear in the hearts of the northern tribes at the mere mention of Zhu Di's name. Culturally, he commissioned Yao Guangxiao and Xie Jin to compile the Yongle Dadayan, a monumental work comprising 877 volumes encompassing astronomy, geography, yin and yang, medicine, and divination. The Yongle Dadayan is heralded as the largest encyclopedia in recorded history. He also ordered Zheng He, known as Sanbao the eunuch, to voyage 7 times to the western oceans, reaching as far as Olivia, Africa, and the western seas, Red Sea, bringing silk and tea that not only enriched the treasury, but also instilled awe with his formidable weaponry and fleet among neighboring nations. Well done, fourth brother, sealing the wolf's lair, the Yongle Dadayan, truly worthy of being my son. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, rising in excitement, his expression shifting with remarkable speed. Zhu Biao, standing nearby, slightly bowed and softly remarked, "Father, Yongle was a reign title used by the rebel Fongla." Upon hearing this, Yanzhang's face darkened, frustration evident as he retorted, "Fourth brother, I repeatedly advise you to read more, to study diligently. Yet here you are, day after day, either skipping classes or dozing off, drifting through life in a daze. Look at this, you can't even choose a proper reign title and have been fooled without knowing. If this were spread, wouldn't it be a laughingstock for the world?" Zhu Yansheng cleared his throat and continued, "Old Zhu, do not rejoice too soon. Although elder brother did not truly ascend to the throne, Zhu Yunwen posthumously honored him as Emperor Shaokong. Who knows, after fourth brother claimed the throne, he reinstated elder brother as Prince Ying. Moreover, fourth brother's posthumous title in later years is Ming Qingzu." Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened further, alternating between shades of blue and white, his teeth clenched as he forced the words out. "Well, fourth brother, you truly are remarkable. You dare to proclaim yourself an ancestor alongside us. Very well, let us Zhu Chongba, along with my wife Ma Xiaoying and my son Zhu Biao, pay our respects to this Ming Qingzu." Upon hearing this, Zhu Di's face turned as pale as paper, cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead, and with a thud, he sank to his knees to Su Miaoyan. Witnessing this scene, panicked and hurriedly knelt beside him, as Zhu Di trembled in his voice, imploring, "Father, I lack such boldness. It was truly not us. Second brother, please explain to father." Zhu Di cast a terrified glance at Zhu Yansheng, seeking help. Zhu Xiongying smiled slightly and clarified. Old Zhu. This title was not conferred by fourth brother himself, but rather posthumously honored by future emperors. Though fourth brother may act decisively at times, he would never dare to harbor thoughts of usurping the title of ancestor. Hearing this, Zhu Yunzhang's expression softened slightly, letting out a heavy grunt as his breath became steadier. Rise, he commanded. Humph. I primarily worry for my daughter-in-law Mian, who endures fear alongside you. My concern is not for you. Zhu Di felt as if a great weight had been lifted from him, beads of sweat still rolling down his forehead. He quickly bowed his head in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Father, for your mercy. I will be cautious in my words and actions henceforth, and shall not allow any negligence to occur. Only then did he slowly rise. His legs still somewhat unsteady, Zhu Xiongying followed suit, bowing slightly and softly expressing, Thank you, Father, for your consideration. Internally, she sighed with relief, though the earlier fright still lingered in her heart. Zhu Xiongying gazed deeply at Zhu Di, his expression carrying a hint of seriousness as he slowly began, Fourth brother, do not rejoice too early. Zhu Di furrowed his brow in confusion, cupping his hands in inquiry. What do you mean, second brother? Zhu Xiongying looked at Zhu Xiongying, sighed softly, his gaze imbued with both sentiment and expectation as he spoke slowly. In future generations, mother will be revered as a timeless empress, and behind her will be the sister-in-law. Me? Zhu Xiongying exclaimed, astonished, pointing incredulously at herself. Zhu Xiongying regarded Zhu Xiongying with admiration in his eyes. Sister-in-law, during the time of the Jingnan Rebellion, you were indeed a great contributor to fourth brother. At the critical moment for the survival of Beiping, when Li Jinglong led an army of 500,000 to the city gates, fourth brother was away at war, leaving the city defenseless and the populace in panic. Yet you, a mere woman, displayed extraordinary courage and wisdom. You personally ascended the city walls to oversee the defense, rallying the morale of the soldiers and civilians. You organized the women of the city to take up arms and defend against the enemy alongside the soldiers. You were fully aware of the situation within the city, assisting the commanders in devising defensive strategies, skillfully utilizing the terrain and limited forces to repel Li Jinglong's assaults time and again. Li Jinglong initially believed Beiping would be an easy conquest, yet he was met with fierce resistance from you and the city as defenders, and could not take the city despite prolonged siege. Not only that, but you also kept a vigilant eye on the battlefield of the fourth brother, relaying crucial intelligence that allowed him to adjust his strategies in a timely manner. It is precisely due to your steadfastness and dedication that you provided a solid rearguard for him in his external campaigns, significantly contributing to the ultimate victory in the Jingnan campaign. Once the fourth brother ascended to the throne, you were designated as the empress. Within the imperial harem, you embodied the virtues of a mother, managing affairs with remarkable efficiency. You understood the significance of a stable harem for the court and led by example, advocating for frugality and eschewing extravagance, thereby establishing an exemplary model for all within the harem. In your daily life, you often showed concern for the palace maids and eunuchs from impoverished backgrounds, offering them warmth and care, for which they were immensely grateful. Yes, the fourth brother was preoccupied with state affairs, often neglecting his own well-being. You took meticulous care of his daily needs, alleviating his worries. Whenever he faced troubling matters, you were always there to listen patiently, using your wisdom and gentleness to offer counsel, providing him with immense support and encouragement. Upon hearing Zhu Xian's words, Zhu Di felt a surge of emotions. He slowly turned his head, gazing deeply at Zhu Xiongying, love swelling in his eyes like an ocean tide. Zhu Yuanzhang stroked his beard, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. His eyes filled with admiration. Truly, she is the daughter-in-law of the Zhu family, both brave and wise, a woman of unparalleled merit. Empress Ma and Zhu Biao also smiled in approval, while Zhu Xiongying, feeling a bit embarrassed under their gaze, blushed slightly and humbly replied, It is merely the duty of a daughter-in-law. I dare not claim any credit. Chapter 12. The revelation of L's schemes. Zhu Xian's voice was low, filled with emotion. In those years of the Jingnan campaign, sister-in-law, you tirelessly managed both major and minor affairs, just as our late mother once accompanied the old Zhu in his quest for power. dedicating yourself wholeheartedly, yet this took a toll on your health. After the fourth brother's ascension, you devoted yourself entirely to the harem, overseeing everything personally. By the fifth year of Yongle, your health could no longer endure, and your condition worsened. Upon hearing the news, the fourth brother was frantic, rushing back to the palace without delay. He remained by your bedside, holding your hand, his eyes reddening with emotion. Even in your final moments, your thoughts were on state affairs, urging the fourth brother to recruit talented individuals and govern the realm wisely. At this point, Zhu Xiongying paused. Just as he finished speaking, you gently closed your eyes in the fourth brother's embrace. That scene left him in profound grief, nearly collapsing, holding you tightly, unwilling to let go. Subsequently, he posthumously honored you as the Renxiao Empress to express his respect and longing for you. As these words left his lips, the ladies in the hall were already in tears, moved by the sorrowful atmosphere of life and death. Zhu Di could hardly contain his emotions, tightly embracing Zhu Xiongying, tears streaming down his face in silent grief. Zhu Xiongying, struggling to hold back her tears, gently patted Zhu Di's back, her voice soft yet resolute. "It is all right, Your Highness. I am content to have walked alongside you for so many years and to have borne you several sons." At this moment, Empress Ma wiped the tears from her eyes and looked at Zhu Xiongying with heartfelt concern, saying, "You have suffered, Xiongying, but do not worry, your second brother is here to be honest. The illnesses afflicting both me and Xiongying were cured by the second brother." "Second brother?" Zhu Xiongying asked, puzzled, glancing at Zhu Xiongying as if searching for confirmation. Zhu Xiongying met her gaze, nodding gently with a reassuring look in his eyes. "All right, let us conclude for today. The third brother and the others will be arriving soon. Min and Miaoyun, come with me to the imperial kitchen. We shall prepare a sumptuous feast and enjoy a lively evening together." Empress Ma said with a warm smile. Slowly rising, Zhu Xiongying quickly wiped her slightly reddened eyes, responding softly, "Yes, mother." Guan Yu also curtsied gracefully, obediently adding, "I shall heed the Empress's command." The two followed Empress Ma as they walked out of the hall, one to the left and one to the right. After they departed, the hall fell quiet for a moment. Soon, a young eunuch hurried in, respectfully announcing, "Your Majesty, the villain Tan Zongxing requests an audience." Zhu Yunzhang's expression turned stern, and he commanded, "Admit him to." As soon as the words left his mouth, Tian Zongxing entered the hall with deliberate steps, kneeling on one knee and cupping his fist in salute. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Prince Qin." He then spoke gravely. "The matter regarding the crown prince has been thoroughly investigated." Zhu Yunzhang's gaze sharpened. Leaning forward slightly, he urgently inquired, "What is the reason? Speak swiftly." Zhu Xiongying, too, wore a serious expression, intently watching Tian Zongxing, awaiting his report. Taking a deep breath, Tian Zongxing slowly stated, "Your Majesty, after extensive investigation, it has been determined that the crown prince's illness is not coincidental. It is the result of someone acting in the shadows. This individual is the imperial physician Zhu Xiongying, skilled in concocting slow-acting poisons, who has been secretly mixing them into the crown prince's food, leading to his deteriorating health." Tian Zongxing paused slightly, then continued solemnly, after meticulous questioning. "We have uncovered that the mastermind behind this is none other than the Crown Princess L. The palace has always maintained detailed records of medicinal materials, and ordinary methods would not suffice to introduce poison. Therefore, L dispatched her most trusted maid, Xiaolian, under the pretext of visiting relatives, to secretly bring in the poison formula required by Zhu Xiongying. Though Xiaolian appeared to be an ordinary maid, she was actually astute and operated with extreme stealth, making multiple trips without arousing suspicion. Once Zhu Xiongying obtained the formula, he cleverly mixed the poison into the crown prince's food and medicinal concoctions. This continued for an extended period, resulting in the crown prince's declining health. Upon hearing Tan Zongxing's report, Xinjiang's already dark expression became even more terrifying. His eyes blazing, as if ready to unleash fire, he slammed the table, causing the items atop it to rattle violently. "Bring that maid Xiaolian to me," Tian Zongxing immediately added. "Your Majesty, when we found Xiaolian, she had already passed away. However, fortunately, we conducted a thorough search of her hometown and discovered a letter It detailed El's crimes and explained that she was coerced into serving El due to El controlling her family. She left this letter as a precaution against being silenced by El. As Tian Zongxing spoke, he pulled out the letter from his bosom, raising a high as he presented it to Zhu Xian. Zhu Xian stepped forward swiftly to take the letter. His gaze quickly scanned the document, and as he read further, his frown deepened, his anger becoming increasingly evident. Zhu Yuanzhang's face was filled with rage as he snatched the letter from Zhu Xian, his eyes bulging as he read each word meticulously. After finishing, Zhu Yuanzhang threw the letter to the ground with force, roaring, "El, how dare she? I have treated her generously, and she dares to commit such heinous acts." He commanded, "Bring El to me at once." 2 guards received the order, hastily exiting the hall. Tian Zongxing continued to report to Zhu Yuanzhang, "Your Majesty, there is something even more appalling. The smallpox contracted by the crown prince was deliberately inflicted by a small eunuch under El's orders, who provided the crown prince with a cup carrying the smallpox virus." Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao's face turned ashen, his body swaying as he nearly lost his balance, only steadying himself by grasping the nearby chair. His lips trembled, but he was at a loss for words. Tian Zongxing did not pause, continuing, "Moreover, according to our inquiries with the eunuchs and maids around El, it was revealed that the crown prince and Zhu Yuntang often suffered beatings and scoldings from El in private. She would frequently deny them food, forcing the 2 children to eat the leftovers of the palace maids and eunuchs, but if they displeased her in any way, she would resort to pricking their arms with needles. Yet when the crown prince returned home, she would immediately switch to a facade of gentleness and compliance." Zhu Yuanzhang's fury reached a boiling point, his eyes blazing as if ready to ignite. He swept his hand violently, sending the teacup on the table crashing to the ground in a shower of shards. "Poisonous woman! How dare she?" His roar echoed in the vast hall, causing the ears of those present to ring painfully. Zhu Biao stood nearby, his face as pale as paper, his lips quivering uncontrollably as he choked out, "Why? Why would she do this? I treated her well. After Sister Chang's death, I even supported her as the crown princess. Why would she repay my kindness with such betrayal?" Zhu Xian, observing Zhu Biao's torment, felt a swell of indignation and scoffed coldly. "What else could it be for? It is merely to see her son Zhu Xiongying ascend to the throne. Coveting our Zhu family's empire, once Zhu Xiongying is crowned, she will become the Empress Dowager, and the El family will soar to prosperity, enjoying wealth and power. Her ambitions are indeed grand. Today, I shall provide 2 chapters. The remaining chapter will be supplemented tomorrow. Thank you for your support." Chapter 13. Why can't you open your eyes and see Yunjing? In the Qinxing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang let out a long breath, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. "You may leave now." Tian Zongxing knelt on one knee, performed a bow, and respectfully stated, "This subordinate takes his leave." He then rose, stepping away with quiet, deliberate movements, his figure soon vanishing into the shadows of the study. Zhu Yuanzhang rubbed his temples, preparing to close his eyes for a moment of rest, when he suddenly heard the sound of soft footsteps approaching. Following that, a sharp voice called from outside the door, "Your Majesty, the crown princess has arrived." Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes snapped open, a glint of sharpness flashing within, and he commanded, "Admit her. I wish to see what this poisonous woman has to say." Elshur entered the Qinxing Palace, suppressing the unease that churned within her heart. Her lotus skirt swayed gently as she gracefully bowed, her voice clear yet tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. "The daughter-in-law pays her respects to your Majesty. May I inquire what matter has summoned me?" In recent days, the Eastern Palace seemed shrouded in an invisible haze. The inexplicable disappearance of palace maids and eunuchs, along with the frequent appearances of mysterious figures, caused Elshur's anxiety to proliferate like wild grass. Zhu Yuanzhang sat firmly in his chair, his dragon eyes wide open, fixating intently on the kneeling Elshur. His voice was low and brimming with fury, each word forced out as if through clenched teeth. "Why have you harmed Xiongying, and why have you targeted our sister?" This furious outburst echoed like thunder in the study. Elshur's previously composed visage turned as pale as death, as if all strength had been sapped from her being, leaving her utterly disoriented. Her lips quivered uncontrollably, and after a lengthy pause, she stammered, I do not comprehend what your majesty speaks of. I have always regarded Xiongying as my own kin and have treated the Empress Mother with utmost filial piety. Still not speaking the truth. The usually gentle and refined Zhu Biao was now entirely consumed by rage. He stepped forward, forcefully flinging the letter left behind by the maid directly at Elshir's face. The letter fluttered to the floor before her, its words piercing her eyes like sharp blades. Trembling, Elshir picked up the letter, her gaze sweeping over its contents, her complexion shifting between hues of green and white. She quickly attempted to refute, "Your Highness, it is a false accusation. She has slandered me. I merely chastised her a few times." As she spoke, she squeezed out a few tears, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "It appears you will not shed tears until you see the coffin." Zhu Xiongying's thunderous roar reverberated through the study, followed by a decisive wave of his hand as he commanded, "Bring Zhu Xiongying forward." Shortly thereafter, Zhu Xiongying's slightly stooped figure appeared at the doorway. His expression was one of alarm, his steps unsteady. As soon as he entered, he collapsed to his knees with a thud, trembling uncontrollably. Before Zhu Xiongying could utter a word of inquiry, he hastily began to divulge. "Your Majesty, please see. It was the Crown Princess who coerced me into this. She promised me the position of chief of the Imperial Medical Bureau. If I succeeded, I lacked the audacity. I was momentarily confused and fell prey to her intimidation and temptation. Imploring your Majesty for mercy." Elshir, who had once harbored a glimmer of hope, now wore an expression of utter disbelief upon hearing this. Once Zhu Xiongying had finished his account, two guards immediately stepped forward. Grasping his arms and dragging him away, as he struggled, he cried out hoarsely, "I am innocent. Your Majesty, I was forced by the Crown Princess." His voice faded into the distance, disappearing down the corridor beyond the study. Zhu Xiongying coldly regarded Elshir, his eyes filled with disdain and resolve. "Now, what do you have to say?" Elshir slowly rose, her movements sluggish and burdensome, each action seemingly laden with years of pent-up grievances. A fleeting, inscrutable smile flickered across her face, laced with endless sarcasm and desolation. "Humph, it is all your doing." Elshir's voice was low and hoarse, as if weathered by the passage of time, each word carrying the weight of long-held resentment. Her thoughts drifted back to her early days in the Eastern Palace. Back then, she was merely a youthful girl filled with beautiful aspirations, determined to establish her footing through diligent effort. Each day before dawn, she would rise, attended by her maid, meticulously preparing herself, fearing even the slightest lapse. She took charge of all affairs within the Eastern Palace, from tedious accounts to intricate social dealings, all in hopes of winning the favor of the Crown Prince and earning the approval of others. However, fate seemed to have played a cruel joke on her from the very beginning. Changshi, the noble and esteemed primary consort, became an insurmountable chasm in Elshir's heart from the moment she stepped into the Eastern Palace. With her prestigious lineage, Changshi entered the palace with great fanfare, basking in the adoration and reverence of all. The Crown Prince's gaze appeared to be enchanted, forever fixated upon Chang-sh, and no matter how hard Elshir endeavored or what sacrifices she made, she remained a mere afterthought in the eyes of the Crown Prince. Even as Elshir toiled to exhaustion for the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince would only cast a fleeting glance before showering all his tenderness and affection upon Changshi. Why should this be? Is it merely because I was brought in through the side door? Elshir's eyes flared with rage, her tear ducts glistening with anger, her voice rising to a near hysterical pitch. "I labor day and night for the Eastern Palace, pouring my heart and soul into it. Yet in your eyes, I am naught but a speck of dust, forever trodden underfoot." She clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. The seeds of hatred were quietly sown within Elshir's heart, taking root and flourishing during countless neglected nights. Finally, on a moonless, tempestuous night, the conspiracy she had meticulously orchestrated bore fruit. As Changshi met her untimely demise in a sudden upheaval, in that instant, the exhilaration within Elshir was but a fleeting moment, swiftly replaced by deeper fear and anxiety. Yet fate seemed to offer her a glimmer of hope. Not long after, she gave birth to Yunwen. With this child, she was finally elevated to the status of Crown Princess. She believed with all her heart that everything would undergo a monumental transformation from that point onward. Those who once looked down upon her would now regard her and Yunwan with newfound respect due to her elevated status. Yet reality dealt her another heavy blow. The prejudices of the masses loomed like an immovable mountain, pressing down upon her and Yunwan. Yunwan, the child she cherished above all else, was exceptionally intelligent and diligent from a young age. He was well-versed and exuded the aura and grace befitting a crown prince. Rising before dawn each day, he immersed himself in his studies, diligently exploring both classical texts and the principles of governance, all in pursuit of recognition and a place of his own within the palace. However, no matter how hard Yunwan tried or how exceptional he became, he remained shackled by the label of a bastard. Simply because he was born of a secondary consort, all his efforts were ruthlessly overlooked and taken for granted. He could never surpass Zhu Xiongying. As Elshur spoke these words, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, her voice choked with emotion and sorrow, nearly shattering. Zhu Xiongying is elevated solely due to his status as the legitimate firstborn. While what of Yunwan? How much effort has he exerted, yet you refuse to see? She pleaded. He, like Zhu Xiongying, is a descendant of the crown prince, your grandson, father emperor. Suddenly, she fell to her knees, her body shaking violently, her hands hanging weakly at her sides as if all strength had been drained from her in that moment. Father emperor, why can you not open your eyes to see Yunwan? He is also your grandson. Yearning for your recognition and affection, Elshur's cries echoed throughout the empty side hall, imbued with boundless sorrow and despair. Chapter 14. The talent we bestow is yours. I in the Qianxing Palace. Elshur, with disheveled hair and in disarray, knelt on the ground, yet like a mad woman. Her eyes glinted with madness and unwillingness as she screamed with all her might, her shrill voice breaking the silence as she pointed an accusatory finger at Zhu Ji. Yes, it is you, Zhu Ji. Why do you meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Saving Empress Ma and Zhu Xiongying. Had it not been for you, our carefully plotted scheme would not have ended in failure, leaving us with such a dire outcome. Elshur's voice grew hoarse with anger and despair, each word painfully extracted, brimming with malice. Zhu Biao stood nearby, his brow tightly furrowed, his eyes reddening. He stepped forward, his voice trembling with a mix of questioning and heartache. Then why must you harm even the Empress Mother? She has treated you well, like a biological daughter. How can you commit such an act of rebellion? Upon hearing this, Elshur erupted in laughter, as if she had heard the most absurd joke, her laughter echoing eerily within the vastness of the Qianxing Palace. Once her mirth subsided, she fixated her gaze on Zhu Biao, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Of course, Empress Ma treated me well, but what of it? As long as she lives, when Yunwan ascends the throne, she will forever loom above me in the inner palace. I refuse to live my life in her shadow. She must die. Zhu Yuanzhang, seated nearby, felt a pang of guilt wash over him at the mere mention of Zhu Yunwan, his mind conjuring the image of the child's innocent and pure face. Zhu Ji observed it all, stepping forward, his gaze darting between Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao, raising his voice. Old Zhu, elder brother, do not let her mislead you. The talents bestowed upon her are hers, and those not given cannot be taken. The voice of Zhu Yan reverberated throughout the expansive Qianxing Palace. Imbued with a sense of power and conviction, he abruptly turned around, his eyes blazing like torches, fixed intently on the kneeling Lu Shi, his face etched with fury. Look at yourself now. Do you still remember how your elder brother treated you? He supported you in becoming the crown princess. A privilege of great favor. Like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, you ascended to heights of glory, and the Lu family basked in the splendor and wealth that followed. Zhu Yan's voice grew increasingly impassioned, echoing in the halls of Qianxing Palace. You resided in the Eastern Palace, free from concerns about food and clothing, merely tending to trifles of court life. Such a comfortable existence is a luxury that many long for. Step outside and observe the streets of Yingtian Prefecture, where vendors rise before dawn, braving wind and rain, toiling for mere scraps of silver, struggling just to make ends meet. As he spoke, his emotions surged, his finger pointing towards the palace gates. But you, born into a prestigious family, accustomed to a life of ease, discussing the hardships of the common folk with you is akin to playing a lute to a cow. Everything you do is driven by insatiable ambition, chasing after that lofty, ethereal power. I must ask you, how high must one ascend to be considered great? How much wealth is sufficient? Zhu Yin glared fiercely. Looking down at Lu Shi, his eyes filled with inquiry. Zhu Xiongying, having listened to Zhu Yan's words, slowly rose, the hem of his robe swaying slightly with emotion, the majesty of the emperor emanating effortlessly. The second son speaks true. His voice was deep, carrying the weight of years. The blessings of rain and dew are the emperor's grace. What we grant you is yours, and what we withhold, you cannot seize. Zhu Biao, observing the chaos and ugliness before him, was filled with helplessness and sorrow. He shook his head slowly, releasing a faint sigh. Zhu Yuanzhang turned to Zhu Biao, his gaze imbued with trust and expectation, and spoke solemnly, "Biao, this matter shall be entrusted to you." Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao straightened his back, his voice steady and resolute. "As you command, father." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Biao turned to the assembled crowd and declared loudly, "Bring forth 3 feet of white silk for the crown princess." His words rang with undeniable firmness. Lu Shi, upon hearing this, crawled forward several steps, collapsing heavily to the ground once more, her eyes brimming with despair and pleading. "Your Highness, father, I confess my sins, but Yun Jian is innocent. This scheme was entirely my doing, and he had no knowledge of it. I beseech you to grant Yun Jian a chance at life." With that, she repeatedly knocked her forehead against the ground, producing a dull thud. Zhu Yuanzhang regarded Lu Shi's pitiful state, his expression slightly shifting, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure and spoke slowly. "Yun Jian is also my grandson. I promise you, he shall be granted a path to life." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Lu Shi's face, her voice choked with sobs. "Thank you, father. Thank you, Crown Prince. I shall take my leave." As her words fell, 2 young eunuchs stepped forward, one on each side, lifting Lu Shi and dragging her away. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice thundered, "Mao Chang!" The sound erupted within Qianqing Palace, imbued with an imperious authority. In an instant, Mao Chang rushed in with haste, his form agile, kneeling on one knee, his head bowed slightly as he awaited Zhu Yuanzhang's command. "You know what to do with all the informed eunuchs and palace maids." Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was icy, devoid of any warmth. Mao Chang, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will ensure a thorough cleansing." With that, he swiftly rose, his movements crisp and decisive, and hastened out, his hurried silhouette quickly vanishing at the palace entrance. Zhu Yuanzhang, with steady yet slightly weary steps, approached Zhu Biao, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. That he raised a hand, gently patting Zhu Biao's shoulder, his broad palm offering a hint of solace. "Biao, this is not your fault. Blame her for her overwhelming ambition, clouded by desire." Zhu Biao nodded slightly, striving to calm the tumult within, his voice slightly hoarse. "I understand, father, yet my heart feels heavy." He inhaled deeply, as if attempting to swallow all his pain and resentment. "In the future, take good care of Xiongying and Yuntong." Zhu Yuanzhang gazed into the distance, as if envisioning the growth of the 2 children ahead. They are still young and require the guidance of a father. "Father, I am well," Zhu Biao replied resolutely, the light of responsibility rekindling in his eyes. "I will ensure to educate them well, not to disappoint you." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. After a brief pause, he continued, "As for Yun Jian, he remains a member of the Zhu family. Let him return to Fengyang to guard the tomb, as a form of reflection, a life free from the intrigues of the court, living as a wealthy gentleman without worries." Zhu Biao responded with utmost respect. "I shall comply with your wishes, father." Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes seemed to blaze with fire as he gritted his teeth and said, "And the Lu family. Each one of them harbors treachery. Without the Lu family's clandestine support, could Lu Shi's vile schemes have been executed so smoothly? Humph, we shall ensure they taste the bitterness of annihilation." Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao felt a tightening in his chest, hastily stepping forward, his face a mixture of earnestness and urgency as he advised, "Father, I believe this matter requires caution. Although the crown princess has committed a grave error, not all of the Liu family may be complicit. In my view, let us merely punish the three clans, while others involved should be exiled to Lingnan." Zhu Xiongying, after a moment of contemplation, slowly replied, "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest." Zhu Yin stood aside. Taking in the entire scene, he nodded inwardly, a swell of emotions rising within him. Indeed, while many speak of elder brother's benevolence, it appears to be merely the facade that old Zhu has carefully crafted. Consider the four major cases of Hongwu. Elder brother personally dealt with three, resulting in a torrent of severed heads and rivers of blood. How could he truly be a man of mercy? Elder brother is but a black sesame dumpling. Chapter 15. A court session unfit for dogs. Zhu Xiongying then addressed Zhu Yin. "Second son, share with us your method of producing fine salt." Upon hearing his father's words, Zhu Yin promptly replied, "It has been prepared for some time." With that, he produced a neatly folded sheet of paper from his bosom and handed it to Wang Jinghong, who stepped forward eagerly, accepting it with both hands, his demeanor grave as he carefully placed it in his own bosom, as though it were a rare treasure. Just then, a eunuch's sharp voice could be heard from outside the hall. The prince's request an audience. Zhu Xiongying maintained his composure and declared loudly, "Admit them." In the blink of an eye, a throng of princes filed in, kneeling in unison as they greeted, "We pay our respects to father and elder brother." A rare smile graced Zhu Xiongying's face as he warmly replied, "Rise, for your mother is busy in the imperial kitchen. Let us gather together this evening." Upon hearing this, the princes displayed expressions of delight, collectively thanking, "Thank you, father." Zhu Jian could hardly contain his excitement, rubbing his hands together as he exclaimed, "Is mother well? I have missed her culinary skills." Nearby, Zhu Wan turned his gaze towards Zhu Yin, inquisitively asking, "When did you arrive, second brother?" Zhu Yin smiled faintly and responded, "I have been here for several days." The conversation continued. Zhu Xiongying cleared his throat, his expression turning serious as he stated, "Do not rush to depart. All of you must attend the court session tomorrow. I have important matters to announce." The princes, upon hearing this, solemnly acknowledged the command. Gradually, the tense atmosphere dissipated as the princes engaged in light banter. Zhu Jian pulled Zhu Wan aside to recount amusing tales from their fief, while Zhu Quan leaned close to Zhu Di, quietly inquiring about the customs beyond the northern borders, within Qianxing Palace. Laughter and joy filled the air among the brothers. Night fell, and the palace was aglow with lanterns, the warm ambience enveloping every corner. The princes and princesses gathered together, laughter and cheerful conversation rising and falling. At that moment, Empress Ma, clad in dignified attire, accompanied by a host of palace maidens, gracefully entered to serve the meal. The trays held a splendid array of delicacies, meticulously prepared, and were arranged on the table in succession. Before long, the table was a veritable feast, with my Empress's signature dish, roasted goose, occupying the centerpiece. Seeing this, the princes and princesses rose in unison, bowing deeply as they proclaimed, "We pay our respects to Mother." Wishing her health and longevity, Empress Ma beamed with maternal warmth, gesturing for them to sit. "Please, enjoy your meal. It is rare for our family to gather like this, so do not be so formal." The atmosphere within the palace grew ever more lively. The soft candlelight illuminated the joyous faces of those gathered one by one. The princes raised their cups, standing respectfully to toast to Empress Ma and Zhu Xiongying. "Father, mother, I raise my glass to you, wishing for your health and longevity, and may the Ming Dynasty endure." Zhu Xiongying and Empress Ma exchanged smiles and nodded in agreement, readily accepting the situation as the banquet approached its conclusion. The guests, having indulged in food and drink, were enveloped in a joyful atmosphere. Zhu Xiongying gradually rose, his expression shifting to one of solemnity, and the hall fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated upon him. "I must announce something." Zhu Xiongying's voice resonated steadily and powerfully, echoing through the tranquil palace. "From now on, the princes shall no longer need to return to their fiefs." Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions betraying their confusion. Zhu Yuanzhang then gravely elaborated on the numerous dangers posed by the princely system. Thus, in accordance with the suggestion of the second brother, we shall establish the Ming royal group, allowing the second brother to take charge, with each prince contributing funds to enjoy the dividends. The moment these words left his lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly that moment. Zhu Jian, already somewhat inebriated, staggered to his feet and exclaimed loudly, "Will the second brother make a profit? Wasn't he always so lazy before? Who in the capital doesn't know his infamous reputation? He was more detested than a dog in his youth. Let me handle it instead." Observing this, Zhu Biao immediately stood up, his demeanor earnest as he stated, "I have faith in my second brother. My expenditures in the Eastern Palace are substantial, and I cannot compete with my brothers. I shall invest 400,000 taels." His voice was resolute and commanding, and upon hearing his declaration, the entire assembly was taken aback, the princes and princesses murmuring in disbelief at Zhu Biao's unexpected support for Zhu Xiong. Zhu Di then rose as well, his expression calm, declaring, "I shall invest 600,000 taels for my second brother. This is all my fortune." Zhu Jian, looking utterly perplexed, swayed over to Zhu Di and mumbled, "I can understand the elder brother's affection for his younger sibling. But what is your reasoning, fourth brother?" Zhu Di merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. "Very well, it is settled. Biao, summon the second brother to attend the morning court tomorrow." Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand decisively, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Yes, father, I will certainly call for the second brother to attend the morning court," Zhu Biao replied promptly, though internally he lamented, a bitter smile crossing his face. He understood Zhu Xiong all too well, having grown accustomed to idleness. Rousing him for the morning court would be akin to demanding his life. Zhu Biao realized that he would have much to do the following morning. Devising a strategy to drag the slothful fellow from his bed, not blame me for the warning. Should you doubt the second brother, do not be envious when he earns his fortune. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a glance at the gathered princes, half in jest, half in admonition. The princes, however, paid little heed to his words, assuming Zhu Yuanzhang was merely encouraging Zhu Xiong, and thus responded in unison. "We won't, father." Observing this, Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to exit alongside Empress Ma. Outside, in the garden, Zhu Xiong was joyfully leading Zhu Xiongying and a group of young children in play. He remained blissfully unaware that he had been so clearly arranged by his father. As dawn broke, in the royal quarters of the Qin Wangfu, Zhu Xiong tightly embraced Guanyin Nu, sleeping soundly, occasionally smacking his lips and emitting rhythmic snores. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, disrupting the tranquility. Steward Lu Bo hastily arrived at the door, rapping lightly and announcing loudly, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived." Guanyin Nu was startled awake by the unexpected announcement, her drowsy eyes widening in alarm. Immediately, she pushed Zhu Xiong gently, her tone urgent. "Your Highness, wake up, the Crown Prince is here." Still lost in his dreams, Zhu Xiong grumbled indistinctly, "Nonsense, isn't the elder brother going to morning court? How could he come to the Qin Wangfu?" With that, he turned over, pulling the blankets up, and resumed his deep slumber. Guanyin Nu, seeing her efforts in vain, sighed helplessly. She tossed aside the covers, padded barefoot to the bedside, and swiftly donned her clothes. After a brief wash, she hurriedly tidied her hair before swiftly exiting the quarters to pay her respects to Zhu Biao. Upon entering the main hall, she found Zhu Biao adorned in splendid garments. Seated with a cup of steaming tea, gently blowing on it to cool it down, "I pay my respects to the Crown Prince." Upon seeing Guanyin Nu enter, Zhu Biao nodded slightly, a warm smile gracing his face. No need for such formalities. Guanyin Nu she bowed respectfully, replying, "Thank you, Crown Prince." Zhu Biao set down his teacup and inquired, "Father sent me to summon the second brother for morning court. Where is he?" A hint of embarrassment flickered across Guanyin Nu's face as she hesitated before responding. Your Highness is still asleep." Zhu Biao shook his head in resignation, his expression one of inevitable understanding, and he sighed, "Very well, I shall go waken myself." Rising, he hastened toward Zhu Xiong's quarters. Entering the chamber, Zhu Biao approached the bed, gazing at the slumbering Zhu Xiong, and gently shook his shoulder. Second brother, awaken. Stirred from his dreams, Zhu Xiong mumbled drowsily. I hear the elder brother's voice. Isn't he in the Eastern Palace? I must not have rested well. With that, he burrowed further into his blankets. Zhu Biao, increasing his efforts, raised his voice. Second brother, it is I. Father has sent me to summon you for morning court. What? Morning court? Zhu Xiong sprang up as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with disbelief. Father is merciless. Even a donkey in the production team wouldn't be worked so hard. As he spoke, he attempted to crawl back under the covers. Zhu Biao, quick on the uptake, seized him and insisted urgently. Second brother, this is Father's decree. We cannot disobey. You must get up. Zhu Xiong, however, remained obstinate. I won't go. I won't go. Faced with no other option, Zhu Biao exerted all his strength to forcibly drag Zhu Xiong from the bed. Then he called out to the attendants outside. Come, assist the Qin in dressing. Several maidservants promptly entered at the call, scrambling to help the half-awake Zhu Xiong don his clothes. Chapter 16. If we can strike it down, we can certainly sit upon it. In the hall of heavenly mandate, Zhu Xiong continued to lean unceremoniously against Zhu Biao, his head nodding slightly as he emitted soft snores, prompting some officials to cast furtive glances. Zhu Xiongying sat regally upon the high dragon throne, his gaze sweeping over the assembled ministers, and with a cheerful tone, he addressed them, esteemed ministers, regarding the princely system discussed a few days ago, which pertains to the stability of our great Ming Dynasty. Has any of you devised a solution? Upon hearing this, the ministers straightened themselves. Some furrowed their brows in contemplation, others whispered among themselves, while some appeared troubled, seemingly at a loss for ideas. Zhu Xiongying's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a furrowed brow, as he raised his voice to interrupt the discussions. Enough, since you choose not to speak. I shall. His voice boomed like thunder through the hall of heavenly mandate, shaking the very air, and silence fell instantly, all present holding their breath, not daring to utter a sound. And I decree that the princes shall no longer need to return to their fiefs without cause. Zhu Xiongying stated slowly, each word imbued with an undeniable authority. Only the first prince may receive an annual salary. Subsequent generations may inherit the title, but shall possess no additional privileges. Furthermore, we shall establish the Ming royal group, allowing the princes to invest and share in the profits. Wang Jinghong, present those two items for the ministers to examine. Zhu Xiongying turned to Wang Jinghong beside him, giving his command. Wang Jinghong immediately complied, carefully carrying a tray adorned with the fine salt and glass beads gifted by Zhu Xiong, steadily descending the steps to present them to the ministers. Li Shanshang, a prominent minister, gently pinched a bit of salt between his fingers. Tasting it with disbelief, it's salt. Real salt. He exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. How could such exquisite fine salt exist, devoid of any bitterness? He then glanced at the glass beads, marveling. And these glass beads, how can they be so beautiful? Upon hearing Li Shanshang's words, the other ministers surged forward like a tidal wave. Some mimicked Li Shanshang, cautiously tasting the fine salt, their faces lighting up with expressions of wonder. Others were captivated by the glass beads, eagerly handling them with fascination and delight. Enough! Zhu Xiongying's command resonated throughout the hall. Wang Jinghong, upon hearing this, respectfully reclaimed the fine salt and glass beads, carefully retreating back to Zhu Xiongying's side. Let me inform you that these two items were crafted by the Qin. Zhu Xiongying's voice rang out once more, laced with pride. The salt has been nationalized and is now named Hongwu salt. He paused, surveying the ministers, before continuing, aside from salt and iron weapons, the Ming royal group shall be permitted to manufacture and sell a variety of goods. Upon the utterance of these words, the ministers were momentarily taken aback, their gazes swiftly shifting towards the still slumbering Zhu Xiong. Their eyes brimmed with astonishment and confusion, unable to fathom how the seemingly indolent and unassuming Zhu Xiong possessed such extraordinary capabilities. At that moment, a censor clad in crimson robes stepped forward with resolute strides. He bent his knees and knelt heavily upon the ground, raising his clasped hands above his head, his forehead nearly touching the floor, and fervently proclaimed, "Your Majesty, this is a matter of competing with the people for profit. Your Majesty, the censors continued, lifting his gaze filled with concern. Consider the implications. Should the great Ming royal group be established? With the princes investing, would it not result in the royal monopoly over the majority of commerce in the realm? The livelihoods upon which the common folk depend would be seized by the crown. How then shall they survive? He paused momentarily, clearing his throat before continuing. If this continues, the people shall find no solace, and resentment will inevitably brew. Throughout history, which court has ever prospered when it sought to profit at the expense of the populace? Your Majesty, you founded the great Ming with such wisdom and martial prowess, earning the admiration of the masses. Yet, should you pursue this policy, you risk being condemned by posterity as a sovereign who led his nation to ruin. This course of action is indeed a path to destruction. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Observing this, the other censors and scholars, as if preordained, rose in unison. They knelt in an orderly fashion, hands clasped, and collectively implored, "We second the censor's proposal. We beseech your Majesty to reflect upon this matter." Zhu Xiongying, already incensed by the censor's words, was further infuriated by the sight of this assembly of kneeling officials opposing him. He slammed his hand upon the armrest of the dragon throne and sprang to his feet, his eyes wide open and radiating a piercing glare as he bellowed, "What nonsense is this? You lot, who cannot even muster a word in days, now criticize me for having devised a plan. When the king of Qin warned of the dangers of the princely policy, each of you fell silent. Now that I propose a method of checks and balances, you leap forth to declare it a path to ruin." The atmosphere within the Hall of Heavenly Mandate grew tense as the officials, undeterred by Zhu Xiongying's wrath, defiantly declared, "Your Majesty, we implore you to choose your words with care. This policy truly threatens the stability of the realm." A cold smirk crept across Zhu Xiongying's face, his eyes glinting with cold light. "Humph. The true threat to the realm lies with you, a pack of antiquated and corrupt scholars. Speaking of threats to the state, could it be that this policy encroaches upon your vested interests? Shall I summon the Jinyui to investigate whether your hands are clean?" He stepped forward, his dragon robe billowing, exuding an aura that instilled fear. "Regardless of your protests, as emperor, my intentions are merely to secure a stable future for my descendants. If any among you dares to obstruct me, let them try and see if I cannot sever their grasp." With a resounding clap upon the armrest, the sound echoed, startling all present, "I assure you, I have the strength to conquer and maintain this realm. Those who impede me shall be executed." With these words, the hall fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. The officials, kneeling, trembled slightly, fear seeping into their hearts. Zhu Xiang awoke slowly amidst Yunzhang's thunderous outburst, and upon rubbing his eyes, he beheld the scene of ministers kneeling in council, that he shook his head to clear his mind. A mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips as he regarded the officials, disdainfully exhaling through his nostrils. What a bunch of sycophants! Observing the tense atmosphere, Zhu Biao hastily stepped forward to play the peacemaker. "Father, please temper your anger. The ministers are merely considering the stability of the realm. This new policy has come as a shock. They may not have had time to comprehend it fully, that I beseech you, Father, to forgive them this once." As he spoke, he subtly gestured to the kneeling officials, urging them to yield. The officials, understanding his intent, though still apprehensive, stammered, "What His Highness the Crown Prince states is indeed true. We loyal ministers have only the welfare of the great Ming in mind. That we were merely too hasty in our reactions, and we hope for your Majesty's forgiveness." With bowed heads and tremulous voices, beads of sweat trickled down their cheeks. "Humph. Dismissed." Zhu Yuanzhang grunted heavily, shaking his sleeves as he strode out of the Hall of Heavenly Mandate. The ministers, witnessing his departure, collectively exhaled in relief. Once Zhu Yunzhang's figure had vanished beyond the hall's threshold, Wang Jinghong approached Zhu Biao and Zhu Xiang with quickened steps, slightly bowing in respect. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the King of Qin, His Majesty summons you to the imperial study for a discussion." Zhu Biao, with a gentle demeanor, responded, "Thank you, esteemed eunuch, my brother, and I shall arrive shortly." Wang Jinghong promptly returned the gesture, his face alight with a smile, replying, "Certainly, Your Highness, you are too kind. Please do not keep His Majesty waiting." I shall take my leave. Chapter 17. The Great Ming Royal Auction. As Zhu Biao and Zhu Xiong stepped through the doors of the imperial study, a cacophony of sounds erupted, punctuated by Zhu Yuanzhang's furious roar. I am exasperated with this antiquated and corrupt bunch of scholars. The thunderous echo of his outburst reverberated through the study, causing the bronze rings on the door to tremble. Zhu Yuanzhang's face was a mask of fury, his beard bristling, the sleeves of his dragon robe flailing wildly. The floor strewn with shredded memorials, a scene of chaos. Zhu Xiong strode forward, bending down to hastily snatch up a memorial from the dragon desk. Glancing over it with growing disdain, he lifted his gaze to Zhu Yuanzhang, casually remarking, "Old Zhu, your temper is still too mild. Look at this one from the Deputy Minister of Justice, Ru Taisu. Such trivial matters could be conveyed in a few words, yet he rambles on endlessly. He starts by asking if you've dined today and how your health is, thinking that would lead to the point, only to ramble on about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. One might as well ask why he doesn't start with the creation of humanity by Nuwa." Zhu Yuanzhang snatched the memorial from him, glaring fiercely, and then grunted heavily. "You mention this, and it vexes me. I may not have read much in my youth due to poverty, but once I became emperor, I dedicated every available moment to study, even at the expense of my rest, just to comprehend these memorials and not be looked down upon by those pedantic scholars. Yet, these corrupt scholars, they grow increasingly outrageous. Not only do they waste words, but they also feel compelled to flaunt their knowledge, citing obscure references as if that alone proves their worth." He paced fervently within the room, the edges of his robe creating a gust of wind that rustled the scattered memorials. "What am I? An emperor or a scholar preparing for the imperial examination? Today, I merely sought to secure a path for my descendants. Yet this antiquated and corrupt bunch dares to openly oppose me in court." Zhang's eyes reddened, veins bulging on his forehead, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Zhu Xiong, with a sweeping motion of his hand, retorted fiercely, "I say, these ill-informed pretenders who consider themselves superior while lacking any true talent ought to be eradicated. Keeping them around only allows them to prattle endlessly in court, spouting useless drivel." Zhu Biao, standing nearby, felt a pang of alarm at this statement, his face instantly clouding with anxiety and concern. He instinctively looked to Zhu Yuanzhang, wishing to interject, but before he could utter a word, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression softened slightly, a rare glimmer of agreement flashing in his eyes as he nodded emphatically. "Indeed. The second son speaks to my sentiments. These people, emboldened by their scant learning, dare to challenge me. It is high time they're put in their place." Zhu Biao, frantic and desperate, quickly interjected, "Father, please do not. Scholars hold a revered position among the people. If you act rashly, it could incite turmoil across the realm and destabilize public sentiment. Moreover, there are indeed loyal and capable scholars within the court. We cannot condemn them all. You are too lenient, Biao." Zhu Yuanzhang's brows knitted tightly, his tone laced with frustration. "When dealing with these ignorant fools, we must employ decisive measures. Many of the elder officials are aging and in need of support. Father," Zhu Biao urged earnestly, "if we unleash a massacre now, the court will be rife with fear, and governance will descend into chaos. We must seek out and embrace talented individuals, ensuring a smooth transition." Zhu Xiong, growing weary of this unresolved debate, interjected, "By the way, old Zhu, why did you hastily drag me from my warm bed for the morning court and summon us both to the imperial study? Is it not about the great Ming royal group?" Zhu Yuanzhang's expression turned grave, seated firmly upon the dragon throne, his eyes exuding an undeniable authority. "This matter was your suggestion, whether for your brothers or for the great Ming. You must take responsibility for it. This time," Zhu Xiong did not demur, a smile breaking upon his face as he replied, "Very well. However, I require a somewhat larger venue, for I intend to host a grand royal auction, showcasing the results to my brothers so that they may consider investing." Zhu Biao promptly interjected, "That is no issue. I shall have someone deliver the land deed to your residence shortly." "That sounds splendid," Zhu Yang replied with satisfaction, nodding his head. "Regardless of the circumstances, both Biao and I place our unconditional trust in you." Zhu Xiongying waved his hand grandly, his tone both bold and resolute. Second brother. Pursue your endeavors without hesitation. Zhu Biao wore a gentle smile, his gaze reflecting the encouragement and support of his elder brother. Very well. Then watch closely as I return to prepare. With that, Zhu Yang hastily exited. Upon returning to the Qin Wang residence, Zhu Yang raised his voice, urgently summoning Guanyin Nu with an air of undeniable determination. Min, gather a few people to deliver face masks and lipsticks to the Empress. Each concubine shall receive a set. Although Guanyin Nu felt puzzled, she refrained from questioning further, responding promptly, "Understood, Your Highness," before hastily leading several individuals to the storeroom. Once this matter was arranged, Zhu Yang did not pause for breath. Calling out with raised volume, "Yuan Tiangang, Your Highness." Yuan Tiangang responded, kneeling swiftly and with precision. "Summon the celestial benefactor, Shi Yao, to see me." Zhu Yang spoke succinctly, a glimmer of strategic brilliance in his eyes. Yes, Yuan Tiangang accepted the command and departed. In but a moment, a woman clad in a purple gauze gown gracefully approached. Her figure was enchanting, each step imbued with a sensuous allure. As Shi Yao reached Zhu Yang, she slightly curtsied and softly greeted, "I pay my respects to Your Highness." "No need for formalities," Zhu Yang continued. "I have a task for you. Please change into these." As he spoke, he produced a meticulously tailored qipao and a pair of high-heeled shoes from that mysterious space. Handing them to Shi Yao, Shi Yao hesitated briefly, curiosity flickering in her eyes, yet she respectfully accepted the garments and proceeded to the guest room. Shortly thereafter, Shi Yao emerged, walking with an elegant grace, and Zhu Yang's eyes brightened instantaneously, exclaiming, "Yes, precisely this sensation." His face radiated excitement as he paced. "Select 20 maids from the residence. I shall provide their attire and footwear." And no sooner had he finished speaking than Zhu Yang turned to that enigmatic space. And in the blink of an eye, 20 sets of slightly less exquisite but still refined qipaos and high-heeled shoes appear before him, each neatly arranged, the heels glimmering under the sunlight. Shi Yao swiftly stepped forward to receive them, cradling them securely in her arms. Following this, Zhu Yang presented her with a manual titled Auction Procedure Training Handbook, his expression serious, locking his gaze on Shi Yao. "Take these women and train them according to the contents of this manual. Every detail must be meticulously attended to. Their movements, speech, and procedures must be second nature." Shi Yao solemnly accepted the items, bowing slightly. "Your Highness, rest assured, I shall exert my utmost efforts." With that, she departed, clutching the garments and the handbook. Chapter 18. The auction begins in the city of Yingtian. Over the past few days, discussions among the affluent and the nobility have been fervently centered around a singular topic. Have you heard? His Highness the Qin Wang will be hosting a royal auction in 3 days, and it is said that the treasures within are beyond count. A wealthy merchant, clad in a satin long gown, set down his teacup, speaking with an air of mystery that drew the attention of those around him. "Who have been invited?" inquired a middle-aged man at the neighboring table, adorned in a scholar's cap, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "It is said that merchants and nobility from all corners of the realm have been summoned, and even monks and Taoists have received invitations." The merchant deliberately lowered his voice, ensuring that those nearby could still hear. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur among themselves, their astonishment resonating as anticipation for the auction grew. Meanwhile, within the residences of various ministers, the ladies gathered, their conversations diverging completely from those of the men. Seated together, delicately crafted tea delicacies lay before them, yet they were too engrossed to indulge. "I have noticed that the Empress and the various consorts have been using those so-called face masks, and their skin has become remarkably smooth and delicate," spoke the wife of a minister, her eyes sparkling with envy. "Indeed, indeed. And the lipsticks, they come in multiple flavors," another lady chimed in, her tone tinged with eagerness. "I hear that these will be auctioned at the royal event. We must find a way to secure a set." Upon this declaration, the women nodded in agreement, already plotting their strategies for bidding. 3 days later, as dawn broke, a particularly grand establishment in Yingtian City sparkled under the morning sun, emblazoned with the 5 gilded characters announcing the royal auction. reminiscent of 5 golden dragons, fierce and dazzling. At the entrance of the auction, a row of welcoming young ladies clad in kipeos and high-heeled shoes stood poised. As guests began to arrive in succession. They bowed in unison, proclaiming, "Welcome to the royal auction." The subtle glimpses of their ample décolletage captured the rapt attention of many male patrons. The auction's regulations were notably stringent. Individuals were required to verify their assets, with a minimum threshold of 500,000 taels of silver to gain entry. And the use of Hongwu banknotes was strictly prohibited. Although the wealthy merchants were taken aback by such stringent conditions, the prospect of witnessing the extraordinary treasures ahead compelled them to summon their servants to fetch the requisite silver without hesitation. Once verification concluded, the crowd surged eagerly into the venue. Upon entering the auction hall, one would observe rows of tables and chairs arranged with precision at the center. A colossal stage rose majestically, adorned with a red carpet and surrounded by resplendent pearls that refracted a dreamlike glow under the lights. The second floor was exclusively designated for the esteemed nobility, featuring lavishly decorated private boxes, draped in exquisite fabrics, with furnishings crafted from premium hardwood, exuding an air of opulence. Such a spectacle incited hushed whispers among the attendees, who exchanged thoughts on the magnitude of the event. The Qin Wang's expenditure for this event is indeed substantial. "I wonder what rare treasures will be unveiled," remarked an elderly man with graying whiskers, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Indeed, the sheer scale of this event speaks volumes of its significance. A nearby young gentleman concurred, his gaze brimming with excitement. As discussions heated up, Zhu Xiongying arrived at the Tianzi box, accompanied by numerous royal relatives, moving with measured steps. That moment, Shi Yao, clad in a resplendent qipao, ascended the stage with feline grace. The slit of her gown revealed glimpses of her fair skin, and as she cleared her throat, her melodious voice echoed through the ingeniously arranged sound system, instantly silencing the enthusiastic exchanges below. "Esteemed guests, welcome to the royal auction. I hereby declare the inaugural royal auction officially commenced." Shi Yao's voice was enchanting, each word crystal clear to the audience. "Now, let us present the first auction item, Kiss of Flames." Shi Yao gently raised her hand, and the maidens nearby approached with exquisite trays bearing the Kiss of Flames set. This collection included lipstick, face masks, and foundation, with only 30 sets available, starting at 50,000 taels and requiring a minimum increment of 20,000 taels for each as soon as the announcement concluded. The ladies below erupted with excitement. The prospect of acquiring beauty products akin to those of the palace's consorts ignited a fervent desire in their eyes. Even the typically composed and dignified noble women could hardly maintain their decorum, eagerly raising their paddles to bid. The men, initially indifferent, found themselves helplessly drawn into the fray as their wives coaxed them into participating in the fierce bidding war. "I bid 70,000 taels," declared a lady in lavish attire, her eyes filled with determination. "90,000 taels," another youthful noblewoman countered, swiftly raising her bid. The bidding intensified, the atmosphere electrifying as the price soared for the Kiss of Flames set, ultimately concluding at approximately 100,000 taels per set. The hall buzzed with excitement, some rejoicing over their successful bids, while others lamented missed opportunities. Shi Yao gently remarked, "For those who did not win, do not despair. The Ming Royal Group shall soon establish a cosmetic shop within the city of Yingtian, though without sets. Lipsticks and face masks will only be sold individually." Upon hearing this, the mood of the disappointed ladies lightened somewhat. Meanwhile, within the Tianzi box, Zhu Xiongying maintained a calm demeanor, remaining silent, his eyes slightly narrowed as he surveyed the scene below, seemingly deep in thought. Zhu Biao could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "This money is remarkably easy to earn." Zhu Yang's lips curved into a confident smile as he responded, "This is merely an appetizer." Shi Yao glided forward, holding aloft a small, exquisite item, her voice ringing clear. "The next item is a lighter." With deft fingers, she expertly manipulated the lighter, producing a quick spark that flared joyfully into the air. The crowd below gasped in disbelief, followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations and applause. In this era, where fire was ignited by flint and matches, the ease with which this small lighter produced flames was truly unprecedented. Only 50 units of the lighter were available, starting at 1,000 taels. With subsequent bids requiring increments of no less than 200 taels, soon as Shi Yao's voice fell, the audience erupted into a frenzy. 1,200 taels, exclaimed a wealthy merchant clad in a brocade robe, his eyes brimming with desire for this novel item. 1,400 taels, chimed in a young gentleman nearby, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly raising the bid, envisioning the prestige he would gain among his peers if he could acquire this rare treasure. 1,800 taels, an elderly gentleman of apparent distinction remarked, stroking his beard with a calm demeanor, as if he were determined to secure the prize. The bidding escalated, the atmosphere electric with excitement. In a mere moment, all 50 lighters were snatched up in a frenzy. Chapter 19. The auction concludes. The atmosphere at the auction was vibrant, with an array of peculiar trinkets continuously presented on the auction block, each inciting fierce competition among the crowd. As item after item was sold, the event gradually approached its finale. Shi Yao, her figure graceful, ascended the stage once more, instantly captivating the attention of all present. She surveyed the audience with a mysterious smile and spoke in a melodious tone. Now, we invite you to witness the final item of this auction, the Paisida RSI stance. And no sooner had she spoken than 3 elegantly poised maidens stepped lightly onto the stage, each bearing a tray covered with a vivid red cloth that fluttered gently in the breeze, adding an air of mystery. Shi Yao gracefully approached one of the trays, her fingers delicately pinching a corner of the red cloth. She paused momentarily, intensifying the palpable tension in the room. Just as the audience's patience began to wane, she yanked the cloth away, and a statue of the Buddha, entirely crafted from exquisite glass, was revealed before their eyes. The glass was pristine, akin to a crystal-clear spring. The Buddha's visage benevolent, his eyes gently closed, a subtle smile gracing his lips as if he were overseeing all beings and bestowing blessings upon them. The monks present, their previously serene expressions now replaced with astonishment, were visibly shaken. An elderly monk with graying whiskers felt his prayer beads slip from his grasp, his hands pressed together in reverence. Lips quivering as he recited prayers, eyes filled with awe and devotion, as if the statue had transformed into a true manifestation of the Buddha. The merchants, who typically professed their devotion to Buddhism, gazed wide-eyed, their expressions ablaze with fervor, envisioning the statue gracing their opulent altars at home. The starting bid was set at 2 million taels of silver, with increments of no less than 500. 000 taels. Shi Yao's voice echoed through the hall. The atmosphere erupted once more. Those fervently devoted monks, who usually exuded an air of transcendence, could no longer contain their inner fervor, eagerly placing bids. The wealthy merchants were equally relentless, eager to bring this extraordinary statue back to their residences, not only to flaunt their wealth, but also to invoke blessings for prosperous endeavors. 2.5 million taels, shouted a robust salt merchant, his voice booming, his jowls quivering in excitement. 3 million taels, an elderly monk proclaimed, hands clasped in prayer, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable determination. The price skyrocketed, soon reaching an astronomical 5 million taels. Many merchants paled at this figure, shaking their heads in dismay and choosing to withdraw. The monks, witnessing this, wore expressions of assured triumph, as if the statue were already theirs. Just then, a jarring voice shattered the brief tranquility. 5 million taels. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged Taoist priest clad in a Taoist robe, nonchalantly raising his bidding paddle, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. The monks glared at him, their eyes ablaze with fury, as if they could scorch him with their gaze. The leading monk, his beard trembling with indignation, stepped forward to interrogate. What do you Taoists worship the 3 pure ones for? What business do you have buying a Buddha statue? In his view, the Taoist was merely there to sow discord. Unperturbed, the Taoist leisurely scratched his nose, his flippant demeanor further inciting the monk's wrath. He shouted, "Can't I take it home to guard my door?" This remark sent ripples of laughter through the crowd, while the monks turned a deep shade of crimson with indignation, feeling utterly powerless. 6,000,000 taels. The leading monk ground his teeth, raising his bid, unable to swallow his pride, determined not to let this statue fall into the hands of the Taoist. 6.5 million taels. The Taoist raised his paddle again without so much as a glance, seemingly indifferent to the silver, solely intent on vexing the monks. Ultimately, the glass Buddha statue was secured by the gritting teeth of the monk for a staggering 8.5 million taels, while the Taoist wore a disgruntled expression, muttering under his breath. Before the crowd could collect themselves, Zhu Yao gracefully moved to the next tray, her delicate hand lifting the red cloth to reveal another equally exquisite glass statue of Laozi. This statue depicted an elderly figure with flowing white hair and a gentle countenance, dressed in loose Taoist robes, holding a whisk that seemed to float, as if he were gazing down upon the mortal realm, exuding an otherworldly aura. Upon seeing this statue, the Taoists in attendance instantly perked up. Before Zhu Yao could utter a word, a young Taoist eagerly called out a bid. The monks, having exhausted their efforts for the Buddha statue, found their competitive spirit reignited by the excitement of the Taoists. Starting bid, 2 million taels, with increments of no less than 500,000 taels. Zhu Yao's clear voice resonated through the hall. 3.8 million. A young Taoist shouted. 4.6 million. A stout monk retorted, unwilling to yield. The prices soared, and with the friendly encouragement of the monks, the statue was ultimately secured by the Taoists for 9 million taels. "You filthy, bald donkey," a Taoist couldn't contain his ire. "You cow-nosed fool." The monks shot back defiantly, "Don't leave after the auction. Let's settle this outside." The monks rolled up their sleeves, faces flushed with anger. "Who fears whom?" the Taoists retorted, neither side willing to back down, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. Zhu Xiongying peered through the intricately carved railing of the private box, observing the still boisterous scene below. A glint of profound insight in his eyes as he remarked slowly, "It seems this group of monks and Taoists is quite wealthy." Zhu Jian's lips curled into a sly smile, his expression hinting at mischief, as he quipped, "No matter how wealthy they are, they certainly bleed profusely this time, that I just saw several Taoists and monks discussing how to raise funds." He continued, "Moreover, with the discord between Buddhism and Taoism, a balance has been struck, preventing either side from gaining dominance, which makes governance of the realm much more manageable." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiongying nodded in approval, a hint of admiration in his gaze. "Well said." Atop the stage, Zhu Yao gently lifted a corner of the red cloth, pulling it away with a flourish to reveal a translucent glass statue of Confucius. The glass material captured the essence of Confucius impeccably, every line and detail rendered vividly, as if the revered sage were present in the flesh. The civil officials in attendance gasped in awe upon sighting the statue, and as if compelled by an unseen force, they rose to their feet. In this era, where Confucian thought reigned supreme, all scholars considered themselves disciples of Confucius. This statue represented not merely a valuable artifact, but a spiritual emblem and unparalleled honor. If one could secure this glass statue for their home, prominently displayed, their reputation among scholars would undoubtedly soar. "This is indeed the statue of Confucius. We must find a way to acquire it," murmured a middle-aged official, his eyes filled with longing. "Indeed, this is the sacred image of Confucius. We must devise a plan to seize it," echoed a nearby young official, his face alight with urgency. Starting bid, 2 million taels. With increments of no less than 500,000 taels. Zhu Yao's resonant voice filled the hall, akin to droplets of water sizzling in hot oil, instantly igniting the crowd. The civil officials, oblivious to Zhu Xiongying observing from his esteemed box, were singularly focused on the radiant glass statue of Confucius. A middle-aged official dressed in the attire of a fifth-rank official was the first to rise, his bidding paddle raised high, declaring 2.5 million taels. His voice exuded an air of undeniable authority, as if proclaiming his intent to secure the sacred image. 3 million taels. Another young official quickly responded, his face flushed with excitement. Initially, the merchants had little interest in the statue, but seeing the officials' fervor, they decided to join the fray. Eager to witness the scholar's struggle, a corpulent silk merchant smirked, leisurely raising his paddle point 3.5 million taels. His voice, though soft, cut through the tense atmosphere, jarring the officials. The officials turned to glare at him with disdain and indignation. Their long-standing belief that merchants prioritize profit over principle, filled with the stench of copper, made it utterly inconceivable for them to interfere in an auction of such significance to Confucian dignity. However, the merchants remained unfazed, relishing the opportunity to witness the scholar's humiliation. 0.4 million taels. A hot-tempered official raised his paddle above his head, shouting at the merchant, his anger evident. 4.5 million taels. The merchant remained unhurried, even provocatively lifting his chin towards the civil officials, exuding an air of disdain as if to say, "I find you repugnant. What can you do about it?" The atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly tense, charged with palpable hostility in defense of their beliefs and dignity. The civil officials, with reddened eyes, desperately raised their bids, while the merchants, seeking to vent their frustrations, mockingly raised their paddles again and again. Just as the standoff seemed interminable, a venerable and highly esteemed civil official stepped forward. He surveyed the gathering and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed colleagues, this is the sacred likeness of our revered sage, which pertains to the honor and legacy of us scholars. Let us cease this individual strife." He proposed, "Let us pool our resources to ensure the acquisition of this sacred statue." Upon hearing this, many civil officials nodded in agreement. They raised their bidding paddles once more, vociferously declaring their united offer. Observing this scene, Zhu Yao contemplated for a moment before acquiescing to the civil officials' request for a joint bid. Ultimately, amidst the merchants' disruption, the exquisite glass statue of Confucius was secured by the civil officials for an astronomical sum of 12 million taels. In the number 1 VIP room, Zhu Xiongying's countenance was ominously dark, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands gripping the armrests of his chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white, the armrests creaking under the strain. Very well, Zhu Xiongying gritted through clenched teeth. "We provide them with such meager salaries each year. Where do they procure the funds to bid on this statue?" His piercing gaze swept over the jubilant civil officials below, his anger intensifying. "Mao Chong," Zhu Xiongying suddenly turned to the side, addressing the respectfully standing Mao Chong with a stern voice. Upon hearing this, Mao Chong immediately knelt on one knee, his posture rigid, daring not to utter a sound. "Your subordinate is here. Make sure to remember these individuals well. Investigate where their money comes from later." Zhu Xiongying articulated each word as if wrapped in ice, emanating an unmistakable chill. "Your subordinate will comply." Mao Chong responded, swiftly rising to his feet and striding to the edge of the VIP room, his gaze sharp as a hawk, taking mental notes of the civil officials participating in the bidding, their faces, attire, and mannerisms etched in his memory. Zhu Yao walked gracefully to the center of the stage, her voice resonating clearly throughout every corner of the venue. "Now, I declare that the inaugural royal auction is officially concluded." As these words left her lips, the previously boisterous venue gradually quieted. Although the guests remained immersed in the echoes of the fierce bidding, they began to gather their belongings and depart. The day after the auction, at the entrance of the Prince of Qin's residence, the various princes had already gathered their silver. "Word has it that the auction yesterday made our second brother immensely wealthy," spoke Ning Wang Zhu, fanning himself with a folding fan, a look of astonishment and envy gracing his features, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Beside him, Jin Wang Zhu quickly chimed in, his face alight with barely contained excitement. "Indeed, I hear it was nearly 40 million taels." He continued, "I never imagined our second brother possessed such remarkable business acumen. This time, I must invest and ride on his coattails to profit." He rubbed his hands together, as if envisioning the silver flowing into his coffers. Chu Wang Zhu nodded slightly, his gaze revealing a shrewdness. Such a business opportunity cannot be overlooked. Our second brother's auction was indeed masterful, with a variety of rare treasures that drew eager competition. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. "Hush!" Zhou Wang Zhu Lu interjected, a nervous expression crossing his face as he glanced around warily. Lowering his voice, "Keep your voices down. We mustn't let father hear. You all know how he is." If he discovers our second brother has amassed such wealth, he will undoubtedly be envious, and that could lead to trouble. As the princes engaged in their hushed discussions, each displaying a mix of expressions, the steward Lu Bo hurriedly emerged from within the residence. That he approached the princes, first bowing respectfully before straightening up, his voice booming with a hint of enthusiasm. "Your Highnesses, the Prince of Qin requests your presence. Currently, the Crown Prince and the Prince of Yin are also in the residence, awaiting you. Then let us make haste." Zhu Tan was the first to respond, his voice brimming with barely restrained excitement. The other princes nodded in agreement, swiftly turning to their attendants and calling out, "Make sure the silver is properly loaded and follow closely." Upon entering the parlor, the princes exchanged greetings before taking their seats. Zhu Yin occupied the main seat, his expression solemn as he slowly surveyed the assembly. "As you have all heard, this auction yielded a total profit of 38 million taels. After deducting expenses for venue arrangements and item preparations, we netted 35 million taels. I have deliberated for some time and believe we should allocate 10 million taels to our mother to support the expenditures of the Eastern Palace. What are your thoughts, elder brother and fourth brother?" Zhu Biao nodded slightly, a gentle yet concerned expression emerging on his face as he spoke slowly. "Our mother has endured much hardship over the years." He paused, seemingly lost in reflection, recalling the myriad complexities of the harem, as their father devoted himself to governance, imposing strict controls on the harem's expenditures. As the matriarch, their mother had to meticulously manage every detail. Just the other day, when I went to pay my respects, I noticed many of her furnishings were old and damaged, yet she hesitated to replace them. The clothing of the palace maids was similarly patched and worn. Zhu Biao continued, his eyes filled with compassion, his voice lowering unconsciously. In her efforts to save costs, our mother often refrains from preparing a proper meal for herself. When illness struck among the palace staff, she would frequently dip into her own pockets to summon physicians and procure medicinal herbs. During festive seasons, which should be a time of celebration in the harem, our mother often fretted over the meager rewards. To ensure the concubines and the princes and princesses could enjoy the festivities, she would often draw from her personal reserves to fill the gaps left by the rewards. Zhu Biao sighed softly. Filled with emotion, sons, now that we have the means, it is time we honor her properly. Zhu Yin sat upright in the main seat, his demeanor composed as he lightly tapped the ledger in his hand before speaking. "For this distribution of profits, let us three decide. Elder brother initially invested 500,000 taels, thus should receive 500,000 taels. Fourth brother has exerted considerable effort during this time, and should receive 800,000 taels. The remaining funds shall be reserved as principal for future ventures to continue generating profits. Do you have any objections to this arrangement?" After stating this, he passed the ledger to Zhu Biao and Zhu Di. Zhu Di's lips curled into a slight smile, radiating a carefree demeanor as he remarked, "There is no need to review the ledger. I trust our second brother. This arrangement is fair and reasonable." "I certainly have no objections." Zhu Biao also lifted his gaze, a warm smile gracing his face as he echoed, "I too have faith in our second brother. Your thorough considerations seem perfectly suitable. The success of this venture is largely due to your efforts, second brother." Zhu Yin smiled and waved his hand, as the other princes began to grow restless. "Second brother, my good second brother." Jin Wang Zhu Jian rushed to Zhu Yan's side, grasping his arm tightly, his face alight with eager smiles. "Just let us have a share, and in the future, we will certainly be at your beck and call." "Indeed, second brother." Lu Wang Zhu Tan eagerly pressed forward, his voice slightly trembling with excitement. "We have been eagerly awaiting this opportunity, unconditionally placing our trust in you. If we can profit alongside you, it would be a blessing from our ancestors," the other princes chimed in, creating a cacophony of voices in the parlor. Observing this lively scene, Zhu Yan's smile widened, a glimmer of pride flickering in his eyes as he finally relented. All right, since my brothers are so enthusiastic, let me know how much you wish to invest, and I will register it." As these words left his lips, the princes erupted into cheers, flocking around Zhu Yan, encircling him in a jubilant throng. Zhu Biao and Zhu Di sat to the side, silently observing the commotion. They each sipped their tea, exchanging knowing glances and smiles. Outside Qianqing Palace, a long procession of horse-drawn carriages followed Zhu Yan, each laden with heavy chests filled with gleaming silver. "Mother, mother, do you want money? If you do, just nod your head. Your son has brought it to you," Zhu Yan bellowed, his voice echoing through the expansive palace corridors. Startling a few birds perched upon the palace walls, he called out while casting expectant glances towards the palace gates. Inside, Empress Ma was busy attending to her duties when she heard that familiar, resounding voice. Initially frowning slightly, she shook her head and muttered, "Just like your father, always making a ruckus." Yet, her steps quickened unconsciously as she hurried outside. Upon crossing the threshold of the palace, her eyes widened at the sight of an endless line of carriages. Instinctively, she raised her hand to cover her mouth in disbelief. Are all these filled with money? All of it for me?" Zhu Yang, his face aglow with joy, hurriedly approached Empress Ma, respectfully bowing before her. He then spoke, "Indeed, mother, we have noticed how arduous your life has been in the inner palace. We have specially brought you some money so that your future days may be more comfortable." Empress Ma's gaze swept back and forth among the carriages, her eyes filled with astonishment, her voice trembling slightly. "How much is this?" Zhu Yang straightened his posture, pride radiating from his countenance, and declared, 10 million taels. 10 million taels, Empress Ma repeated in disbelief, instinctively stepping forward and gently caressing one of the boxes. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart brimming with emotion. The hardships she had endured in the palace over the years transformed into tears of solace at that moment. She reproached Zhu Yang playfully. "You children are truly thoughtful." Chapter 21. The flaws of Hongwu banknotes. Empress Ma quickly instructed the eunuchs and palace maids nearby to carry the boxes of silver into Qianqing Palace. Once everything was arranged, the two took their seats on the chairs within the palace. Leaning forward with an air of urgency, Zhu Yang eagerly said, "Mother, you must promise me one thing." Empress Ma gazed at his anxious demeanor. Her eyes filled with affection and softly inquired, "What is it? You appear quite distressed." Zhu Yang scratched his head and chuckled, then lowered his voice, his expression tinged with concern. With the vast sum of money I have earned this time, Father will surely become envious. If he resorts to underhanded tactics, you must help me fend him off." Upon hearing this, Empress Ma couldn't help but smile, playfully tapping Zhu Yang's nose with her finger, chiding him. "Oh, you." Just as Zhu Yang finished speaking, the loud voice of Zhu Yuanzhang echoed from outside the palace. Sister, I heard the second son has sent you some silver." Following that, Zhu Yuanzhang strode into the hall, immediately spotting Zhu Yang, and, after a brief pause, plastered an awkward smile on his face, saying, "Second son, you see." Zhu Yang, well aware of Zhu Yuanzhang's intentions, interrupted him before he could finish. "Don't even think about it. I know exactly what you are planning the moment you open your mouth." It was he who had previously vowed not to interfere with our business dealings. Words must not be taken lightly. You cannot go back on your word. Zhu Yuanzhang, caught off guard by Zhu Yang's retort, felt his face flush with embarrassment, his voice rising in indignation. "How dare you speak to me so disrespectfully? I am the emperor of the Ming, and we are currently in dire financial straits. Money is needed everywhere. The frontier requires military pay, and the common people need relief." At that moment, Empress Ma gently cleared her throat, interrupting Zhu Yuanzhang, and reproached him. "Enough, Zhongba. The second son has worked hard to earn some money and is thinking of sharing it with his brothers, yet you wish to lay claim to it. Hasn't the second son already handed over the Hongwu salt to you? One must not be too greedy. I have heard that the second son has sent you 10 million taels of silver." Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes fixated on the boxes brimming with silver, rubbing his hands together, a sheepish grin emerging as he tentatively suggested, "Could you possibly—" "Absolutely not." Empress Ma firmly rejected, her face displaying her displeasure and grievance. She rose to her feet, locking eyes with Zhu Yuanzhang, her words growing more intense. "In all these years that I have managed the inner palace, when have you ever overseen its expenditures? It has always been I, along with the concubines, diligently economizing and managing to barely sustain the expenses of the palace. Now that my sons have shown concern for my hardships and brought me some money as a token of filial piety." "You wish to stake your claim?" Zhu Yuanzhang found himself at a loss for words, his face alternating between red and pale, opening his mouth yet unsure how to respond. After a prolonged silence, his embarrassment turned to anger, and like a petulant child, he shouted, "Fine. If you want tea, give it to me. I shall go print the Hongwu banknotes." Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang intent on printing money, Zhu Yang crossed his arms. Scoffing, "Go ahead, print them. Each one will cause a ruckus. With each print, the nation will crumble." Zhu Yuanzhang had already turned to storm out when he abruptly spun around, his eyes wide with fury, glaring at Zhu Yang as if he wished to devour him whole. "Nonsense!" Zhu Yuanzhang fumed, shaking with anger, pointing at Zhu Yang and bellowing, "I am the sovereign emperor of the Ming. It has been decreed that no one may refuse the Hongwu banknotes. The issuance of these banknotes is essential for the Ming economy. It cannot be as you say. Moreover, you have yet to settle your accounts regarding the auction that refused to accept the Hongwu banknotes." Empress Ma quickly stepped forward, positioning herself between Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Yang, raising her hands slightly to signal for calm. She first turned to Zhu Yang, her gaze filled with reproach and concern, saying, "Second son, your father is laboring day and night for the stability of the realm. How can you speak in such a manner? If you believe that the printing of money pertains to the kingdom, then do not keep us in suspense. Communicate your thoughts clearly. Look at how distressed your father has become." Zhu Yang cleared his throat, his demeanor shifting from casual to serious. He stepped forward and slowly began, "Old Zhu, consider this. If the Hongwu banknotes are printed indiscriminately, the amount of money in circulation will increase exponentially. However, the tangible goods in our Ming, grain and other essentials, will not suddenly multiply just because more banknotes are in circulation." As he spoke, Zhu Yang gestured in the air, attempting to impart a clearer understanding to Zhu Yuanzhang. For example, if there were previously 10 loads of rice at the market and 100 guan of banknotes in circulation, then 1 guan could purchase 1/10 of a load of rice. But if you suddenly printed 1,000 guan of banknotes, yet the rice remains at 10 loads, then 1 guan will purchase a mere fraction of rice. The money that the common folk have toiled to earn will rapidly lose its value. Their savings will diminish, and discontent will surely follow. Furthermore, merchants prioritize currency stability in their dealings. If the banknotes devalue, they must recalibrate their costs for buying and selling, leading to increased expenses and making commerce difficult. Gradually, the market will descend into chaos, shops will shutter, transactions will cease, and the economy will collapse. Zhu Yang's expression grew grave, his tone increasingly somber. If the economy collapses, the people will go hungry, breeding discontent and unrest across the land. How then can the realm remain secure? History has shown us countless instances where the reckless issuance of currency has led to economic ruin and the downfall of nations. Old Zhu, we cannot allow the Ming to tread this perilous path. Zhu Yang continued, "Moreover, you are distributing the Hongwu banknotes as salaries to the officials. Their remuneration is already modest, and should the banknotes devalue, they may struggle to feed their families. If officials harbor grievances, how can they serve the court wholeheartedly?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a chill run through him. The furrowed brows that had previously knitted together now deepened into a frown, and he gravely inquired, "Is what you say true?" Zhu Yang replied with unwavering conviction, "If you do not believe me, simply summon a eunuch responsible for procuring palace goods, and you will have your answer. They are well aware of the market prices outside, as they purchase daily." Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment before turning to Wang Jinghong beside him, commanding, "Fetch the eunuch responsible for purchasing in the imperial kitchen." Wang Jinghong quickly responded in the affirmative and hurriedly exited the hall, his footsteps echoing in the vast palace corridors. Moments later, a hurried sound of footsteps approached, and Wang Jinghong re-entered, accompanied by a slightly plump eunuch, his expression anxious. As soon as the eunuch entered, he fell to his knees, bowing his head low. Before Zhu Yuanzhang could speak, Zhu Yang's piercing gaze fixed upon the kneeling eunuch, his tone cold and menacing. "I will ask you a question, and you shall answer truthfully. Should you utter a single insincere word, you shall be executed immediately." The eunuch, already terrified, trembled even more at this threat, hastily replying, "Yes, your highness." Zhu Yang nodded slightly and proceeded to ask, "Tell me, would you prefer your salary in silver or in Hongwu banknotes? The young eunuch instinctively raised his eyes, casting a fearful glance at Zhu Xiongying, his expression riddled with dread and hesitation. Seeing this, Zhu Xiongying furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Speak the truth." The young eunuch quivered, hastily lowering his head, his voice trembling as he replied. In response to Prince Qin, "I would prefer silver." "Oh, and why is that?" Zhu Yang pressed further. The young eunuch swallowed hard, cautiously stating, "Because the Hongwu banknotes can purchase far fewer items compared to silver. For the same amount, silver can buy a much larger quantity of rice and flour, whereas with Hongwu banknotes, one barely returns with a handful of goods after a trip to the market." Chapter 22. Establishing the Royal Bank of the Ming, he paused momentarily, casting a furtive glance at Zhu Xiongying and Zhu Xiongying. Noticing their serious expressions, he continued, "As for the cloth, it was originally a simple piece of cotton that could be acquired for a single tael of treasure notes plus 51. Yet now, it requires 1.5 taels of treasure notes. The price of pork has skyrocketed as well. It used to be 21 per gene, but now it has risen to 30. The value of the treasure notes has depreciated, yet the prices of goods are climbing steeply." The young eunuch swallowed hard, his voice growing increasingly faint, tinged with a hint of trepidation as he cautiously added, "Moreover, some vendors outside the palace have quietly begun to refuse to accept Hongwu treasure notes, particularly those selling vegetables. They are a meager living, and, if they accept the treasure notes, they suffer losses when they go to purchase goods themselves. Therefore, they would rather sell less than accept the treasure notes. The same goes for small-scale merchants. They avoid accepting treasure notes unless absolutely necessary, and even then, they demand extra payment." Having spoken, the young eunuch lowered his head, too afraid to breathe, silently awaiting his fate. After the eunuch finished speaking, Zhu Xiong slightly raised his hand and retrieved a 10-tael silver ingot from his sleeve, casually tossing it to the eunuch. "This 10 taels of silver is your reward. You may leave now." The eunuch was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, hurriedly bowing in thanks. "Thank you, Your Highness Qin Wang, for your generous gift." "Thank you, Your Highness Qin Wang." He scrambled to pick up the silver from the ground, clutching it tightly in his hands. Then he cautiously rose, bending low as he slowly exited the hall before hastily departing. Zhu Xiongying, upon hearing the eunuch's words, was filled with anxiety, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead as he paced back and forth in the hall. After a considerable time, he sighed deeply and spoke with a somber expression. "I never anticipated that our establishment of the Hongwu treasure notes, intended to facilitate trade for the common people and stimulate the economy, would ultimately harm them." Empress Ma, her heart aching for Zhu Xiongying, stepped forward, gently grasping his sleeve, and softly urged, "Zhongba, do not blame yourself. Your initial intention in promoting the Hongwu treasure notes was indeed for the benefit of the people. Who could have foreseen that it would lead to such a predicament? Now that we have reached this point, we must devise a solution rather than dwell on self-reproach. By the way, you must have a plan. Stop keeping us in suspense and speak up." Zhu Xiongying, in a state of urgent anxiety, grasped Zhu Xiong's sleeve eagerly. Seeing his father's distress, Zhu Xiong wasted no time and cleared his throat, saying, "It is quite simple. Old Zhu, we can establish the Ming Royal Bank. The old version of the Hongwu treasure notes has already encountered numerous issues. It would be better to abolish it outright." He paused briefly, gauging Zhu Xiongying's expression, and upon seeing him listen intently, he continued, "We will issue new treasure notes, renaming them Ming renminbi." However, Zhu Xiong continued, his demeanor serious as he gestured to emphasize his point, "The issuance of these notes must not be arbitrary. We cannot print them at will. We must ensure that there are sufficient gold and silver reserves to back them. For every certain amount of Ming renminbi issued, there must be a corresponding amount of gold and silver to support it. Furthermore, we must instill confidence in the populace that this Ming renminbi can be exchanged for gold and silver at any bank. This way, the people will trust the new currency and be willing to use it, thereby stabilizing its value. Ming renminbi. Now, that is a splendid name, very relatable to the common folk," Zhu Xiongying remarked, his eyes lighting up with approval as a rare smile graced his face. Observing this, Zhu Xiong's lips curled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes as he continued. "Moreover, The issuance of renminbi must be limited in quantity, as for the largest denomination. It could bear your and Empress Mother's likeness. The other denominations can feature officials known for their achievements. With this, Zhu Xiong flashed a clever smile. What an excellent idea! What a brilliant notion! Zhu Xiongying exclaimed excitedly, clapping his thighs in approval, his eyes brimming with admiration. In this way, whenever the people use the renminbi, they will remember us fondly. Moreover, featuring officials with notable achievements will surely elicit praise from the populace. Once this plan is set in motion, those officials will be compelled to strive for merit in order to have their names immortalized on the currency. Truly, it is a double-edged sword. Empress Ma gently poured each of them a cup of tea, her brow slightly furrowed as she softly interjected, "However, there may be some difficulties in the court. Those ministers may accuse you, Zhongba, of profiting at the people's expense." Zhu Xiongying's expression darkened slightly at this, and with a cold snort, he replied firmly, "They're not in a position to dictate to us. Those pompous scholars." Zhu Xiong, observing his father's demeanor, wore a confident smile and added, "That is a separate matter, old Zhu. Allow me to share another avenue for wealth that will not oppress the common people." "What is it?" Zhu Xiongying inquired, his interest piqued, setting down his teacup, leaning forward with curiosity and anticipation. "Reform the commercial taxes," Zhu Xiong stated calmly. "Impossible. How much wealth do merchants possess?" Zhu Xiongying furrowed his brows in skepticism. Dismissing the idea in his mind, merchants were of little significance, and their wealth hardly warranted such drastic reform. "You are being short-sighted, old Zhu," Zhu Xiong retorted without hesitation, standing tall with a serious and confident demeanor. "The merchants of the Ming are the wealthiest." Zhu Xiong's expression turned earnest as he gazed intently at Zhu Xiongying, articulating his thoughts. "Old Zhu, consider this. Why are the officials in Yingtianfu all exceedingly wealthy? Why do the civil officials in the court desperately oppose your dealings with merchants?" He paused momentarily to emphasize his words. "Yingtianfu is at the emperor's feet. They exploit the common people here, and the wealth they can accumulate is limited, all while bearing the constant risk of your wrath. Thus, they turn to act as protectors for certain merchants. Those merchants, in turn, dutifully pay protection fees each year, creating a corrupt and colluding relationship." Zhu Xiong observed Zhu Xiongying's reaction, noting his furrowed brow as he sank into thought, and seized the opportunity to press on. "The commercial tax rate you set was originally 30%. This rate is simply too low. Those merchants are reaping enormous profits, yet only contribute a meager sum in taxes. In my view, we should raise the commercial tax to 30%. That he clenched his fist, determination evident in his expression that we can cut their profits by a third. Do not fear that they will cease their business. Even with a 1/3 deduction, they will still make a profit and it will not cripple them." Zhu Xiong continued to elaborate on his ideas with enthusiasm. "Moreover, old Zhu, we can establish a new department called the Bureau of Commerce. If any official dares to deliberately complicate matters or oppress merchants, they can report them to the Bureau of Commerce at any time. This way, officials will think twice before acting recklessly. Additionally, you might consider permitting merchants to participate in the imperial examinations, granting them a position of modest rank. Think about it. Merchants possess wealth but have long lacked social status. Now that they have a path to advancement, they will undoubtedly feel grateful and willingly pay their taxes. Brilliant, truly brilliant. You possess a cunning mind." Zhu Xiongying exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter, his eyes shining with admiration for Zhu Xiong's proposal. Upon hearing the term cunning, Zhu Xiong's expression darkened slightly. After a brief pause, Zhu Xiongying's laughter subsided, and he expressed concern. "But what are the vendors selling vegetables on streets? They rise early and toil late, working diligently to earn a meager living that if we impose such heavy taxes on them, it would be akin to draining their blood." Zhu Xiong contemplated for a moment before hastily replying, "Street vendors already have minimal profits. Imposing heavy taxes would yield little revenue. Instead, I propose we collect a nominal stall fee, which would neither jeopardize their livelihoods nor undermine our management." Chapter 23. Even the official dogs of the Hongwu era were not considered. Zhu Yang rose to his feet, pacing as he responded, "The solution is, in fact, quite straightforward. We can allocate 2 portions from the commercial taxes. One portion will serve to augment the official salaries. The other will be designated for rewards. Rewards? Zhu Xiongying raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of curiosity passing through his eyes. This was indeed novel. Please elaborate, he urged. Seeing Zhu Xiongying's interest, Zhu Yang continued. Yes, rewards. The court will implement an assessment system, dispatching the Jinhui disguised as commoners each year to conduct investigations in the populace. The Jinhui operate covertly and possess exceptional skills, ensuring they can glean the most authentic sentiments of the people. Furthermore, we will integrate the annual reports submitted by officials regarding their achievements, alongside the evaluations from the citizenry, to compile a comprehensive score. At this juncture, Zhu Yang paused momentarily before adding, those officials who attain high scores will not only be eligible for promotions, but will also receive substantial rewards. Leaning back in his chair, Zhu Xiongying intertwined his fingers, falling into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, he slowly spoke. Indeed, after implementing this assessment and reward system, officials will, for the sake of their futures and interests, undoubtedly champion the reforms. Should any official dare to oppose, they would find themselves at odds with the entire assembly of literati and military officials, and in conflict with their bright prospects. Yes, thus there will be officials during the Hongwu era who will emerge. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Xiongying's expression shifted to one of bemused exasperation as he retorted, "You rascal!" With that, Zhu Xiongying abruptly stood, feigning an attempt to seize Zhu Yang, who, sensing the impending trouble, swiftly turned and fled. Zhu Xiongying chased him to the entrance of the hall, coming to a halt, momentarily stunned, before he could not contain a hearty laugh. After Zhu Yang departed, a youthful and exuberant voice resonated within the hall. "Grandfather! Grandmother!" Zhu Xiongying turned to the sound to see Zhu Xiongying bouncing into the Qianqing palace. Our dear grandson has finally recovered, Zhu Xiongying said, his face radiating affection as he strode forward and lifted Zhu Xiongying into his arms. The stubble on his face gently brushed against Zhu Xiongying's cheek, eliciting delightful giggles from the little one. As Zhu Xiongying laughed, he tightly embraced Zhu Xiongying's head with his small hands, playfully saying, "Grandfather, I don't want to go to school tomorrow. I want to play with my second uncle. I haven't played with him in ages, and you promised me." After saying this, he tilted his head back, looking at Zhu Xiongying with eager anticipation. Zhu Xiongying was momentarily taken aback. Then a resigned smile crept across his face. He gently pinched Zhu Xiongying's nose, lost in thought for a moment, his gaze instinctively drifting towards Empress Ma, who sat nearby, smiling at the affectionate scene between the grandfather and grandson. Empress Ma rose and approached Zhu Xiongying, affectionately stroking Zhu Xiongying's head, gently saying, "Go ahead, dear grandson. Tomorrow morning, I shall have someone take you to your second uncle's residence." Zhu Xiongying's face flushed with excitement, his small hands waving vigorously in the air as he shouted, "Hooray! Long live grandfather! Long live grandmother!" Seeing Zhu Xiongying's exuberance, Empress Ma could not help but lightly tap his nose, teasingly admonishing, "Look at how delighted you are. Be careful not to trip over your own tongue." Zhu Xiongying joined in the laughter, his face brimming with tenderness. Our dear grandson, you are the sweetest-tongued of them all." As dawn began to break, in the bedroom of the Qin Wangfu, Guanyin Nu rose quietly, completing her morning rituals before slipping out, leaving Zhu Yang still nestled in bed, drooling. Suddenly, a light and sprightly sound of footsteps shattered the tranquility, followed by a small figure nimbly diving into Zhu Yang's covers. Second uncle, don't sleep anymore. Get up and play with me." Zhu Xiongying's youthful and vibrant voice rang in Zhu Yang's ears. Awakened by the unexpected commotion, Zhu Yang blinked sleepily, his vision blurring as a small figure swayed before him. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he focused and realized it was Zhu Xiongying. "Oh dear, my beloved nephew, why have you come so early?" Zhu Yang yawned, his voice still thick with sleep. He pulled Zhu Xiongying into his embrace, playfully pinching his small cheek. "Now that you're here, my sweet dreams have been thoroughly disrupted." Zhu Xiongying, however, was unfazed, wriggling out of Zhu Yang's grasp, placing his hands on his hips, and feigning seriousness. "Second uncle, you promised to play with me. No backing out." Observing Zhu Xiongying's earnest expression, Zhu Yang could not help but chuckle. All right, I shall not back out." But first, allow me a moment to gather myself. My eyes are not yet fully open. With that, he stretched languidly, sat up, and began to dress and wash up. Zhu Yang swiftly completed his morning rituals, while a few Jinui, donned in the garb of ordinary folk, awaited nearby. Under the astonished gazes of the Jinui, Zhu Yang utilized clay to disguise himself as an ordinary-looking, somewhat simple-minded middle-aged man. Once he was set, Zhu Yang turned his attention to the ever-curious Zhu Xiongying. "Come here, dear nephew. Let me give you a transformation as well." Zhu Yang beckoned with a smile. Zhu Xiongying excitedly ran over, obediently standing before Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang employed the same method to disguise him. And soon enough, Zhu Xiongying resembled a typical child from a common family. Once their transformations were complete, the duo approached the wardrobe, each selecting a set of coarse linen clothes to don. With everything in place, Zhu Yang bent down to lift Zhu Xiongying, turning to exit the Qin Wangfu. The moment they stepped beyond the palace gates, the lively and bustling atmosphere of the marketplace enveloped them. In the streets of Yingtian Prefecture, the air was filled with the vibrant sounds of vendors calling out and laughter intertwining. Zhu Yang held Zhu Xiongying, weaving through the throng of people until they finally reached a stall selling duck blood soup. The modest stall featured a few rickety tables and chairs set along the street, filled with patrons relishing their meals. Zhu Yang found an empty seat and set Zhu Xiongying on the stool beside him, calling out, "Owner, 2 bowls of duck blood soup and 2 sesame pancakes, please." The stall owner, a middle-aged man wearing a grease-stained apron, quickly responded, "Coming right up. Please wait a moment." He expertly ladled 2 bowls of soup and retrieved 2 steaming pancakes from the steamer, placing them before Zhu Yang. "Here you are, gentlemen, your duck blood soup and pancakes. Enjoy," the stall owner said with a smile. "Quick, dear nephew, give it a try. Your grandfather's favorite is duck blood soup." Zhu Yang lifted a bowl, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. The delightful flavor burst in his mouth, and he couldn't help but display a satisfied expression. Zhu Xiongying mimicked Zhu Yang, cautiously sipping from his own bowl. His eyes lighting up. "Wow, this is really delicious," he exclaimed, then began to eat heartily. His cheeks soon flushed from the meal. After finishing their duck blood soup, Zhu Yang and Zhu Xiongying strolled through the streets. And before long, Zhu Xiongying's hands were filled with candied hawthorns, sugar figurines, and flaky pastries, his laughter echoing through the marketplace. He could see that moment. A ragged little girl, like a startled fawn, suddenly darted through the gaps in the crowd. Her steps were unsteady, her hair a disheveled shade of yellow, resembling dead grass tossed about by the autumn wind, while her tattered garments were riddled with patches and holes. Zhu Yang and the nearby Jinui reacted swiftly, stepping forward with their hands resting on their blades, eyes alert. However, Zhu Yang merely lifted his gaze slightly, and the Jinui halted their movements, quickly retreating to their original positions. The little girl gasped for breath, her lips trembling, cracked corners bleeding slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned the courage to speak. "Brother, please, can you spare me some money? My mother is ill." Her voice was faint, tinged with the threat of tears. Zhu Yang knelt down, his movements gentle, as if afraid to disturb this frightened little deer before him. He met her gaze steadily, his tone soft yet resolute. "Little sister, where is your mother? Take us to her. Do not be afraid. We are not bad people. Lead us to your mother." "What do you want to do?" the girl inquired. "We're going to help your mother." Zhu Yang continued to reassure her with gentle words. The girl's wariness gradually faded. "Please, you must save my mother. She hasn't eaten for 2 days," the little girl implored, and as she attempted to kneel, Zhu Yang swiftly supported her. "Lead the way. Follow me," she urged. And with that, Zhu Yang hurriedly followed the little girl, who timidly guided them ahead, her pace quickening as she occasionally glanced back to ensure Zhu Yang and the others were keeping up. As they proceeded, they gradually exited the city gates, leaving behind the bustling vibrancy of Yingtian Prefecture for a desolate landscape. Upon entering the encampment, the scene before them starkly contrasted with the opulence of Yingtian Prefecture. They were met with a view of dilapidation. Low earthen houses stood askew, many roofs riddled with holes, hastily covered with tattered straw. The inhabitants of the encampment appeared gaunt and emaciated. The men wore tattered, patched-up coarse linen garments, some barely clothed, their exposed skin bearing the marks of time and toil. The women, hunched and weary, their hair a disheveled yellow, were held back by ragged headscarves, their eyes filled with exhaustion and resignation. The children mostly ran barefoot, their clothes tattered and soiled, their frail little bodies shivering in the biting cold. Dust swirled along the streets, the ground uneven and pockmarked, littered with refuse and stagnant water. Several emaciated elders sat at the doorsteps, gazing vacantly into the distance, their faces etched with deep lines, in a corner. A few children huddled around a broken bowl, cautiously scooping up some murky gruel. Terrified of spilling even a drop, a little girl dashed ahead, leading the others straight into a rickety house that seemed on the verge of collapse. Inside was dim and damp. The lone small window was so thickly coated with dust that barely a sliver of light managed to penetrate. In a corner, a gaunt woman lay on a decrepit wooden bed, her complexion as pale as parchment, her eyes tightly shut, her lips chapped and cracked, her hair disheveled around the pillow, covered by a tattered quilt riddled with holes, barely rising and falling with her breath. "Mother, mother, what's wrong? Please don't leave Ñoño behind. You're all she has." The little girl knelt by the bedside with a thud, clutching the woman's shoulders tightly, crying out in desperation, her body trembling violently. Seeing the dire situation, Zhu Yin quickly stepped forward, swiftly taking the woman's wrist to check her pulse. After a moment, he reached into his bosom and produced a glistening rejuvenation pill, skillfully splitting it in two and carefully administering it to the woman. Moments after taking the pill, she slowly opened her eyes, filled with confusion and weakness. "Mother!" the little girl exclaimed, filled with excitement, rushing to her mother's side and grasping her hand tightly. Tears streaming down her cheeks once more. "Ñoño, my Ñoño!" The woman wept, tears flowing down her face as she clutched the little girl's hand. Zhu Yin turned to the attendant beside him and commanded, "Quickly fetch a bowl of hot porridge, and be swift about it." The attendant complied without delay, darting off like an arrow. Before long, he returned, hastily carrying a steaming bowl of porridge. Zhu Yin handed the porridge to the little girl, who fed her mother spoonful by spoonful. Seizing the moment, Zhu Yin furrowed his brow and inquired, "Sister-in-law, where is your husband?" The woman leaned against the headboard, her eyes reddened, tears cascading down her cheeks as she spoke in a voice thick with sorrow. "My husband perished 3 years ago while heading north to fight the Tartars." A flicker of anger and compassion crossed Zhu Yan's gaze as he gently pressed, "Didn't you receive any compensation?" The woman, upon hearing this, bitterly shook her head, wiping her tears with her roughened hand, lamenting, "We've never seen any compensation. I've relied on weaving cloth to barely scrape by with Ñoño." Zhu Yin suppressed the surging anger within him, his chest rising and falling sharply. And after a moment, he exhaled a heavy sigh. He took out a silver ingot from his pocket and placed it gently in Ñoño's hand. Then he crouched down, his gaze softening as he looked at her, speaking gently, "Ñoño, keep this safe. Do not let anyone else see it. Go to the city and find the best doctor to ensure your mother receives proper care and recovers fully." Ñoño's big, watery eyes brimmed with surprise and gratitude, her small hand clenching the silver tightly, her lips quivering as she tried to speak, but the overwhelming emotion choked her words. The woman beside her struggled to rise, attempting to refuse, her voice wavering with emotion. "This is too much, my lord. You have already helped us far too much." Zhu Yin raised his hand to interrupt her, a warm smile gracing his face as he spoke firmly. "Sister-in-law, do not refuse. This is simply my humble gesture. Take care of yourself and your child. Times will surely improve." With that, without waiting for the woman and Ñoño to refuse again, Zhu Yin straightened up and, accompanied by the others, exited the house. Once outside the village, the group walked in silence until they arrived at a pavilion atop a hill. The autumn wind howled, rustling the leaves and grasses outside. Zhu Xiongying felt heavy-hearted, as if his feet were burdened with lead. Upon entering the pavilion, he could no longer contain himself and spoke first. "Second uncle, why don't we help them? That mother and daughter we just saw. They are so pitiful." Zhu Yin let out a soft sigh, slowly taking a seat on the stone bench within the pavilion, his gaze fixed on the distant, undulating mountains, his expression grave. After a long pause, he shook his head and said, "Xiongying, remember this. There are countless common people in the Ming Dynasty, and many more suffer as they do. If you help one by one, how can you ever manage to help them all? We must address the root of the problem. Zhu Yin then asked, "Do you know what the world is?" Just as Zhu Xiongying was about to respond, recalling the teachings of Zhu Biao. His words were cut off by Zhu Yin's raised hand. Xiongying. Zhu Yin's gaze was piercing, locking onto Zhu Xiongying, his voice low yet powerful. "What you see today is the world." He paused slightly, his eyes sweeping over the dilapidated village below, where houses crumbled and the people lived in hardship. The world is not solely the Zhu family, yes. It belongs to all the people. They are willing to wait. Let them wait. Zhu Yin's eyes blazed with intensity, firmly fixing his gaze on Zhu Xiongying, his demeanor serious yet filled with expectation. "Xiongying, you were born a grandson of the emperor. Raised within palace walls, enjoying a life free from want, never having experienced the sufferings of the common folk. Because of this, you must remember that this world is not merely the Zhu family's world. It is also the world of the common people." Zhu Xiongying nodded slightly, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Zhu Yin, committing each word to memory. He recalled the scenes he had witnessed in the village, the dilapidated homes, the emaciated citizens, and the stark contrast with the opulence of the palace. Zhu Yin continued, "The common people are the foundation of the world. Only when they live in peace can the nation prosper. As a grandson of the emperor, you may one day wield great power, and every decision you make will affect the livelihoods of countless citizens. Only when there are people can there be a ruler. Only then can there be a world. Remember this, our Zhu family shares this world with the common people, not just with the scholars and officials. If your grandfather had been able to eat a full meal in his youth, he would have remained a humble farmer, Zhu Chongba, rather than the current emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. Your grandfather was born into poverty, without a roof over his head or a complete garment to wear, emerging from humble beginnings. He was able to establish a dynasty. This is not a disgrace, but rather the highest honor. Xiongying, you're the third heir of the Ming Dynasty. You cannot simply focus on reading. You must become an emperor who can stabilize the world with his pen and command it with his sword." Zhu Xiongying, entranced by the words, nodded involuntarily, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Second uncle, understand that I will strive to study diligently and practice martial arts, ensuring I do not let down your expectations or those of my father and grandfather." Zhu Yin slowly rose, hands clasped behind his back, his posture upright, gazing beyond the pavilion at the verdant hills and valleys, as if piercing through the layers of clouds to behold the vastness of the Ming landscape. The autumn wind rustled, causing his garments to flutter. This world may appear stable, yet beneath the surface, currents swirl. Zhu Yan's voice, carried by the wind, resonated with gravity, revealing the corruption among officials and the struggles of the populace. External threats loomed from Tartars and other enemies, eyeing the territory of the Ming. Furthermore, there were those lurking in the shadows, waiting for the day a century hence when they could rise against your grandfather. Your grandfather has toiled tirelessly for the Ming Dynasty, unable to address these vermin, but now it falls to me. History reveals that every dynasty has fought for 4 words, to be the emperor. The Ming needs an emperor, one like your grandfather, who, upon hearing a whisper or catching a glimpse, can instill fear in them. I will subdue those ruffians beyond the Great Wall to make them bow in submission. I will compel the wolves overseas to regard the Ming with reverence, ensuring that the sight of the Ming banner instills terror in all neighboring nations on the day you ascend the throne. I, your father, and your grandfather will present you with a flourishing Ming dynasty. Whether a god of slaughter or a butcher, I care not for the infamy. Let the filthy rats hiding in the gutters wait. Until the reign of Hongwu dawns and prosperity arrives, I will clear all obstacles for you before you take the throne. In the Ming dynasty, there shall be no alliances, no reparations, no territorial concessions, no tributes. The Son of Heaven guards the borders. The monarch dies for the state. Zhu Yin raised his head, his gaze resolutely fixed on the sky, and shouted with fervor, "The sun, moon, and mountain shall endure. The Ming dynasty shall remain eternal." His voice resonated like a great bell, echoing through the valleys, imbued with undeniable ambition and resolve. The attendants beside him, already stirred by Zhu Yan's passionate words, now felt their blood surge with excitement. They drew their swords in unison, raising them high, echoing in unison, "The sun, moon, and mountain shall endure. The Ming Dynasty shall remain eternal." Their voices surged like a tidal wave, reverberating through the mountains, startling a flock of birds into flight. Zhu Xiongying, his blood aflame, knelt on one knee, fervently responding, "Second uncle, I will not disappoint you, my father or my grandfather, and I will ensure the prosperity of the Ming Dynasty endures." Seeing this, Zhu Yin quickly helped Zhu Xiongying to his feet, their eyes meeting in a shared resolve and determination. The evening glow was like fire, casting a warm orange hue over the entire palace. I could see this moment. The Qinqing Palace was brightly lit, where Zhu Yuanzhang, Empress Ma, and Zhu Biao awaited Zhu Xiongying's arrival. The moment Zhu Xiongying stepped lightly through the door, he beheld the dignified figures of Zhu Yuanzhang, Empress Ma, and Zhu Biao seated at the head of the hall. Instantly, he shed the ease of his earlier demeanor, adopting a solemn and respectful expression, quickly adjusting his robe, lifting the hem, and kneeling on one knee, his voice clear and resonant. "Grandson pays respects to grandmother, grandfather, and father." Zhu Yuanzhang's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a hint of a smile. Before Zhu Xiongying could finish his words, he hastily interjected, "Please rise, dear grandson," without waiting for Zhu Yuanzhang to inquire further. Zhu Xiongying stepped forward with a solemn expression, determination gleaming in his eyes, and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I wish to learn martial arts." Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily taken aback, then exchanged a knowing glance with Empress Ma and Zhu Biao. Although the three had already received a detailed report from the Jinyue regarding the day's events, they could not suppress their amusement and playfully asked, "Oh, and what brings this on, dear grandson? Is it not enough to enjoy the leisurely life of a royal grandson, engrossed in books and learning?" Empress Ma chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, martial arts can be quite arduous. Are you certain you can endure such hardships?" Her gaze was filled with affection as she gently stroked Zhu Xiongying's head. Zhu Biao stood to the side, a smile gracing his lips as he quietly observed his son, his eyes reflecting a mix of anticipation, eager to hear his response. Zhu Xiongying straightened his chest, his demeanor serious as he earnestly declared, "Your Majesty, dear grandmother and father, today, as I accompanied my second uncle on an outing, I witnessed the hardships faced by the people of the Tunpu and heard of the constant warfare at the borders. I realized that merely reading and writing is insufficient. Only by honing my martial skills can I, as my second uncle has said, wield both pen and sword to stabilize the realm and safeguard our great Ming Dynasty and its citizens." "Well said, truly, our esteemed grandson possesses ambition," Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration. With a grand gesture, he inquired with curiosity, "Whom do you wish to take as your teacher?" Without hesitation, Zhu Xiongying replied with a resounding voice, "I desire my second uncle to be my mentor. Pray tell, why is that?" Zhu Biao raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, then smiled patiently, explaining, "Your second uncle has never practiced martial arts." Zhu Xiongying's gaze remained resolute, his tone unwavering as he stated, "Father, although my second uncle has not displayed his martial prowess, I discerned otherwise today while observing him in the pavilion atop the mountain." He paused briefly, recalling the scene vividly. At that moment, his second uncle stood in the pavilion, the wind billowing his garments. Gazing into the distance with an upright posture and an extraordinary presence, he spoke to me of the common people and of defending our homeland. And the grandeur of his gestures, coupled with the conviction in his words, convinced me that he must possess remarkable abilities. Zhu Xiongying grew more animated. He mimicked Zhu Yan's movements, recalling how his second uncle spoke of vanquishing the enemies beyond the northern Great Wall. A spirit not easily found in ordinary men, that I believe that without formidable skills, one could not possess such confidence. Therefore, I am certain my second uncle can teach me well, enabling me to become a protector of the Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily, waving his hand in agreement. "Ha ha! Very well, let your second uncle instruct you." Zhu Xiongying's face radiated excitement and satisfaction as he quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am quite fatigued today and shall take my leave now. Go on, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with a smile, as the three watched Zhu Xiongying's figure disappear beyond the palace doors, their eyes filled with affection. Once Zhu Xiongying had departed, Zhu Yuanzhang slowly rose, his hands clasped behind him as he paced thoughtfully, reflecting, "I had not anticipated that my second son harbored such aspirations." Zhu Biao also stood, inclining slightly in respect, and replied, "Father, although my second brother often appears lethargic and indifferent, he possesses a sincere patriotism deep within his heart." Empress Ma, seated nearby, maintained a gentle smile as she listened to the conversation between father and son. She nodded softly, her gaze warm and affectionate. "I have always known that our children are deeply concerned for the nation. Though the second son may seem carefree, he is quite aware of his responsibilities." Today's revelation indeed showcases his sense of duty to that moment. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression turned furious as he slammed his hand on the table, causing the ink and brushes to rattle, and bellowed, "Mao Chong, where have you gone again?" Upon hearing his name called, Mao Chong's heart sank as he rushed into the hall, stumbling and falling to his knees, forehead pressed to the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. What is the meaning of this negligence on the part of the Jinyue? Zhu Yuanzhang strode forward, his dragon-like aura palpable, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating Mao Chong's very soul, imposing his powerful presence upon him. Mao Chong trembled, his voice quavering as he pleaded, "Your Majesty, I beg for forgiveness. It is my failure to detect the embezzlement of the relief funds in a timely manner." "Humph," Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed, his eyes fierce. "Should this occur again, I will not be lenient. Go investigate immediately, and anyone found culpable must be reported directly to me. I shall see whether their necks are harder than my blade." Zhu Biao and Empress Ma exchanged solemn glances throughout the exchange. Zhu Biao lowered his head slightly, lips pressed tightly together, his hands unconsciously forming fists. He understood that the corruption within the bureaucracy had reached a critical point that necessitated reform. The incident regarding the relief funds could not be overlooked. Empress Ma sighed softly, her eyes filled with compassion as she thought of the soldiers fighting valiantly on the front lines, unable even to protect their families, her heart heavy with sorrow. Chapter 26. A Day of Leisure. Enjoying melodies. Unbeknownst to all, a year had passed in the blink of an eye. The most noteworthy development was the establishment of the Ming Royal Bank and the Commercial Bureau, with a flourishing economy. Official salaries saw a significant increase, bringing unexpected joy to previously struggling bureaucrats. During this year, Zhu Xiongying thrived under Zhu Yan's tutelage. Not only did his martial skills improve, but his understanding of governance and statecraft deepened as well. In the imperial study, Zhu Yuanzhang returned from morning court, his countenance dark as if it could rain, and with a flick of his sleeve, he angrily addressed Zhu Biao. "This past year, we have exerted tremendous effort to seek incriminating evidence against the elf family. Yet we have not grasped a single strand of hair. Since El's demise, the family has behaved as though they are entirely transformed, behaving far too submissively. It's most unusual." Zhu Biao stood nearby, equally grave. Frowning, he spoke with deep concern. "Father, I understand your sentiments. The El family's influence is deeply entrenched, having operated within the court for years. We must remain vigilant. Though El has passed, their foundation remains intact, and given their nature, they will not simply accept this affront. They are undoubtedly plotting in secret, and we must be cautious." Within the depths of the El residence in Yingtian City, the atmosphere in the secret chamber was stifling to the point of suffocation. El Ben sat at the head of the table, his expression stern, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping across each individual present, breaking the silence first. "Zhu Chongba has now turned his murderous intent towards us, employing the same tactics he used against Hu Weiyong to eradicate us entirely." El Fu clenched his fists in anger, his eyes burning with indignation. "Indeed, ever since Wana passed, I knew he must have sensed something. For the past year, he has been covertly watching us, seeking every opportunity to ensnare us. Our situation has become increasingly precarious." El Chong paced anxiously, furrowing his brow. "This inaction is untenable. Rather than waiting for our doom, we should strike first, while he is still unprepared. Let's catch him off guard." "Unwise." An elder suddenly stood, his voice trembling yet resolute. "This Zhu Chongba is not to be trifled with. His soldiers are everywhere in Yingtian. And the defenses are formidable. To act recklessly would yield negligible chances of victory, and we could end up losing everything. The room fell silent, the tension thickening to a T that moment. Elben let out a cold chuckle, a hint of madness in his smile. Huh. Do you think that by hiding, you can evade disaster? You are far too naive. I have already established contact with the Ming sect. His words detonated like a bomb, igniting chaos in the chamber. What? The Ming sect. That is the heretical group the court has long suppressed. Collaborating with them is akin to inviting a wolf into our home. Unfazed by the objections, Elben continued. Only they possess the strength to rival Zhu Xiongying. We shall first target those close to him, creating turmoil, and then strike from within to overthrow Zhu Xiongying's regime. Once the new dynasty is established, we shall not only preserve our wealth and status, but also secure our legacy. As dusk settled, Zhu Yin, Zhu Di, and Zhu Shang, three brothers clad in the coarse cloth of commoners, their faces bearing the marks of clever disguises, swaggered towards the largest tavern along the Qinhuai River, the drunken immortal pavilion. Zhu Di, looking resigned, chuckled wryly. Second brother, perhaps we should not go. Miao Yun forbids me from visiting such places. With her temperament, if I do go, I cannot fathom the trouble I would face upon my return. Zhu Chang, hearing this, became animated and clapped Zhu Di on the shoulder, boldly stating, Fourth brother, why should we let a woman dictate our actions? Just look at me. The CF family dares not utter a word in my presence. Besides, if you keep a secret from her, what's the harm? Stop your prattling and let's go. Saying this, he reached out to pull Zhu Di along. As Zhu Chang dragged Zhu Di, he turned to Zhu Yin with a beaming smile and asked, Second brother, where did you learn to disguise yourself? Teach me, please. Zhu Yin shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, You wouldn't be able to learn. Zhu Yang, brimming with enthusiasm, gestured grandly and proclaimed in a loud voice, Today is free of affairs. Let us indulge in the melodious tunes of the brothel. Upon reaching the entrance of the establishment, the matron caught sight of the trio, clad in simple attire and appearing as ordinary folk. Her face immediately contorted in disdain as she impatiently waved her hand, shooing them away. Begone. This place is beyond your means. Do not obstruct the entrance. Zhu Jin, known for his fiery temper, felt a surge of anger upon hearing her words and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront her. However, Zhu Yang, quick-witted, seized him and produced a gleaming gold ingot from his bosom, placing it delicately into the matron's palm. The moment her fingers brushed against the gold, her eyes widened in shock, and the disdain melted away, replaced by a countenance filled with sycophancy and a glimmer of greed in her gaze. She instantly donned a new facade, beaming as she exclaimed, Ah, esteemed guests, it seems my eyes failed me, not recognizing your grandeur. Please, do come in. With a subservient nod, she ushered the three into the brothel. Meanwhile, in the Qianqing Palace, Empress Ma concluded her day's labors and finally found a moment of respite. A sudden thought crossed her mind, prompting her to summon the imperial guards. What has the second prince been up to these days? She inquired softly, her tone seemingly calm, yet laced with undeniable authority. The guards promptly knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting, Your Majesty, the prince has been rising early each day to instruct the crown prince in martial arts, spending afternoons fishing in the imperial garden and strolling through the capital's markets in the evenings. However, as they neared the end of their report, the guards hesitated slightly. What is it this evening? The empress pressed. This evening, the prince accompanied Prince Yin and Prince Jin to the Qinhuai River. The guard replied candidly, not daring to conceal the truth. Empress Ma furrowed her brows slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding calmly. Very well, you may withdraw. Convey my command to summon the wives of the Qin and Yin princes. Yes, Your Majesty, the guard acknowledged, quickly departing to execute her orders. As the three brothers stepped into the Zhe Xianlu, a cacophony of noise and vibrant energy enveloped them. In the main hall, patrons gathered in small clusters. On the stage, veils billowed gracefully as a troupe of enchanting singers danced elegantly. The audience below was utterly captivated, erupting into applause and cheers at intervals. Amidst the cheers, some patrons tossed heavy silver coins onto the stage, prompting the singers to flash sweet smiles and graciously express their gratitude. Upon entering their private booth, The brothers found the ornately carved wooden table adorned with an array of exquisite food and drink. The matron, swaying her hips, approached with a bevy of graceful maidens, her face radiant with smiles as she inquired, "Gentlemen, is there anything else you desire?" Zhu Yang, with an air of indifference, waved his hand dismissively. "No need. You may leave. Do not disturb us with trivialities." No sooner had he spoken than another ingot of gold sailed through the air, landing firmly in the matron's hand. Her eyes squinted with delight as she expressed endless gratitude before gleefully retreating. The sight of the gleaming gold ignited a spark in the eyes of the maidens, who eagerly flocked to Zhu Yang, chirping sweetly, "You are truly generous, young master." A faint smile graced Zhu Yang's lips as he replied nonchalantly, "I shall refrain. Let the two of you perform a dance for our entertainment while the others accompany my brothers. Rest assured, your reward shall not be meager." The two maidens designated for the dance promptly adjusted their attire and gracefully made their way to the center of the booth, swaying to the soft strains of the silk and bamboo music. The remaining maidens, filled with joy, quickly clustered around Zhu Di and Zhu Jin. Zhu Di, somewhat reserved, shifted slightly to the side in polite acknowledgement, while Zhu Jin, brimming with enthusiasm, sipped his drink and engaged in lively banter with the maidens, his hearty laughter ringing out as the three brothers reveled in their merriment. Exchanging cups and laughter, the lively music abruptly ceased, plunging the space into an eerie silence that drew their attention. Moments later, the matron's sharp yet exuberant voice pierced through the stillness of the hall. "Esteemed patrons, I bring you delightful news. Today marks the day our Zhe Xian Lu's star performer, Lu Hui, departs for marriage." At this announcement, the brothel erupted in a frenzy. Each time Lu Hui appeared veiled, her breathtaking beauty remained undisguised. A young gentleman, eyes alight with longing, exclaimed indeed, to spend a night with Lu Hui would be worth dying for. Another echoed in agreement, his face flushed with rapture. "I bid 3,000 taels." A wealthy merchant shouted hoarsely, his face resembling a ripe tomato, with the flesh of his neck quivering in tandem, amidst the fervent bidding. The matron raised her hands, gesturing for quiet. "Please do not rush. Lu Hui does not desire riches. Let her speak for herself." Chapter 27. The peril in the night. As anticipation grew, a woman clad in a flowing white gauze dress glided gracefully to the stage. Her form was light and airy, akin to a drifting cloud. The veil adorned her face just enough to obscure her features, yet could not conceal the unique aura she emanated, inciting the imaginations of those below. She inclined slightly, her posture elegant, and spoke softly, her voice akin to a clear mountain spring. "Greetings, gentlemen. I have little regard for wealth. I've always been intrigued by peculiar trinkets." With that, she delicately raised her hand, revealing a Luban lock. "Whosoever can unlock this Luban lock and compose a fine poem shall have my hand henceforth." Her voice, though soft, resonated throughout the hushed hall. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a momentary stupor before engaging in hushed discussions. Some glimmered with eagerness, while others wore expressions of trepidation. The Luban lock was carefully passed around, and a few fortunate souls managed to unlock it, eliciting gasps from those nearby. Yet, when they attempted to recite poetry, Lu Hui merely shook her head, her expression tinged with disappointment. The verses were either a mere assemblage of flowery language devoid of genuine emotion or lacked depth, failing to resonate with her heart. Zhu Jin, clutching the poem penned by Zhu Yang, strode confidently to the stage. Under the curious gazes of the assembly, he seized the Luban lock and, employing Zhu Yang's method, swiftly and deftly unlocked it. Clearing his throat with an air of pride, Zhu Jin recited, "If life were, but as it was upon first meeting." As the words echoed, the hall erupted in astonishment. The crowd paused in disbelief before a wave of admiration and discourse swept through. "This poem is truly exquisite. Such talent is indeed commendable." Lu Hui, who had maintained a placid demeanor, suddenly widened her eyes, filled with surprise and appreciation, murmuring, "If life were, but as it was upon first meeting." Raising her voice, she addressed the audience. "This poem possesses profound meaning and heartfelt sentiment. I declare this young master the victor, From above, Zhu Yang surveyed the scene below, silently apologizing. "Forgive me, Lord Nayland." Moments later, Zhu Jin returned, radiant with joy. Leading Lu Hui into the booth, as she entered, the other maidens discreetly withdrew. Zhu Jin eagerly introduced, "This is my second brother, and this is my fourth." Lu Hui graciously bowed, her voice soft as she said, "I am Lu Hui. Pleased to meet you, esteemed gentlemen." Zhu Yang took a sip of his drink, his gaze settling on Lu Hui as he murmured, "Lu Hui, Lu Xiaohui, a splendid name indeed that a learned individual like Lu Xiaohui." Subsequently, Lu Hui obediently settled beside Zhu Jin. Yet her gaze continually drifted toward Zhu Yang, whose innate charisma stood in stark contrast to that of Zhu Jin and Zhu Di. Suddenly, as if resolved, Lu Hui stood abruptly, her eyes ablaze with intensity as she addressed Zhu Yang. "If I'm not mistaken, that poem was penned by you, was it not?" Zhu Yang raised an eyebrow, a glint of interest flickering in his eyes as he responded, "Oh, intriguing. How did you deduce that?" Lu Hui smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with intelligence, and replied methodically, "Since I took my seat, you have been occasionally reciting poetry. The verses, whether elegant or unique, reveal your passion and skill for the art." Conversely, the third young master appeared bewildered when I mentioned certain poetic allusions, unable to grasp their deeper meanings. Yet you listened with great interest, occasionally displaying a knowing smile. Thus, I surmise that the remarkable poem originated from your hand. "Indeed, you are quite observant," Zhu Yang acknowledged with a subtle nod of approval. "But why do the three young masters conceal their true selves?" Lu Hui tilted her head, curiosity and intrigue evident in her gaze. "Oh, how does a courtesan discern such things?" Zhu Yang countered with a question rather than providing a direct answer. Lu Hui sighed softly, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes as she spoke. "In my youth, I traveled extensively with my father. Thus I have encountered the world. Alas, my father passed away over a decade ago, and we suffered the wrath of enemies, leaving me the sole survivor of my family. Which is why I reluctantly took refuge in a brothel." As she spoke, she retrieved a handkerchief and softly wept, her demeanor utterly pitiable. Seeing this, Zhu Jin, filled with concern, hurriedly reassured her, "Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely have matters to attend to that require us to remain incognito." Zhu Yang rose decisively and declared, "Let us conclude our meeting for today. It is time for us to return, lest our mother grows anxious." With that, he retrieved 3 gold ingots from his bosom and placed them steadily upon the table, their lustrous sheen glimmering enticingly in the candlelight. He turned his gaze towards Lu Hui, his eyes reflecting a sense of regret. "I apologize for the disturbance today. Mississippi, it is not that we shirk our responsibilities. It is simply that our mother exercises strict oversight. We shall return when time permits." Having said this, he led Zhu Di and Zhu Jian towards the exit. Zhu Di nodded slightly, signaling to Lu Hui, while Zhu Jian cast a lingering glance back at her. Lu Hui promptly rose, respectfully bowed, and softly uttered, "I wish you a safe journey, my lords." Her gaze followed the trio until the door to the private room slowly closed. After departing from Zhe Xianlu, the 3 brothers, Zhu Yang, Zhu Di, and Zhu Jian, strolled leisurely down the street. Like a tea that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves along the roadside. Unruly appeared like a specter from the shadows, swiftly kneeling beside Zhu Yang and speaking in a low yet clear voice. "Your Highness, I have matters to report concerning Shiyao." Zhu Yang furrowed his brow slightly, turning to Zhu Di and Zhu Jian. "You two go ahead. I shall follow shortly." Zhu Di and Zhu Jian did not inquire further, merely nodding before continuing on their way. Their figures gradually faded around the street corner, their footsteps receding into the distance. Zhu Yang then redirected his attention to Yuan Tiangang, his expression growing serious. "It has been nearly a year since Shi Yao last contacted us. What is the matter?" Yuan Tiangang remained silent, deftly producing an envelope from his bosom and extending it towards Zhu Yang with both hands. Zhu Yang accepted the letter and skimmed through its contents swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out a lighter from his pocket, igniting it with a swift flick. The flame eagerly engulfed the paper. And within moments, the letter was reduced to ashes, carried away by the wind. "I understand now. You may leave." Zhu Yang's demeanor returned to calm, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Yes, Your Highness. Yuan Tiangang complied, vanishing into the darkness with a fleeting motion, as though he had never been there. Zhu Yang gazed in the direction of Yuan Tiangong's departure, murmuring to himself, Lu Hui, Chun Hui is intriguing. He then turned and walked steadily towards the palace. Chapter 28. Conspiracy. Zhu Yang, Zhu Di, and Zhu Jian approached the Qianqing palace amidst laughter and banter, only to freeze in place the moment they stepped through the palace gates. Empress Ma sat firmly in the center, her expression cold and commanding, a chicken feather blanket draped carelessly over her lap, yet exuding an unmistakable aura of intimidation. Su Miaoyun and Guanyin, new flanker. Their faces hardened with frost, the warmth of their usual demeanor entirely absent. Zhu Yang felt a sudden chill in his heart, realizing the gravity of the situation. He lowered his voice, urgency lacing his tone. This is bad. We must retreat. The three spun on their heels and fled, their footsteps frantic and hurried. Stop right there. Empress Ma's voice thundered behind them, causing them to freeze in their tracks. Slowly, they turned, forcing smiles more grotesque than tears, cautiously approaching Empress Ma. Zhu Yang was the first to speak, his tone ingratiating. Mother, we feared we might intrude upon your conversation, that you've become quite bold, haven't you? Venturing to the Qinhuai River with your brothers. Empress Ma's voice was as frigid as ice shards, echoing through the vast hall. That moment. Su Miaoyun stepped forward with a light tread, a faint smile playing at her lips, her voice teasing yet gentle. Your Highness, were the maidens of the Qinhuai River to your liking? Zhu Di's face flushed crimson, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to form words, his throat parched and silent. Guanyin timidly took a step forward, her large, watery eyes brimming with confusion and hurt, her voice quivering. Your Highness, did Minmin do something wrong? As she spoke, she gently tugged at Zhu Yang's sleeve. That no, Minmin is wonderful, Zhu Yang reassured her. Then why did you go to the Qinhuai River? Guanyin continued, her voice soft and uncertain. Empress Ma waved her hand lightly, her tone calm, yet unyielding. Enough. Each of your families should take their men home. I must accompany Xiongying to pay respects to our ancestors tomorrow. Su Miaoyun could no longer contain her fury. Upon hearing Empress Ma's words, she stormed forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, grabbing Zhu Di by the ear. Zhu Di, caught off guard, yelped in pain, instinctively trying to break free, but was held fast by Su Miaoyun's grip. Zhu Laosi, I won't let you off so easily. You think you can sneak away for a tryst? Su Miaoyun scolded loudly, dragging Zhu Di towards the exit of the Qianqing palace, her voice laden with anger and grievance. Zhu Di grimaced, his hands flailing in the air as he attempted to pry Su Miaoyun's fingers from his ear. Protesting, no, man, I didn't tea. I merely went for a drink. The echoes of his voice reverberated down the empty palace corridor, fading into the distance. Meanwhile, within the hall, Guanyin turned silently and walked towards the gates of the Qianqing palace. Seeing this, Zhu Yang's heart tightened, and he hurried after her. He stepped in front of Guanyin, arms outstretched to block her path, his face a mask of urgency. Minmin, please wait. Allow me to explain. Empress Ma looked at Zhu Jian, her expression a mixture of disappointment and frustration, her voice rising involuntarily. Old 3, if your wife cannot keep you in line, then I, as your mother, shall take it upon myself. With that, she raised her arm high, the chicken feather blanket swirling through the air with force, landing heavily upon Zhu Jian. Ouch! Mother, ease up, Zhu Jian exclaimed, jumping in surprise within the Qianqing palace. Stand still. Do not move. Night had fallen, and the Zue Xianlu had bid farewell to its last patron. The dimly lit secret chamber suffused with a warm, muted glow. The matron bowed deeply before Lu Hui, gradually kneeling, her voice trembling with reverence. Holy Maiden, we could not uncover any information about those 3 individuals. It is as if they appeared from thin air. Lu Hui sprang to her feet, hurling her teacup to the ground with a crash, shards scattering everywhere. What use are you to me? The matron trembled, her head lowered almost to the ground, her voice carrying a note of desperation. Holy Maiden, forgive my shortcomings. I have utilized all my connections, inquiring far and wide, yet I could find not a single trace of these 3. Lu Hui paced before her, looking down with disdain and fury. If tomorrow's plan fails, you shall answer for it. The matron hastily bowed her head, her forehead striking the stone floor with a dull thud. Yes, holy maiden, I shall do everything in my power to ensure tomorrow's task is executed flawlessly. Should I fail, I shall willingly accept death as my penance. Lu Hui scoffed, turning away and waving her hand dismissively. Leave. The matron, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped, cautiously exited the secret chamber. Within the L residence, in the same secret chamber, the same group convened, now joined by Li Yun, the Deputy Minister of War. Tomorrow, Her Majesty the Empress and the Crown Prince shall depart the palace for Fengyang to pay respects to their ancestors. The intelligence is credible, Elben intoned, his voice low yet clear. I have already stationed personnel outside the city of Yingtian, ready to apprehend them. This will force Zhu Xiongying into a cautious position. The Ming sect's forces within the city will coordinate with us to attack Yingtian. At that moment, ho-ho, the two chilling laughs echoed with boundless ambition and arrogance in the dimness. Deputy Minister Li Yun shifted slightly, straightening his posture, a glimmer of self-satisfaction in his eyes. That time, I shall devise a way to mobilize the troops of Yingtian. He deliberately lowered his voice. Though the tone of self-congratulation was unmistakable, El Chong raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Li Yun, his gaze penetrating with doubt. Are you certain? Yingtian still has Lan Yu, Su De, Tang He, and others. Li Yun, however, remained unperturbed, a confident smirk playing upon his lips as he stroked his beard. Su De is unwell. As for Lan Yu and the others, the Ming sect will seize the opportunity to attack the palace while they are unprepared. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Once we capture Zhu Xiongying and his family, I wonder if they will still dare to resist. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes shimmering with greed. That moment, El Fu, who had been silent, cleared his throat and spoke slowly. While that may be the case, the actions of the Ming sect are notoriously unpredictable. Can we truly rely on them to act as we wish at the crucial moment? El Ben's expression darkened as he fell into contemplation. After a moment, he slammed his hand on the table decisively. Regardless, the plan remains unchanged. Zhu Xiongying can no longer tolerate our presence. Either he dies, or we perish. As for Lan Yu and Tang He, Li Yun, you must ensure that the mobilization of troops is executed flawlessly, without arousing any suspicion that El Ben stood, surveying the group with eyes filled with determination and ruthlessness. This operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. Once accomplished, we shall revel in untold wealth and glory. Should there be any misstep, you all know the consequences. The group rose in unison, bowing and pledging their loyalty. While the arrangement here may not be optimal, it serves to set the stage for the forthcoming developments concerning the Ming sect's holy maiden. Lu Hui, I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 29. To protect those I love and who love me on the following morning. Empress Ma and Zhu Xiongying's convoy had already departed the 10-mile mark of Yingtian, heading towards Fengyang for ancestral rites. Meanwhile, within the Qinhuang mansion, Zhu Yang reclined lazily in a lounge chair. In the embrace of his arm, Guanyin Nu curled up like a docile kitten, both basking in the warmth of the sun. Min, are you still angry with me? Zhu Yang murmured softly, his fingers gently caressing Guanyin Nu's hair. She let out a soft hum, turning her head away, yet did not evade Zhu Yang's embrace. Your Highness, you spoke so much last night, yet not a single word was true. Zhu Yang hastily pulled her closer, resting his chin atop her head. Min, I swear to heaven, aside from drinking, I did nothing else. You know my heart contains only you. Unable to suppress a giggle, Guanyin Nu lightly punched him. You only know how to coax me. Suddenly, Lu Bo strode into the courtyard in haste, clasping his fists in salute. Your Highness, the rogue Tianzui Xing seeks an audience. Zhu Yang paused for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, Let him in. Before long, a small-statured figure entered the courtyard, his cheeks adorned with rouge, barely reaching the height of an adult. He knelt and declared loudly, I pay my respects to your Highness. Zhu Yang casually waved his hand. Dismissing the need for formalities, Xiao Wangzai, I command you to interpret the divination regarding the Empress and Xiongying's journey. What is the outcome? Your Highness, the divination indicates, before Zhu Xiongying could finish. Zhu Yang impatiently interjected. "What is it?" Taking a deep breath, Zhu Xiongying gravely uttered 4 words. "Heaven and earth deny, blocked and uncommunicative. This journey is fraught with peril." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yang sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Zhu Xiongying. "Why did you not report this sooner?" Zhu Xiongying hurriedly explained, "Your Highness, matters concerning the royal family are obscure and difficult to decipher. I have worked through the night, repeatedly verifying before arriving at this conclusion." Zhu Yang then commanded loudly towards Zhu Xiongying, "You shall now convey my orders. Instruct Xiongying to take the rogues and hasten after the Empress's carriage, ensuring their safety at all costs." Zhu Xiongying did not dare to delay, rising swiftly to one knee, acknowledging the order. "Yes, Your Highness." 20 miles outside the city of Ingtian, within a tranquil grove, 2,000 trained black-clad men lay concealed. They moved like phantoms, hidden behind lush foliage, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Each wore specially crafted black attire, their faces obscured, revealing only a pair of fierce eyes, fixed intently on the distant official road. Before long, the sound of horse-drawn carriages approached, and the carriage of Empress Ma drew near. "Attack!" A low but powerful command shattered the stillness in an instant. A volley of arrows shot forth from the dense forest, like a locust swarm targeting the carriage. The arrows, whistling through the air, struck the horses pulling the carriage. The horses neighed in agony, collapsing, causing the carriage to sway violently and nearly topple. The guards and the elite Jin Yi reacted instantly, swiftly drawing their weapons to protect the carriage while shouting loudly, "Protect the Empress! Assassins! Kill them!" The black-clad men charged recklessly towards the carriage. Where did so many death warriors come from? "Be careful! Their weapons are poisoned. We must not let them harm the Empress and the Crown Prince." The commander of the Jin Yi bellowed. Trained from a young age, the Jin Yi and guards faced the frenzied assault of the black-clad warriors without fear, cooperating seamlessly, either wielding swords to defend or lunging to attack. The sounds of clashing steel and cries of battle echoed, ringing painfully in the ears. However, the Empress Ma traveled discreetly this time with only 1,000 guards, placing them at a clear disadvantage against the 2,000 black-clad warriors. Moreover, these black-clad men were all reckless death warriors, each undaunted by death, refusing to retreat even when injured, pressing forward relentlessly against the guards' defenses. As time passed, the guards began to tire, their clothes drenched in sweat, breaths becoming heavy and labored. In the midst of the escalating crisis, a black-clad warrior seized the opportunity to breach the carriage. Inside, Empress Ma sat calmly, exuding an innate aura of authority and composure. Though young, Zhu Xiongying showed no fear. Closely nestled beside her, determination etched on her youthful face. Seeing this, the black-clad warrior lunged menacingly at Empress Ma and Zhu Xiongying. Just as the situation reached its zenith, a gleaming long knife flashed, precisely piercing the chest of the black-clad warrior from behind. The commander of the Jin Yi kicked the assailant to the ground. Kneeling as he declared, "Rest assured, Empress and Crown Prince, even if it costs me my life, I will not allow them to succeed." Yet, scarcely had he spoken when a long knife, identical to that which had dispatched the black-clad warrior, pierced through the back of the Jin Yi commander. His body trembled as he coughed out blood. "Please, Empress and Crown Prince, do not resist. Come with us," the black-clad warrior sneered as he advanced menacingly. In a flash, Zhu Xiongying, seizing the moment, swiftly drew a dagger from her bosom and plunged it into his chest. The black-clad warrior fell, astonished that a 9-year-old child could best him. "Xiongying." Empress Ma's eyes widened in shock. "Grandmother, my second uncle taught me while practicing martial arts. We train to protect those we love and who love us," Zhu Xiongying declared resolutely, "having grown under your protection. This time, let me protect you." Turning her back to Empress Ma, she stepped out of the carriage, leaving only her silhouette behind. That moment, Empress Ma seemed to see the shadows of Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Yang in Zhu Xiongying. "Lu, lend me your sword." At that moment, the commander of the guards, fighting valiantly, was taken aback to see Zhu Xiongying emerge from the carriage. "Your Highness, it's dangerous outside. Quickly return to the carriage. I will risk my life to ensure your safety and that of the Empress." "Not at all. As the third heir of the Ming Dynasty, should I let the soldiers bleed outside while I sit comfortably in the carriage? Lend me your sword, Liu." "This is an order," Zhu Xiongying shouted fiercely. "Very well." The commander reluctantly handed her a long sword. Zhu Xiongying raised the sword, which was half her height, and proclaimed, "Warriors, my last command. If you see me fall, do not panic, do not cease fighting. Protect the Empress at all costs. Long live the Ming! Long live the Ming! Long live the Ming! Long live the Ming!" The morale of the guards surged as they rallied around Zhu Xiongying. Fighting valiantly, as the battle raged on, guards fell one after another. Yet Zhu Xiongying's expression held no trace of fear. Instead, a fierce determination ignited within her. A hulking black-clad warrior, noticing this, smirked cruelly, wielding his sharp long knife menacingly towards Zhu Xiongying. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, poised to strike her head. Yet, Zhu Xiongying did not flinch. Gritting her teeth, she charged directly towards the blade. The black-clad warrior, taken aback, bellowed, "You seek death? My life matters not. I only wish for your demise," Zhu Xiongying retorted, her voice resolute and unwavering. In the split second before the long knife fell, she deftly sidestepped, the blade grazing her cheek as it plunged into her shoulder. Simultaneously, Zhu Xiongying's sword found its mark, driving deep into the black-clad warrior's chest. With a splatter of blood, it painted her face crimson as the warrior staggered and collapsed, lifeless. "Your Highness, the blade is poisoned." The commander of the guards shouted from nearby. And no sooner had he spoken than Zhu Xiongying's vision began to blur, her body swaying as she teetered on the brink of collapse. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Yang's figure flashed in her mind. "Second uncle, I have not shamed you." Just as several black-clad warriors were about to advance, a flurry of silver needles whizzed through the air, embedding themselves in the foreheads of the assailants. The rogues come at the command of Prince Qin to rescue. Tian Zongxing swiftly appeared before Zhu Xiongying, his hands moving like illusions, locking her vital points with astonishing speed before producing a pill for her to consume. Behind him, the rogues surged forward like a tidal wave against the black-clad men. Agile and ruthless, their long knives gleamed with a chilling light, each swing releasing a spray of blood, sending the black-clad warriors fleeing in terror. How could Prince Qin possess such a covert force? One black-clad warrior gasped in fear, unable to suppress his astonishment. Yet the only response he received was the icy gaze of the rogues behind their masks, followed by the long knife cleaving through the air towards him. Do not question why Zhu Xiongying, at such a tender age, possesses such prowess, for this is a tale of delight, and the protagonist is extraordinary. If you must place blame, direct it towards the protagonist. It is not my concern. Chapter 30. The Palace Defense Battle at this moment. The atmosphere within Tianfu remained exuberantly lively. The streets were bustling with crowds, the sounds of vendors and laughter ringing out. However, a sudden, heavy footfall echoed like thunder, shattering the tranquility that a group of fierce soldiers, accompanied by a band of ruthless subordinates, began to rampantly seize the citizens in the streets. The common folk were thrown into a state of panic, fleeing in all directions as screams and cries filled the streets, transforming the once vibrant marketplace into a scene of utter chaos. From a nearby loft, the old madam and the deputy minister of war, Li Yun, stood side by side, gazing down at the tumult below. The old madam furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes as she could not help but voice her concern. Is such a course of action truly effective? Li Yun smirked, a hint of smugness curling at the corners of his mouth. His gaze filled with cunning as he responded slowly. What you may not realize is that Zhu Chongba is particularly concerned about these lowly commoners. Moreover, he is surrounded by capable individuals such as Su De, Zhu Di, and Lan Yu, all of whom are seasoned warriors not to be underestimated. When the time is ripe, we can drive these commoners to the front lines. And Zhu Chongba, mindful of his own interests, will surely hesitate to strike them down. The old madam nodded in satisfaction, a glint of fierceness and resolve flashing in her eyes as she declared in a low voice, "Then I shall take action now." With that, she produced a bamboo tube, ignited the fuse, and a brilliant light shot skyward, exploding into a vivid flame pattern in midair. Within the city and beyond, many adherents of the Ming sect, typically disguised as ordinary citizens, emerged from their hidden corners, brandishing weapons that had been secretly stashed away, surging like a tide towards the royal palace. "Burn my remaining body!" Fierce flames. Inside the palace, Zhu Xiongying and Zhu Biao were engrossed in reviewing memorials when Wang Jinghong burst in. Panic-stricken, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince, there is grave news. Someone is plotting a rebellion." "What?" "Repeat that." Zhu Xiongying could scarcely believe his ears. "Your Majesty, there are rebels outside." Wang Jinghong reiterated. "Where did they acquire weapons? And what are the 12 guards?" Zhu Xiongying slammed his palm on the table, roaring in anger. "Your Majesty, according to reports from the guards, the rebellion is led by Deputy Minister of War Li Yun and the remnants of the Ming sect. They have taken commoners hostage, swiftly capturing the city gates with one group, while another is making their way towards the palace with the remaining hostages. Where are Su De and Tang He?" Zhu Xiongying inquired. "Your Majesty, do you not recall? General Su is unwell, and after the incident, General Tang took General Fu Yud and others to mobilize troops outside the city. However, the Deputy Minister of War forged an imperial edict to withdraw some of the 12 guards. General Tang and the others were obstructed by the commoners pushed forth by the enemy at the city gates, leading to a prolonged stalemate. Suddenly, a young eunuch rushed into the hall, kneeling and reporting urgently, 'Your Majesty, Prince Yin and General Lan Yu request an audience.' Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunzhang's expression hardened, and he decisively commanded, 'Quickly announce them.' As his words fell, Zhu Di and Lan Yu, among others, hastily entered the hall and knelt in unison. 'We pay our respects to Father Emperor.' Zhu Di rose first, his expression grave as he clasped his hands and reported, 'Father Emperor, it seems that many remnants of the Ming sect have been lying in ambush within the city. Deputy Minister Li Yun harbors ulterior motives. He has secretly bribed numerous soldiers and, taking advantage of his position, has stealthily smuggled weapons into Yingtian City. Now, they have initiated a rebellion and are advancing towards the palace. The primary concern is that they have taken hostages among the commoners.' Zhu Yunzhang's expression darkened, eyes filled with worry and fury as he spoke in a low voice. 'Your Majesty, the only solution for now is for you to retreat from Yingtian to ensure your safety.' A minister boldly suggested. The assembly was initially taken aback, but soon their gazes turned fiery with indignation. Even the typically cautious young eunuch trembled with rage, eyes filled with disdain. 'Drag him out and execute him.' Zhu Xiongying, shaking with fury, glared wide-eyed, veins bulging on his forehead, and gritted his teeth as he shouted. And no sooner had he finished speaking than guards surged forward like tigers pouncing on prey, seizing the minister and dragging him out. 'Let me make myself clear. If anyone speaks such foolishness again, do not blame me for being heartless.' Zhu Xiongying took a deep breath and continued, 'Now let us go out and confront these treacherous rebels.' 'Yes, Your Majesty.' The crowd rose in unison, following Zhu Xiongying. Upon reaching the palace gates, they found Su De leading the Jinwu guards in a standoff against Li Yun and the old madam. 'Tiende?' Zhu Xiongying was taken aback to see Su De present. 'Rest assured, Your Majesty, though I'm old, I can still shield you from harm. My ailments are nothing to fear.' Li Yun and the old madam shouted from behind the commoners. 'Zhu Chongba, you have finally chosen to show yourself. No longer a coward hiding. Preposterous. What kind of hero captures commoners?' Zhu Yunzhang's eyes widened in fury, his voice booming with innate authority and rage. 'Zhu Chongba, we are no heroes, I must admit. You possess some capability to claim the throne. But we dare not confront you head-on, bring you down. We have no choice but to make the commoners of Yingtian suffer,' the old madam retorted, a cunning and triumphant expression on her face. 'You are the old madam of Zhu Xianlu.' Zhu Di recognized her at once, exclaiming loudly. Hearing the familiar voice, the old madam turned to see him and revealed a sinister smile. 'Oh, it is you all. I'm not merely an old madam. I am Lu Sanyang, the purple-shirt dragon king of the Ming sect. How laughable! You dare call yourself the Purple Shirt Dragon King? Do not tarnish that name." Zhu Jiao scoffed, looking at the old madam's corpulent figure with disgust. The old madam trembled with rage, glaring fiercely at Zhu Jiao before quickly turning to Li Yun. "We must act swiftly, for outside the city lie 130,000 troops. We must capture Zhu Xiongying at once, or we risk prolonging this affair." Li Yun's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he unsheathed his sword without hesitation, raising it high, and proclaimed loudly, "Very well. Soldiers, let us capture Zhu Xiongying alive. Wealth and glory are within our grasp. Charge!" The old madam, undeterred, shouted with fervor, "The holy maiden shall grant you strength. Charge forth." The piercing sound of her voice seemed to pierce the heavens. In an instant, they plunged into a fierce melee. Seeing the chaos unfold, Zhu Xiongying seized a long blade from a guard and, with a swift leap, charged into the fray, turning to Suda, a seasoned warrior at his side, and said, "Tinda, it has been years since we fought side by side. Today, we shall fight with all our might." Suda's lips curled into a confident smile, his long spear shaking in the wind as he replied loudly, "Yes, your majesty, let us show these traitorous rebels the might of our brotherhood." On the battlefield, Zhu Xiongying plunged his blade into the chest of a man wearing a white mask, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Young man, you are quite impressive, but today you too must perish." The mysterious figure let out a cold snort, his voice low and frigid. "I am Xie Yun, the golden-haired Lion King of the Ming sect. I shall die without regret for the sake of the Ming sect." Meanwhile, Zhu Jiao and Zhu Di were embroiled in a fierce battle with the old madam. Despite her corpulent frame, she moved with surprising agility, her twin daggers dancing in the air. Yet, despite their valiant efforts on the battlefield, the hostages held by the enemy instilled fear, gradually tipping the scales against them. The old madam clashed with the Zhu brothers. She could not resist taunting. "Weren't there 3 of you? Has the third one fled in cowardice, perhaps?" "Oh, are you looking for me?" A deep voice echoed, as if from the depths of the underworld, suddenly resounding behind the old madam. "Although I know that such a straightforward rebellion seems somewhat fantastical, let's not take this light-hearted narrative too seriously. At a hint, the Ming sect is about to make its entrance." Chapter 31. Turning the tide. "Oh, are you looking for me?" A low voice resonated as if from the abyss, suddenly breaking the silence behind the old madam. That a chill of foreboding surged through her heart. Instinctively, as she turned around, she felt a sudden coldness at her neck, and then the world began to spin. The old madam's head was since soaring, blood gushing from her neck like a fountain, splattering onto the cold ground. There stood Zhu Jiao, tall and imposing, clad in gleaming white armor that shimmered in the sunlight, wielding a 3-pronged spear whose tip glinted ominously. His expression was stern as he stepped steadily over the old madam's corpse. Behind him trailed a group of rogues, their faces obscured by silver masks and conical hats. Zhu Jiao thrust his spear forward with great force, and in an instant, the group of rogues rushed into the battlefield like phantoms. They moved with agility, their speed astonishing, vanishing into the enemy ranks in the blink of an eye. Zhu Jiao himself was like a dazzling white lightning bolt, weaving through the enemy forces with incredible swiftness. The spear in his hand created an impenetrable storm, each swing bringing forth a shower of blood. Wherever the spear tip landed, enemy heads fell, accompanied by cries of anguish. Zhu Xiongying and the others were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure, steeling themselves to rejoin the fray with renewed courage. Before long, Zhu Jiao had dashed like the wind to confront Li Yun. Upon seeing this, Li Yun's face turned ashen, and he screamed in terror, "Quick, someone stop him!" Though the soldiers by his side were filled with trepidation, they pressed forward under the stern command of their orders. Yet before the war-godlike figure of Zhu Yang, their resistance appeared utterly feeble. Zhu Yang moved with the swiftness of lightning, his spear striking with the ferocity of a dragon, and in but a fleeting moment, he had dispatched the soldiers attempting to impede him, leaving them disarmed and defeated. A demon. He is a demon. Flee! A voice cried out in panic, and in an instant, the soldiers scattered like leaves in the wind. Grasping Li Yun by the throat, Zhu Yang hoisted him aloft, proclaiming loudly, "Your leader is in my grasp. Those who wish to survive "Drop your weapons." The soldiers who had taken the citizens hostage were already terrified to their core by Zhu Yang's earlier ferocious onslaught. And upon witnessing this scene, their terror escalated further. One soldier, unable to contain his fear, cast aside his weapon, prompting others to follow suit. The cacophony of clattering arms resonated sharply on the silent battlefield, a sound that pierced the air, causing the citizens to rush towards the safety behind Zhu Xiongying. Outside the city of Yingtian, Tang He, clad in battle armor, led his forces in a tense stalemate against the 3,000 traitors atop the city walls. With a piercing gaze, he shouted towards them, "Release the citizens and surrender. You stand no chance of victory." Following his lead, the army behind him raised a unified cry, "Surrender!" The thunderous chorus of tens of thousands echoed through the heavens. Shaking the very earth, the traitorous commander atop the walls, though shaken, feigned calmness and rallied his men. "Brothers, do not panic. General Li has besieged the palace. If we hold our ground, glory and riches will soon be ours." "Is that so?" came a low, chilling voice that cut through the air, reaching the ears of both the traitors and Tang He's forces. Everyone paused, turning towards the source of the voice. They beheld the figure of the enigmatic Bu Liangshu. Clad in a flowing black robe, his hands clasped behind him, striding forth from the other side of the battlefield. "Who goes there?" a sharp-eyed soldier shouted, breaking the momentary silence. Tang He furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a sense of vigilance and gravity, fixated on this unexpected guest. The commanders beside him tightened their grips on their weapons, preparing for any eventuality. Like this moment, no one could discern Bu Liangshu's intentions. Was he friend or foe? The enemy commander, feeling an unsettling aura from this mysterious figure, grew increasingly anxious. Fearing another twist of fate, he bellowed desperately, "Loose the arrows!" Instantly, a rain of arrows darkened the sky, hurtling towards Bu Liangshu. Yet, he appeared oblivious, his demeanor calm and composed as he walked steadily into the oncoming storm of projectiles. Did he fear no death? The enemy commander watched in grave apprehension, murmuring to himself, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Just as all thought the arrows would surely pierce Bu Liangshu's form, a shocking spectacle unfolded. Before their very eyes, Bu Liangshu flickered and vanished in a thin air. "Only the Prince of Qin may send me to my demise. You are unworthy," a voice cold as ice echoed hauntingly from behind the enemy commander. Startled, he spun around to find Bu Liangshu, like a specter, standing ominously behind him. The commander's eyes widened in terror. As a group of individuals approached the vicinity of the Lu residence, they were rendered speechless by the harrowing sight that met their eyes. Scattered haphazardly across the ground lay numerous lifeless bodies. Zhu Yin, brandishing a long blade, slowly advanced towards them, the knife's edge grinding against the earth and sending sparks flying. The once pristine white robe he wore was now drenched in blood. "Ah, there you all are, saving me the trouble of seeking you out one by one." Zhu Yin's voice, deep and hoarse, echoed hauntingly in the heavy silence. Liu Bin, suppressing his inner terror, mustered his courage to inquire loudly. "Your Highness, may I ask what offense I have committed to provoke such a massacre of my officials?" Zhu Yin slightly lifted his gaze, his eyes slicing through Liu Bin like a knife, as he coldly replied, "How forgetful you are, my dear Liu. Just this morning, ambushes were laid outside the Yingtian prefecture, and yet you seem to have forgotten by nightfall. Defamation. This is slander." Liu Bin's voice rose sharply, his face a canvas of anger and grievance. "I implore your Highness to present evidence, lest you defame me without cause." Zhu Yin's lips curled into a subtle, sardonic smile, his tone nonchalant. "It suffices that I know it was you. Evidence is of little consequence. Dare you lay a hand on me?" Liu Bin's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of incredulity and alarm. "I am a court official appointed by His Majesty, a dignitary of the third rank. Do you not fear His Majesty's wrath?" Zhu Yin remained silent, merely gazing at Liu Bin, a strange smile gradually forming on his face. As Liu Bin noticed Zhu Yin's indifference, cold sweat broke upon his brow, and his legs began to tremble slightly. Instinctively, he took a step back, his voice quaking with a hint of menace. "I have the Jiangnan gentry behind me. If you harm me, do you not fear inciting chaos across the realm?" Zhu Yin, upon hearing this, revealed a flicker of disdain in his eyes and coldly retorted, "There is no need for you to worry about them, my lord. I shall send them down to join you." No sooner had Zhu Yin spoken than a flurry of garments was heard as a row of unsavory figures, wielding long knives, seemingly materialized behind him, aligning themselves with precision. Zhu Yan's lips barely moved as he pronounced, each word deliberate and resonant, "Close the gates, leave no one behind." The gates slammed shut with a deafening crash, and within the courtyard, the cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams intertwined, composing a tragic dirge. Outside, however, the streets remained blissfully serene, sunlight gently cascading over the cobblestones, casting a soft, warm glow. The crimson gates stood as an invisible barrier, utterly isolating the brutal carnage from the tranquil beauty beyond. When Zhu Xiongying and Zhu Biao hastily arrived at the Lu residence, the scene before them jolted them to their core. There sat Zhu Yin alone on the stone steps of the courtyard, his expression austere as he meticulously wiped the bloodied blade in his hand. Before him lay the decapitated heads of Lu Bin and his associates, their eyes wide open, faces frozen in the terror and disbelief of their last moments, crimson blood seeping from their necks and pooling ominously on the ground. "Second brother," Zhu Xiongying exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency and concern. Almost simultaneously, Zhu Biao echoed, "Second brother." Zhu Xiongying hurried forward, his brow furrowed deeply at the sight of Zhu Yin drenched in blood. "How could you act so impulsively? Such matters should have been left to us. Do you not care for your reputation?" Though he often bickered with Zhu Yin, seeing his son in such a state filled him with both pride and worry. Zhu Biao followed closely, his expression one of genuine concern as he advised, "Indeed, second brother, you should have consulted us." Zhu Yan's gaze swept over Zhu Xiongying and Zhu Biao before finally settling on the headless corpses of Lu Bin and the others. After a moment's pause, he parted his lips, his voice low and frigid. "Be it the 8 prefect judges or the 10 Yama kings, they are all insignificant in my eyes, should anyone dare to cross my bottom line. I shall personally send him on his way." Following this confrontation, the situation in Yingtian City reached a decisive resolution, with the unsavory figures stepping out from the shadows and gradually becoming known to the populace. The citizens shared the news with fervor, discussing in every corner the enigmatic individuals who had turned the tide in their favor during a time of crisis, liberating Yingtian City from its dire straits. Among these events, the most astonishing was the transformation of Qin Wang Zhuyin, who, once known for his idleness, had now emerged as a hero in the eyes of the people. The elusive leader of the unsavory figures sparked countless speculations and fantasies. From now on, 3 chapters will be updated daily at 7 a.m. If any changes to the schedule are needed, please comment below, and the author will tally the responses before making adjustments. Thank you for your support. Dear readers, Chapter 33, Winds Rising. The officials had not attended court for 3 days. During this time, Zhu Xiongying had rallied the forces of the unsavory figures and the Jui to eradicate the remnants of the Ming cult and the treasonous officials within the Yingtian prefecture. The streets ran red with blood as the market became a site of carnage. Yet the citizens of Yingtian felt no fear. Instead, they fervently supported Zhu Xiongying's actions against these traitorous ministers, and the name of Zhu the Butcher once again echoed throughout the realm. The morning court session held after 3 days proceeded smoothly, with officials trembling in trepidation, fearful of incurring Zhu Xiongying's ire. The 9 clans of the Minister of War had already been dispatched to meet the King of Hell 3 days prior, and no one dared provoke Zhu Xiongying at this juncture. Seizing the moment, he announced 2 important matters: the appointment of Yuan Tiangang as the national master, also taking on the role of the unsavory leader to oversee both the unsavory figures and the Jinui, one in the shadows and the other in the light, monitoring the Great Ming. Following reforms in taxation, Zhu Xiongying's coffers swelled, and he appointed Yao Guangxiao as a compiler in the Hamlin Academy to assist in the compilation of the Hongwu Grand Code. The Lu clan had been entirely decimated by Zhu Yin, and the Jiangnan gentry clamored for Zhu Xiongying to bring Zhu Yin to justice. In response, Zhu Xiongying ordered that Zhu Yin must not leave the Qin Wang residence for 3 days. Upon hearing this resolution, The Jiangnan gentry erupted, petitions flooding Zhu Yuanzhang's desk like falling snow. That it was only after Zhu Yuanzhang executed a few individuals in the court that they gradually settled down. The Qinhuang residence was enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional leap of fish breaking the surface of the pond. Confined to solitude, Zhu Yin stood at the edge of the pond, leisurely scattering fish food upon the water. That moment, a figure clad in black stealthily approached from behind. It was none other than the unsavory leader Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang, now is the time to clear out the rats scurrying in the shadows. This game I entrust to you. I too intend to join in and play with them, Zhu Yin said, continuing to feed the fish while addressing Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang slightly lifted his head, his voice low yet brimming with unwavering confidence. Your Highness, it has indeed been many years since I played the role of the strategist. That it is rare to see Your Highness so intrigued. Rest assured, those remnants of the Ming cult and the vermin of Jiangdong are well within my control. With that, Yuan Tiangang slowly clenched his fist. Following this, Yuan Tiangang produced a red mask and presented it to Zhu Yin. The unsavory one of the Dark Star. Zhu Yin reached out to accept the mask, his fingers tracing its textured surface, feeling its cold and coarse touch before decisively donning it. In an instant, an air of mystery and ruthlessness enveloped him, layering his regal presence. Splendid. Let me witness firsthand the awe-inspiring might of the unsavory leader who once suppressed the Tang Dynasty for 3 centuries. With that, Zhu Yin turned and strode confidently away. As he watched Zhu Yan's retreating figure, Yuan Tiangang slowly raised his head, and from beneath the cold mask came the solemn declaration. If you refuse to be governed, then let retribution be your fate. Within the belly of Shizhong Mountain, what was once a solid mountain had been hollowed out, transformed into the grand hall of the Ming cult. Torches flickered along the cave walls, casting wavering shadows upon the faces of those gathered. Chun Hui, also known as Lu Hui of the Drunken Immortal Tavern, donned a flowing white robe, her posture regal as she sat confidently upon the elevated stone chair. Beside her stood a woman in a purple gauze dress, her figure graceful, exuding an enchanting allure with every movement. Below, 2 roaring flames danced wildly, and behind them, the left and right emissaries of the Ming cult and the white-browed Eagle King stood in orderly formation. Esteemed colleagues, since the unexpected passing of our leader, I have shouldered the weight of the Ming cult for the past year. In those early days, Zhu Chongba dealt us a brutal blow, resulting in the loss of countless elite members and severely depleting our strength. Just 3 days ago, the golden-haired Lion King and the purple-robed Dragon King, both paragons of our sect, met their untimely demise in Yingtian. Misfortunes seldom come alone, and now a Qinhuang has emerged, accompanied by the enigmatic, unsavory figures, obliterating our painstakingly established strongholds in Yingtian. Chun Hui grew increasingly agitated as she continued, suddenly rising to her feet, her robe rustling fiercely with her motion, her eyes ablaze with fury and resentment. Those strongholds represented the hard work of countless Ming cult brothers, and now they lie in ruins. When have we, the Ming cult, ever endured such a profound humiliation? The right emissary of light knelt on one knee, his expression grave, his voice resonant but laced with concern. Holy Maiden, the current state of affairs in the realm is tumultuous, and our greatest challenge lies in our lack of manpower. With the sudden loss of the golden-haired Lion King and the purple-robed Dragon King, their positions remain unfilled, and our ordinary members have diminished significantly. We urgently require reinforcements. Chun Hui furrowed her brows, nodding lightly. I am well aware of this matter. At present, our Ming cult is severely weakened. It is not the time for impassioned actions. We must bide our time, act discreetly, and focus on strengthening our own power. Upon reaching this juncture, Chun Hui paused slightly, determination flickering in her gaze. As for Yingtian, let us set it aside for now. There, the formidable forces of Zhu Chongba are on high alert, and there are also the mysterious and nefarious individuals lurking in the shadows. Recklessly venture forth would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Within the stone bell cave, silence enveloped the crowd, interrupted only by the occasional crackle of burning torches. Chun Hui inhaled deeply, raising her voice to issue a command. Immediately convey my orders. All disciples are to disperse to various locations. Adopting false identities and secretly expanding our ranks. It is imperative that we bolster the strength of the Ming cult in the shortest possible time. Chun Hui extended her hand, pointing decisively at the woman in purple beside her. Her tone resolute and indisputable. The position of Purple Shirt Dragon King shall be held by Lin Yinyao. She possesses a keen intellect and formidable martial prowess, making her well-suited for this significant responsibility. Lin Yinyao, standing beside her, slightly bowed in acceptance of the command. Chun Hui surveyed the crowd below and continued. As for the selection of the Golden Mane Lion King, you must choose from among the Ming cult's elite, ensuring that the individual who can uphold this banner is selected. Now, you may disperse, but the Purple Shirt Dragon King shall remain. The assembly knelt in unison, responding in a harmonious chorus. We shall faithfully obey the orders of the Saintess. Subsequently, they rose and exited in an orderly fashion. Before long, only Chun Hui and the newly appointed Purple Shirt Dragon King, Lin Yinyao, remained within the cavern. Yinyao, my dear sister, this plan could have caught Zhu Chongba off guard. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of King Qin, thwarting our endeavors? Lin Yinyao gently patted Chun Hui's hand, offering soft words of comfort. Sister, there is no need to be overly disheartened. This is merely an unforeseen incident. Now that we are aware that King Qin is an unpredictable variable, we can take this opportunity to thoroughly investigate his background. When we act next time, we shall ensure absolute success. Chun Hui gazed at Lin Yinyao, her eyes filled with gratitude, and she grasped Yinyao's hand earnestly, saying, Alas, how many times have I said that in private, when no one is around, we should refer to each other as sisters. Lin Yinyao's lips curled into a subtle smile, responding sweetly, Yes, sister. Chun Hui fell into reminiscence, a pained expression crossing her face. In those days, had it not been for your timely arrival, sister, I would have long succumbed to the treacherous hands of that scoundrel Chen Feng, that I never imagined he could be so heartless, even to his own niece, this past year, if it were not for your counsel and unwavering support. I could not have swiftly taken control of the Ming cult. Lin Yinyao shook her head, earnestly stating, Sister, please do not say such things. We sisters ought to support one another. Under your leadership, the Ming cult is steadily moving towards the right path, and in the future, it shall surely overthrow the Ming Dynasty, allowing you to become a sovereign of unparalleled stature. Chapter 34. Fourth Brother Zhu Di seeks aid with Miao Yun within the Qianqing Palace. Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao, and Empress Ma gathered around a table to enjoy their lunch, with Zhu Yuanzhang seated at the head, relishing his meal that, my sister's cooking, no matter how many times I partake, is perpetually delightful. An endless source of pleasure. As he spoke, he smacked his lips, his face radiating happiness and contentment. Empress Ma, seated beside him, smiled gently at his words, her eyes full of warmth. She shot Zhu Yuanzhang a playful glance, chiding him, You and your incessant chatter, just eat your meal. Yet, even as she spoke, her hands were not idle. She picked up a piece of succulent braised pork and delicately placed it into Zhu Yuanzhang's bowl. Following that, Empress Ma turned to Zhu Biao, similarly adding a piece of meat to his bowl, expressing her concern. Biao, do eat more. You seem to have lost weight recently. Zhu Biao promptly rose, accepting the bowl with both hands. A humble smile adorning his face as he respectfully replied, Thank you. Mother, you should eat as well and not just focus on us. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall. As the eunuch Wang Jinghong rushed in, his expression flustered, he knelt down with a thud, his voice tinged with urgency. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Yin Wang, and the Yin Wang Fei urgently request an audience. Empress Ma, known for her kind heart, immediately set down her utensils upon hearing this, her tone filled with concern. Quickly, let them in. As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhu Di and Su Miaoyun burst into the hall. Su Miaoyun's hair was disheveled, her face streaked with tears yet to dry. Upon entering, she fell to her knees, her voice thick with emotion, nearly pleading. Father, mother, please, I beg you, find a way to save my father. Witnessing this, Empress Ma's heart ached profoundly. She hurriedly rose and rushed to Su Miaoyun's side, gently lifting her up, soothingly inquiring, "My child, rise quickly. What has happened? What is wrong with Tianda?" Su Miaoyun sobbed, struggling to regain her composure before choking out, "My father has long suffered from a painful ailment, and upon hearing news of a rebellion, he disregarded his own health, hastily donning armor and dragging his weakened body to defend the palace. That night, upon his return, his affliction suddenly flared up, causing him excruciating pain, and he's been unable to sleep all night long. Holding on like this until now, he has lapsed into unconsciousness." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiongying sighed heavily, regret flooding his expression as he slapped his forehead. "Alas, why did you not speak of this sooner? Look at my memory." As he spoke, his eyes were filled with self-reproach and anxiety. Zhu Biao also stood, his brow furrowed with concern as he inquired, "Has the imperial physician seen him?" Zhu Di stepped forward, clasping his hands in response. "Eldest brother, the imperial physicians have already attended to him, but they are at a loss, merely shaking their heads in despair. What shall we do now?" Zhu Xiongying, feeling frantic, could no longer focus on his meal, pacing back and forth in the hall, his hands rubbing together, his brow knitted and worried like a tea that moment. Empress Ma smiled slightly, reminding them, "Have you all forgotten about second brother?" The group paused for a moment before realization dawned upon them. Zhu Di suddenly slapped his own face, a look of exasperation crossing his features. "Alas, how could I forget about second brother?" Before he could finish his sentence, anxiety gripped him as he grabbed Su Miaoyun's hand, urging her as they hurried away. "Miaoyun, there's no time to explain. Let us go find second brother at once." Su Miaoyun stumbled slightly as he pulled her along, yet she paid no mind to her disheveled attire, quickly following Zhu Di's lead, their figures vanishing swiftly from the hall. Empress Ma then added, "Chongba, let us first wait at Tianda's residence." Zhu Biao stepped forward, his expression earnest. "Father, mother, I shall accompany you as well." Zhu Xiongying waved his hand. "Good. Let us not dawdle. We must hurry." The group hastily exited the hall, and the eunuchs promptly brought forth the imperial sedan chair. They all boarded, carried by the young eunuchs, making their way towards Su Da's residence. Zhu Di and Su Miaoyun, frantic with worry, raced to the King Qin's residence, only to find Guanyin Nu calmly directing the servants and cleaning the courtyard. Upon seeing their distressed appearance, Guanyin Nu paused, concern etched on her face. "What is the matter? You both seem quite flustered." Su Miaoyun's eyes instantly filled with tears, and she rushed forward, grasping Guanyin Nu's hand, her voice trembling. "Second sister-in-law, my father is gravely ill and near death. I implore you to call upon second brother to save him." As she spoke, her knees gave way, and she knelt down, with Zhu Di following suit. Observing this, Guanyin Nu was taken aback and hurriedly reached out to help them up, exclaiming, "Quickly, rise, this is not appropriate." She hesitated for a moment, then spoke earnestly. "His Highness is currently napping, but do not worry. I will awaken him right away." Without a moment's delay, she lifted her skirts and hurried towards Zhu Xiang's chambers. In the courtyard, Zhu Di, seeing Su Miaoyun's despondent demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy and gently embraced her, whispering words of comfort. "Miaoyun, do not fret. Second brother is highly skilled in medicine and shall surely save your father." Su Miaoyun leaned against Zhu Di's shoulder, tears still brimming in her eyes, and she nodded slightly, her voice quivering. "Yes, now we can only hope that second brother can be a good father." Meanwhile, Zhu Xiong was lost in a deep slumber. Suddenly, a frantic shaking roused him from his dreams. Groggily, he opened his eyes to see Guanyin Nu's anxious face, instinctively asking, "Min, what is the matter?" Guanyin Nu, seeing Zhu Xiong awake, hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, His Royal Highness the Yin Wang and the Yin Wang Fei have arrived, saying that Duke Wei is gravely ill and his life hangs in the balance. They beseech you to lend your assistance." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiong immediately snapped to attention. All traces of sleepiness vanishing, he swiftly threw off the covers, hastily donned his outer garments, slipped on his shoes, and rushed outside. Zhu Xiong strode into the courtyard, his gaze immediately landing on the sight of Zhu Di and Su Miaoyun kneeling, tightening his chest with concern. Zhu Di, upon seeing Zhu Xiong, felt his eyes well with tears. his voice thick with emotion as he urgently implored. Second brother, fourth brother Zhu Di, and Su Miaoyun have come seeking assistance. My father-in-law is in dire straits, and we hope for your compassion and aid. With that, his forehead nearly touched the ground, and Su Miaoyun was equally distraught, trembling as she wept. Zhu Xiong, witnessing this, quickly approached, extending his hands to raise both Zhu Di and Su Miaoyun, his expression grave yet resolute. Fourth brother, sister-in-law, do not be so formal. We are all family. Uncle Tianda is not only your father, but also my uncle. The pressing matter is to ascertain his condition. We must depart at once. As the words fell from his lips, he turned swiftly and strode purposefully towards the grand gates of the Wangfu, his footsteps brisk and powerful, stirring up a gust of wind. Zhu Di and Su Miaoyun exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with gratitude and hope, and they hurriedly rose to follow closely behind Zhu Yang. The trio dashed forth, exiting the Wangfu. Zhu Yang bellowed, "Bring forth the horses, the swiftest steeds you can find." In no time at all, the palace guards presented 3 magnificent horses. Zhu Yang was the first to mount, his movements deft and agile. With a firm tug on the reins, he shouted, "Let us ride." The sound of hooves thundered, kicking up a cloud of dust as they galloped down the streets towards Su Da's residence. Chapter 35. Penicillin. Zhu Di, Su Miaoyun, and Zhu Yang urged their horses onward, a whirlwind of dust swirling around them until they finally arrived at Su Manor. Upon entering the grand entrance, they spotted Zhu Yuanzhang, Empress Ma, and Zhu Biao hastening toward them from the opposite direction. The two groups met, and without time for pleasantries, they swiftly made their way to Su Da's chamber. They filed into the room, where the air was thick with the pungent scent of medicine, nearly suffocating. Surrounding the bedside were several court physicians, their expressions grave, heads bowed, clutching their pulse pillows and medical texts. Yet appearing utterly bereft of solutions, Su Da lay prostrate on the bed, his complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of color, his breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible that a ghastly abscess marred his back, its center festering, blackened blood oozing forth, exuding an intolerable stench, while the surrounding skin was severely inflamed. Second brother, hurry, go fetch Uncle Tianda, Zhu Yuanzhang urged anxiously, his voice trembling, as he called out to Zhu Yang before Su Miaoyun could approach the bedside. Zhu Yang gazed at Su Da's horrific affliction, his expression increasingly somber, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. Slowly rising, he surveyed those present and spoke in a low voice. "Esteemed gentlemen, I must ask you to step outside for a moment. I need to examine Uncle Tianda alone." The physicians exchanged glances, uncertainty etched across their faces, before their gazes fell upon Zhu Yuanzhang, seemingly seeking his counsel. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened with fury as he bellowed, "What are you waiting for? If you cannot heal him, do not obstruct others from attempting. Out, all of you!" At his command, the physicians dared not offer further protest and promptly filed out. Once the room was vacated, Zhu Yang swiftly turned, retrieving an intravenous line from that mysterious space, his movements both practiced and urgent. Next, he produced a small syringe, extracting a measure of liquid medicine. Gently grasping Su Da's arm, he cautiously administered a skin test. Zhu Yang kept his focus on Su Da's arm, and after 20 minutes, noting the absence of any allergic reaction, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, skillfully connecting the foredrip, the clear liquid beginning its slow journey into Su Da's body. Subsequently, Zhu Yang withdrew a pill from his pocket, splitting in half, dissolving one portion in water, gently stirring until it dissolved before propping Su Da up and administering the liquid to him drop by drop. Zhu Yang understood that Su Da was on the brink of death, his body exceedingly frail. Without this restorative medicine, he would be unable to withstand the onslaught of penicillin's potency. As Su Da's breathing gradually steadied, Zhu Yang breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly made his way to the door, pulling it open and calling out, "You may enter now." And no sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhu Yuanzhang rushed in like a gust of wind. His gaze immediately fell upon the intravenous line connected to Su Da's arm, the transparent tube steadily delivering drops of medicine, his expression one of confusion as he furrowed his brow, pointing at the foreline and demanding, "What is this?" Before Zhu Yang could respond, the physicians re-entered, hastening to Su Da's side, encircling an elder physician. His face etched with concern, gently placed his hand on Su Da's wrist to take his pulse. The room fell silent, save for the soft sounds of the physician's fingertips brushing against the pulse and the anxious breaths of those present. After a lengthy pause, the physician suddenly lifted his head. Astonished disbelief etched across his features as he exclaimed, "A miracle! Truly a miracle! The pulse of Duke Wei has strengthened considerably, and his breathing has stabilized." He then turned his gaze to Zhu Yang, eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry, urgently asking, "May I inquire how His Highness the Qin Wang administered this treatment? It is simply astonishing." Zhu Yang maintained his composure, meeting the curious and bewildered gazes of the onlookers with calm resolve, and slowly began to explain. "This is penicillin, a sort of medicinal remedy." He gestured to the 4-line connected to Su Da's arm, adding, "This is called unforgivable, a method I stumbled upon. It cannot be replicated with current techniques." An elder physician stepped forward eagerly, clasping his hands in supplication, and inquired, "Your Highness, what are the effects of this penicillin, and how is it produced?" Zhu Yang nodded slightly, cleared his throat, and began to explain patiently. Penicillin is renowned as a miraculous drug against bacteria. The abscess afflicting Uncle Tienda is primarily caused by an accumulation of heat toxins and the proliferation of bacteria. Penicillin can precisely combat these pathogens. The physicians appeared baffled, pressing further. "Bacteria? What are bacteria?" Zhu Yang pondered briefly, contemplating how best to articulate this in understandable terms. After a moment, his expression firmed as he began, "Consider the soldiers on the battlefield with severe wounds. Why do some, despite surviving their injuries, ultimately perish? The underlying culprit is bacteria. These microorganisms are exceedingly tiny, invisible to the naked eye." He paused, scanning the faces of his audience, noting their rapt attention, and continued, "When soldiers are injured, their wounds lose the protective barrier of skin, akin to an unguarded fortress, allowing bacteria to invade unimpeded. They wreak havoc within the soldier's body, eroding their health. The soldiers may evade death at the hands of their enemies, yet succumb to the torment of these invisible foes, becoming weaker until they ultimately lose their lives." Zhu Yang animatedly illustrated his points, striving for clarity, not only on the battlefield, but in our daily lives. Bacteria lurk everywhere. However, there is no need for alarm. Our bodies are like fortified strongholds, equipped with their own defense systems capable of repelling most bacterial invasions, which is why we remain unharmed. Yet, should the body become excessively weak, or if the bacterial load is overwhelming and virulent, this stronghold may falter, leading to illness. Zhu Yang continued, "To produce penicillin, one must first locate the penicillium mold, which often resides on decaying fruits or damp, moldy items. Once identified, it must be carefully isolated and placed into a specially formulated culture medium. This medium must be meticulously prepared, using beef broth as its base, mixed in precise proportions to provide ample nutrients for the mold's growth. Next, the inoculated culture must be kept in a warm and suitable environment to allow the penicillium to flourish. During this process, one must vigilantly monitor and strictly control temperature, humidity, and ventilation. Any misstep could jeopardize the entire endeavor. Once the mold has reached a certain stage of growth, it will secrete penicillin. Yet this is only part of the process. The penicillin remains mixed within the culture medium, necessitating extraction. During extraction, one must first utilize a filtration device to remove the mold and impurities from the culture, leaving behind a filtrate containing the penicillin. While it would be entirely possible to present a fantastical narrative of a single pill solving the issue, I believe such an approach would diminish the narrative's depth and engagement. Chapter 36. The game begins. Zhu Xiongying and the others exchange glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them, their eyes glinting with excitement and contemplation. Zhu Biao was the first to break the silence, stepping forward with words filled with yearning and vision. "Father, if this penicillin could be widely deployed on the battlefield, those soldiers who do not suffer fatal injuries will not succumb to the ravages of bacteria. After a period of recuperation, they can return to the fray. Moreover, this would greatly reduce the number of orphans and widows in the Ming Dynasty, benefiting the common people as well." Zhu Xiongying eagerly seized upon this notion. Our soldiers fight to protect their homeland. We cannot allow their lives to be lost in vain. Empress Ma sighed softly, her tone imbued with compassion for the soldiers and their families. Zhu Xiongying's eyes sparkled with anticipation and trust as he fixed his gaze on Zhu Yang, his hand sweeping through the air with conviction. Second brother, I entrust this matter to you. Spare no expense. Gather whatever resources you need and expedite the production of an initial batch. The head of the Imperial Medical Institute quickly stepped forward, sincerity radiating from his expression. Indeed, Your Highness, I am willing to relinquish my position and fully cooperate with you. Yet Zhu Yang resolutely declined. No, I have other pressing matters to attend to. I shall write down the detailed production method for you. Zhu Xiongying paused, somewhat taken aback by Zhu Yang's refusal, but recognizing the gravity of his demeanor, he did not press the issue, nodding in agreement. Very well. Ensure that you write the method clearly so the physicians can comprehend it. Understood, I shall write it now. Zhu Yang replied, turning to the table, spreading out paper, and drafting the instructions for the head of the Imperial Medical Institute. Once completed, he approached Su Miaoyun, his expression filled with concern. Sister-in-law. Shortly I will remove the foreline. Uncle Tianda should regain consciousness soon. Until he recovers, he must not consume any spicy or greasy foods, especially alcohol and roast goose. He must not touch them at all. Zhu Yang, fully aware of Su Da's fondness for roast goose, made a point to emphasize it. He then produced a few white pills, delicately wrapped in a white handkerchief, and handed them to Su Miaoyun, saying, "This is also penicillin. Take one after each meal. Adhere to the prescribed dosage, and Uncle Tianda will recover more swiftly." Su Miaoyun's eyes brimmed with tears as she accepted the pills, her voice choked with emotion. Miaoyun will certainly follow second brother's instructions and take good care of father. Thank you so much, second brother. If it weren't for you. Her words trailed off, and tears streamed down her cheeks, a surge of worry and dread overwhelming her in that moment. Seeing this, Empress Ma hurriedly stepped forward, gently enveloping Su Miaoyun in her embrace and tenderly patting her back. There is no need for such sorrow, Miaoyun. We are family. Now that Tianda is out of danger, please cease your tears. It would not do to harm your health. Empress Ma's voice was soft, imbued with the warmth and comfort of a caring elder. In her embrace, Su Miaoyun gradually calmed, nodding vigorously. Once the bottle of penicillin was emptied, Zhu Yang skillfully and cautiously removed the intravenous tube, placing the used equipment aside with care. The onlookers gathered around the bed, not daring to breathe too loudly, their eyes fixated on Su Da. The room steeped in a silence so profound that only their anxious breaths could be heard. Before long, Su Da's eyelids fluttered open, and he stirred back to consciousness. Zhu Yang, observing this, thought to himself, indeed, the ancients do not exhibit drug resistance. The effects of penicillin are immediate. Beside him, Su Miaoyun's eyes instantly turned red, tears spilling forth as she rushed forward, grasping Su Da's hand tightly, her voice trembling with relief. Father, you have finally awakened. If it were not for His Highness Prince Qin. Taking a moment to compose herself, Su Miaoyun recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing her tale, Su Da's eyes widened with shock and gratitude. Mustering his strength, he attempted to rise to pay his respects, his voice still weak. Su Da, pay my respects to your majesty, your highness, and I thank His Highness Prince Qin for rescuing me from the brink of death. Zhu Yuanzhang, quick to act, rushed forward to steady him, while Zhu Yang assisted from his side. Zhu Yuanzhang feigned annoyance, his brow furrowing. Tianda, we are family. Do not provoke our ire. Your health is paramount. You must rest and recuperate. Upon hearing this, Su Da acquiesced and lay back down. 3 days later, soft sunlight bathed a tranquil village outside of Shuzhou. A 10-year-old girl with twin ponytails skipped alongside an elderly man with white hair, gathering herbs as they traversed the forest. Grandfather, why is our village called Elio Village? Lu Yi looked up at her grandfather, her youthful voice echoing in the woods. The old man paused, gazing into the distance towards the village. A gentle smile gracing his face, he tenderly ruffled Lu Yi's hair and replied, "It is because the village is shaded by willows, their branches swaying gracefully. Each spring, the new green buds and floating willow fluff evoke countless beautiful memories." Lu Yi nodded, her understanding still somewhat limited, before tilting her head and asking, "But why do Uncle Su and Uncle Li treat us so well? They always rush to help when there are heavy chores at home and frequently bring us delicious food." The old man sighed softly, seating Lu Yi on a nearby stone, and with a serious tone, he said, "Lu Yi, you have grown so much. Today, grandfather shall tell you everything. Uncle Su and Uncle Li are your father's comrades. They fought side by side on the battlefield, their bond stronger than that of brothers. Father?" Lu Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Her recollections of her father were merely fragments her grandfather occasionally mentioned. And mother? There was a hint of anticipation in her voice, mingled with a fear of hearing unwelcome news. "Your father went off to join the army, to fight the Tartars just before you were born. In a fierce battle, the enemy launched a relentless assault, and your father selflessly diverted the enemy to ensure his comrade's safe retreat. Later, when General Tang he found your father, he had already fallen in a pool of blood. Slain by the Tartar's blade, as for your mother, after giving birth to you. Her health deteriorated. Upon hearing the news of your father's sacrifice, she fell into deep sorrow and soon passed away." The old man wiped his tears as he spoke. He held Lu Yi tightly in his embrace, gently patting her back. "Child, though your parents have departed, do not harbor hatred for this world or for His Majesty Hongwu, for it was he who drove those merciless Tartars back to the steppes, establishing the Ming Dynasty that affords us our current way of life." Little Lu Yi wiped her tears with determination, breaking free from her grandfather's embrace, straightening her small frame, and declaring with youthful resolve, "I do not hate His Majesty. I will protect our home and country just like father." The old man looked at her, and for a moment he saw his spirited son, who had once gallantly charged into battle. His eyes misted. Yet a smile crept upon his lips as he murmured, "Very well, grandfather believes in you. Our little Lu Yi will surely grow to be a formidable general." Next follows a subplot, with the protagonist temporarily being Zhu Xiongying. It will be brief, and if it does not appeal, you may skip ahead. Chapter 37. The arrival of the dastardly Dark Star, Lu Yi and her grandfather were engrossed in their conversation when suddenly a cacophony of noise erupted from the village below, shattering the serenity of the forest. "Oh no, something has happened in the village," her grandfather exclaimed, grasping Lu Yi's hand as they dashed downhill with reckless abandon. As they reached the base of the hill, a pungent smell of smoke and gunpowder assaulted them. The scene before them resembled a hellish nightmare. Flames shot high into the sky, billowing smoke engulfed the village, and several homes were consumed by the raging inferno. The flames licking hungrily at the beams with a crackling sound, a group of men clad in white robes emblazoned with fiery symbols brandished long swords, rampaging through the village and mercilessly slaughtering innocent villagers. At that moment, several retired soldiers brandished their weapons and fought fiercely against the white-robed assailants. Though weary, they stood resolute, and upon seeing Lu Yi and her grandfather, one soldier shouted, "Uncle Lu, quickly take me and flee. Do not worry about us." "Humph, it is too late. This place has been surrounded by my Ming sect. You might as well join us and ensure your livelihoods." The leading white-robed man sneered, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Oh hell with your Ming sect. You are merely a pack of stray dogs plotting to overthrow His Majesty Hongwu's rule." The middle-aged veteran spat defiantly, unafraid of the threat. "If you refuse our invitation, then you shall face the consequences. Brothers, attack, kill the old, and spare the young." The white-robed man's expression darkened, his anger boiling over as he commanded ruthlessly. In an instant, a horde of white-robed men surged towards Lu Yi and her grandfather, and a more intense battle loomed on the horizon. The veterans unleashed a surge of strength, blades flashing in the chaos, carving a path through the encirclement to reach Lu Yi and her grandfather. The foremost soldier, panting heavily, sweat mingling with blood on his brow, urged, "Uncle Lu, we will protect your escape. You must take Yi and run." Lu Yi's grandfather felt a rush of gratitude and sorrow, nodding earnestly. "Very well, but you must take care." He glanced down at Lu Yi, his eyes filled with love and concern, before swiftly lifting her and sprinting towards the village's edge. Lu Yi clung tightly to her grandfather's neck, glancing back to see their familiar protectors falling one by one to the white-robed assailants. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out in despair. Uncle Su. Uncle Wang. Her voice was swallowed by the tumult of battle. Before long, Lu Yi's grandfather led her to a haystack. He quickly tucked Lu Yi deep within the straw, gripping her shoulders tightly as he earnestly instructed. Yi, no matter what happens outside, you must remain silent. Grandfather will return for you. Lu Yi's small face was streaked with tears, her eyes filled with terror as she nodded vigorously, her voice trembling. Yes. Grandfather, please come back quickly. I am afraid. The old man gently stroked Lu Yi's head, then turned, seizing a hatchet from his bundle. His expression transformed into one of fierce determination as he charged towards the approaching assailants. Shouting, I will fight you to the end. With a swift motion, the sharp hatchet sliced through the arm of a white-robed man, leaving a long gash from which blood flowed freely. The white-robed man cried out in pain. Humph, this old man has some fight left in him. Brothers, attack together. The white-robed leader's face contorted with rage, and he commanded his men to swarm the old man. Unfazed, Lu Yi's grandfather fought valiantly, his movements agile, the hatchet whirling in his hands as he kept the white-robed men at bay. However, the sheer number of foes began to wear him down, and his movements grew sluggish. Suddenly, one of the white-robed assailants seized the opportunity to strike. A glint of steel flashing as a sharp sword plunged into Lu Yi's grandfather's abdomen that he froze, pain etched across his face, the hatchet clattering to the ground. Slowly, he looked down at the sword piercing him. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Grandfather, hiding amidst the grass, Lu Yi witnessed the heart-wrenching scene before her, unable to suppress a soul-piercing cry. She clasped her hands over her mouth as tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential flood, her body trembling violently from fear and sorrow. Lu Yi watched helplessly as her grandfather collapsed, disregarding his last admonitions, and dashed out of the grass pile in a frenzy. She rushed to her grandfather's side, shaking him vigorously with both hands, her voice hoarse and desperate. Grandfather, please wake up. I have no one left but you. Do not abandon me. In that moment, the leader in white robes cast a cold, indifferent glance at Lu Yi. His eyes filled with cruelty, he waved his hand dismissively, and several men in white cloaks approached, brandishing long knives, surrounding Lu Yi, just as she found herself isolated and engulfed by terror and despair. A shadow darted out from the darkness like a specter. The figure moved with remarkable speed, weaving effortlessly through the crowd. The white-robed men barely had time to comprehend his presence before they felt a chill at their throats. A crimson line appearing silently. In the blink of an eye, the man stood firm, exuding an aura of lethal intent. All the white-robed men clutched their necks, their faces contorted with fear and disbelief. As they slowly crumpled to the ground, blood soon pooled beneath them, the metallic scent growing ever more intense. The leader among them, before succumbing, summoned his last ounce of strength to shout in defiance. Who exactly are you? His voice trembled, a blend of fear and rage. The figure turned slowly, revealing a broad-brimmed hat atop his head, a grotesque red demon mask obscuring his face, and black armor glinting coldly in the firelight. He lifted his chin slightly, his voice deep and frigid, each word pronounced with a measured clarity. I am Tian Anqing of the Unruly Ones, here to bid you farewell. No sooner had he spoken than a group clad in similar garb, wearing silver-white masks, began to emerge from behind him. They marched in unison, their long knives dripping with blood, the rhythmic sound of the dripping echoing hauntingly in the silent village. Before long, the remaining remnants of the Ming cult in the village lay sprawling on the ground, lifeless and wide-eyed. Aside from Lu Yi's cries and the crackling of burning houses, the village was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Tian Anqing gazed at Lu Yi, who lay collapsed beside her grandfather. Her face streaked with tears, he approached slowly, crouching down, his voice deep yet powerful, as if imbued with a beguiling force. Do you wish for revenge? Revenge? Lu Yi lifted her head, her tear-stained face reflecting confusion and hatred. Her gaze fixed intently on the man before her, Tian Anqing. Observing her reaction, seemed already aware of her feelings. He rose to his feet, tilted his head slightly, and gazed towards the distant mountains, calmly stating, In 7 days, I shall await you at the rear mountain. With that, he waved his hand, and along with the remaining unruly ones, he swiftly turned and vanished into the woods like a phantom. Chapter 38. Zhu Xiongying's Tale. The peach blossoms on the mountain have bloomed 5 times in the imperial study of the palace. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao were engrossed in reviewing memorials at tea that moment. Wang Jinghong hurriedly entered, bowing respectfully as he reported, "Your Majesty, His Royal Highness, the National Master Yuan Tiangang has come see you." Zhu Yuanzhang raised his gaze slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his features as he murmured to himself, "I wonder what business the National Master has." He then raised his voice, "Show him in." Yuan Tiangang entered the study steadily, first bowing deeply to Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao before speaking. "Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness, before leaving, King Qin instructed that I shall be responsible for educating the Crown Prince." Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well." Once Yuan Tiangang departed, Zhu Biao looked at Zhu Yuanzhang with confusion and inquired, "Father, where has my second brother gone?" Zhu Yuanzhang did not respond directly, but gazed silently out the window, his expression laden with meaning. "Their plan has commenced." After a pause, he turned to Zhu Biao and asked, "Biao, do you know why the gentry of Jiangnan have ceased their entanglements regarding the elf family?" Zhu Biao replied without hesitation, "Was it not because your Majesty executed a few individuals in court to intimidate them?" Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head gently, his eyes filled with profound significance. "You are thinking too simplistically. It was I who ordered your uncle Dingshun to mobilize 200,000 troops from the north to the south, which is why they have become so docile, according to reports from the unruly ones. The Tartars in the north are also beginning to stir." Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao's expression tightened, and he quickly asked, "What then shall we do about the north?" Zhu Yunzhang's demeanor grew stern as he waved his sleeve and declared, "I've already dispatched the 4th and Lanyu to the north to garrison. For now, our primary task is to eliminate internal threats." That a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Were it not for the fear that these Jiangdong scoundrels might act out of desperation and harm the common people, I would have long since dispatched troops to flatten these treasonous rebels." In Lui village, over the past few days, Lui had been barely sustaining her existence with the scant food remaining in the village. Alone, she endured the anguish of collecting the bodies of the villagers, burying them one by one behind the village. She bowed deeply before the new graves, then trudged heavily towards the rear mountain. Upon reaching the rear mountain, she spotted Tian Anxing's tall figure, standing resolutely like an immovable peak. "Sir, I have arrived." Lu Yi's voice was faint and hoarse, as if worn down by the sands of time. She staggered to her feet, her once soft clothing now tattered and hanging in shreds, her disheveled hair brushing against her pale neck. The once bright and shimmering eyes that seemed to hold the stars were now hollow, devoid of spirit, filled only with endless sorrow and despair. "Follow me," Tian Anxing instructed, turning on his heel and striding forward with steady steps. Lu Yi nodded slightly, silently trailing behind him. The mountain path was treacherous and winding, littered with stones and potholes, presenting a formidable challenge for the 10-year-old Lu Yi. Her small frame swayed precariously along the path. Several times her legs grew weak, her head spun, and she nearly collapsed. Yet at such moments, the horrific images of the villagers' slaughter and her grandfather's agonized expression before his death flashed before her like a nightmare. These visions pierced her heart like sharp thorns, compelling her to grit her teeth and muster every ounce of strength to continue following. After what felt like an eternity, under Tian Anxing's guidance, Lu Yi finally scaled 2 consecutive peaks. Just as she was about to exhaust her last vestige of energy, an ancient bamboo cottage came into view. Tian Anxing halted, slowly turning to face her, his piercing gaze resting on her weary yet resolute face, softly uttering 2 words, "Not bad." With that, he turned again, pushing open the slightly weathered wooden door and stepping inside. Lu Yi dragged her nearly collapsing body and followed closely behind. Upon entering, her legs buckled beneath her, and with a thud, she fell to her knees, her voice trembling yet resolute. "I pay my respects to my master." Tian Anxing frowned slightly, his gaze softening beneath the mask as he replied, "There is no need to call me master. From now on, I will impart my skills to you. You may simply address me as sir." "Yes, sir," Lu Yi replied softly. Upon hearing this promise, A flicker of light finally returned to her once vacant eyes, which had resembled stagnant water. And no sooner had she spoken than darkness enveloped her vision, and she could no longer hold on. Collapsing heavily to the ground, before the bamboo cottage, a clear pond shimmered under the sunlight, its surface resembling a mirror. Colorful fish swam leisurely within. Weaving their way through the water, the graceful figure appeared in the reflection, a woman clad in a simple white robe. Her countenance as cold as frost, akin to a lofty flower, instilling a sense of reverence. She wielded a long sword, her movements light and swift, the blade in her hand dancing like a dragon emerging from a sea. Slicing through the air with deadly precision, as the sword moved, a chilling aura erupted, striking the tranquil surface of the pond with tremendous force. In an instant, the once calm waters surged with tumultuous waves, splashing and creating a cacophony of sound. The startled fish, once carefree, scattered in all directions like frightened birds. Xiongying approached with measured and deliberate steps, making his way towards Lu Yi, sensing her master's presence. Lu Yi halted her swordplay abruptly, her body freezing in place with precision. She turned, clasping her hands in salute, her voice ringing clear and respectful. "Sir." Xiongying inclined his head slightly, his gaze warm and affectionate as he gently inquired. How many years has it been since you have been practicing with me here?" Lu Yi tilted her head slightly, pondering, before softly responding. "I cannot recall the exact number of years, but I remember that the peach tree in front of the bamboo cottage has blossomed 5 times. Upon hearing this, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Xiongying's eyes as he mused. "So, 5 years have passed. You possess extraordinary talent and understanding. All that I have to teach you has now been imparted." Gratitude filled Lu Yi's eyes, her gaze reddening as she spoke with emotion. "Your kindness and virtue, sir, will be etched in my heart forever. Over these 5 years, you have taught me martial arts, medicine, and also guided me in reading and various strategies for governing the realm. Even so, the master tirelessly prepared medicinal baths for Yi, aiding her in strengthening her body. The master's kindness is such that Yi would find it impossible to repay, even if she were to shatter into 1,000 pieces." Xiongying, with a gentle smile, waved his hand, his gaze filled with expectation, and said, "There is no need for such sentiments. You have learned all that you can. It is time for you to descend the mountain." Upon hearing Xiongying's words, a fleeting look of panic and reluctance crossed Lu Yi's eyes, her eyelids tinged with red as she softly inquired, "Master, are you sending Yi away?" Xiongying paused, turning around, his gaze beneath the mask softening. "Yi, your heart has always been filled with hatred. Only by accomplishing what you have long desired can you truly find peace. It is time for you to face the life that belongs to you." With that, he produced a delicate box from his robe, presenting it before Lu Yi. "I have one final instruction for you. Take this box down the mountain and deliver it to someone." Lu Yi hurriedly accepted the box, cradling it carefully in her hands, and raised her eyes, filled with confusion. "Master, to whom should I deliver this box?" Xiongying did not answer directly, but slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the sky. Then, with a soft sigh, he turned and walked towards the bamboo cottage, his steps steady yet tinged with solitude. After taking a few steps, he did not look back. His voice carried on the wind. "There is no need for fond farewells. Life has its own course, and when the time comes, we shall meet again. Go and walk the path that is yours." Lu Yi stood quietly in place, watching the master's figure grow distant, tears unable to be contained as they streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 39. Zhu Xiongying, the path of one's own. In the Ming Dynasty, young men could marry at the age of 16. In modern times, a well-built boy might reach 1.7 m by the age of 14. In the following chapters, Zhu Xiongying will take center stage, molded into a character akin to Li Xingyun, albeit with differences. Within the palace, time flowed quietly, and the once innocent child, Zhu Xiongying, had blossomed into a refined young man. At this moment, he was vigorously practicing his punches in the Eastern Palace, the wind of his strikes fierce and commanding, each move revealing both sharpness and strength. The formidable Xiongying stood silently to the side, his focused gaze fixed upon Zhu Xiongying, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Once Zhu Xiongying completed a set of movements, Yuan Tiangang nodded slightly and spoke, as expected of His Highness the Prince of Qin's disciple. In just 5 years, you have indeed absorbed a measure of my prowess, which is truly gratifying. Zhu Xiongying, upon hearing this, promptly ceased his movements and approached respectfully, humbly replying, Master, you flatter me. The achievements I have today are entirely due to your devoted teachings. Without you, I would not have made such progress. Yuan Tiangang shook his head. There is no need to call me master. I am merely fulfilling the Prince of Qin's request to guide you. Yet Zhu Xiongying remained resolute, his eyes brimming with respect, as he declared, Regardless, in my heart, both you and my second uncle are the masters I hold in the highest regard. Without your guidance, there would be no Zhu Xiongying as he stands today. Yuan Tiangang was slightly moved. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Very well, Your Highness, I know that you have long harbored desires within your heart. If you are resolute, then go forth. That evening, after Zhu Biao and Zhu Yuanzhang concluded their state affairs, Zhu Biao returned alone to the Eastern Palace. As he stepped inside, he noticed a letter lying quietly on the table, bearing the words to the esteemed father in a childlike yet determined script. Zhu Biao approached, gently picking up the letter and slowly unfolding the paper to IT read, Father, I, Zhu Xiongying, bow in respect. These past 5 years, under the careful guidance of the National Master, I have grown significantly in both knowledge and wisdom. I am no longer that ignorant child who wishes to remain sheltered beneath your and grandfather's wings, living a life devoid of trials. I yearn to behold the magnificent landscapes of our Ming Dynasty and witness the lives of the common people firsthand. I am acutely aware of the heavy responsibilities I have borne since birth. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. A truth I have always kept in mind at my second uncle has also taught me that to read 10,000 books is to travel 10,000 miles. I wish to put this into practice, to broaden my horizons and refine myself through travel. It is heartening to note that, under my companionship and guidance, Yunting has shed his past timidity, becoming braver and more confident. During my absence, Father, please take good care of Yunting. He is a bright child, and with careful guidance, he will surely make his mark in the future. Upon my return, I will share my experiences with you. Father, please take care of your health and do not worry about me. Zhu Xiongying, after reading the letter, Zhu Biao was consumed with anxiety, not daring to delay a moment longer, and hurriedly made his way to the Qianqing Palace. Upon entering, he promptly presented the letter to Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma. Empress Ma was the first to take the letter, reading it intently. Her face clouded with concern and could not help but voice, Zhongba, call the eldest grandson back at once. He is still young, and the world outside is fraught with complexities. What if something were to happen? Zhu Yuanzhang fell into deep thought, and after a moment he spoke slowly. Since our eldest grandson has made up his mind, it indicates that he has considered the matter thoroughly and is well prepared. The kingdom of Ming will eventually be entrusted to his hands. Going out to experience the world and witness its myriad forms is not necessarily a bad thing for him. The descendants of our Zhu family must not confine themselves to the knowledge found solely in books. They must also witness the true essence of life. Though Zhu Biao wished to persuade further, Zhu Yuanzhang raised his hand to interrupt. Let him go. Only by seeing the lives of the common people with his own eyes will he not be deceived when he ascends to the throne. We will arrange for the Jinyui to follow him discreetly. As long as he is not in life-threatening situations, they will not intervene lightly. Upon hearing this, Empress Ma and Zhu Biao exchanged glances. Though concern lingered in their eyes, they could only reluctantly acquiesce. Zhu Xiongying resolutely departed from Yingtian City to facilitate his travels. He assumed the alias Xiao Qinyu. Throughout his journey, he resembled a chivalrous figure concealed within the marketplace. Driven by a sense of righteousness, his steps swift, his travels unfolded like a vivid tapestry of the world's myriad facets. He witnessed the affluent reveling in lavish estates, where opulence reigned supreme. Yet he also beheld the impoverished struggling in dilapidated huts for mere sustenance, their bodies emaciated and shivering in tattered garments. After 3 months of arduous journeying, Zhu Xiongying arrived at the outskirts of Shuzhou. Just as he prepared to enter the city, a sudden clamor of galloping hooves approached rapidly. He looked up to see a woman clad in white, her face veiled, racing out from the city gates like a flash of white lightning, her expression frantic yet resolute. Hot on her heels was a group of individuals similarly dressed in white, their faces contorted with malice as they brandished weapons, shouting unspeakable threats. Zhu Xiongying, seeing this, swiftly stepped aside. Once the group had hurried past, he approached an elderly man nearby and respectfully inquired, "Sir, what is happening here?" The elder glanced at Zhu Xiongying, then at the receding figures, sighing heavily. "You speak of a young woman who was just pursued, correct? She appeared in Shuzhou about 3 months ago, seemingly out of nowhere. Since her arrival, she has targeted the Jiangnan gentry and the leaders of the Ming sect." "The Ming sect?" Zhu Xiongying furrowed his brow, perplexed. Isn't that the cult that harms the common people? How dare they appear so openly in the city? Does the government not intervene? Alas, the elder sighed again, shaking his head. The government has long been firmly under the control of the Jiangnan gentry. They have been colluding with the Ming sect for many years now. As it stands, Shuzhou is governed by their whims. We common folk are finding it increasingly difficult to endure. With that, the elder wore a despondent expression and slowly ambled away. Zhu Xiongying pondered for a moment, then resolutely followed. Following the trail of dust raised by the galloping hooves, he soon arrived at a forest. Upon entering, he was greeted by a flurry of swords and blades. The woman in white was locked in fierce combat with the members of the Ming sect. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, illuminating her sword, which gleamed like silver as she wielded it with deadly precision. Her strikes were fierce and unrelenting, each thrust infused with a determined spirit. Each move aimed squarely at the vital points of her adversaries. Despite her exceptional skills, the sheer number of the Ming sect members began to take their toll, and soon, numerous wounds marred her body. Crimson blood soaked through her white garments, a shocking sight in the bright light. Yet, even amidst her injuries, she clutched a box tightly in her other hand, her grip never wavering despite the pain and exhaustion. Chapter 40. Zhu Xiongying. Outside Shuzhou City, that little girl is still fighting fiercely. Surrender already. The Ming sect members taunted, their eyes glinting with malice and greed. The woman bit her lip, sweat mingling with blood as it trickled down her cheek. Yet she remained silent, resolutely swinging her sword. The weapon in her hand was the final line of defense for the box she protected. However, the enemy, numerous and formidable, gradually overwhelmed the woman, who found herself increasingly unable to cope, her movements no longer as agile as at the outset. Suddenly, a member of the Mingjiao sect seized the opportunity. Swinging his blade toward her, accompanied by a muffled groan, the sharp edge struck her chest, and blood gushed forth in an instant. Her body swayed violently, yet she still managed to hold herself up. Clutching the box even tighter, Zhu Xiongying had been lurking nearby, observing the scene. Seeing the dire situation, he felt a surge of anxiety and rushed into the fray without hesitation. Swiftly, he picked up a sword from the ground, his figure darting through the crowd like lightning, and soon stood before the woman, with his sword drawn like a dragon, glinting coldly. The enemies before her fell one after another, shrieking in agony. Zhu Xiongying came to a halt, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from him. The surrounding air seemed to freeze in that moment, as everyone felt the oppressive atmosphere. His breath grew heavy and icy, each exhale resembling a gust from the abyss of hell. This murderous intent enveloped everyone present like an invisible net, suffocating them. "Who are you? How dare you disrupt the affairs of the Mingjiao?" A figure who appeared to be a leader stammered, trembling with bravado. "The remnants of Mingjiao deserve to be exterminated," Zhu Xiongying replied coldly, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell in the forest. Having said this, he pounced forward like a swift leopard, charging at the remaining foes. His swordsmanship was fierce, his movements agile. Wherever he went, enemies fell before him in no time. The members of Mingjiao lay sprawled on the ground, utterly unable to resist. Once Zhu Xiongying had dispatched all adversaries, he turned back to find the woman unconscious on the ground. The box she had clutched now rolling aside, he stepped forward and quickly retrieved an ancient bottle from his bosom, gently tilting it. Fine powder cascaded down, and he carefully sprinkled it over her wound, soon halting the flow of blood. Zhu Xiongying dared not delay, bending down to pick up the box, then extending his arm to firmly lift the woman, dashing deeper into the forest. Night enveloped the tranquil woods, bathed in the hazy moonlight. The woman gradually awakened to the gentle sound of flowing water. Beside her, a small river meandered, producing a crisp sound. Before her, a campfire crackled, its warm orange glow dancing in the surroundings. Drowsily, she stirred, instinctively looking at her attire, noticing only a thin garment draped over her upper body, with ragged cloth hastily wrapped around her wound. "Where's my box?" she suddenly exclaimed, her eyes filled with terror and urgency. "It's right here," Zhu Xiongying quickly replied from a short distance, holding out the box to her. She snatched it from his hands, clutching it tightly to her chest. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically as she seized a nearby sword, unhesitatingly lunging at Zhu Xiongying. "What are you doing? I just saved you," Zhu Xiongying gasped, swiftly sidestepping that "you've seen my body, that I must either marry you or kill you." The woman gritted her teeth, enunciating each word with determination. "But I was healing your wounds. Besides, no one saw," Zhu Xiongying explained urgently, agilely dodging her attacks. The woman, however, remained silent, once more thrusting her sword at him. Yet before she could strike, pain from her wound caused her face to pale, and she clutched her chest, swaying unsteadily to "Don't move around." "You might reopen your wound," Zhu Xiongying exclaimed, anxiety gripping him as he rushed to block her. "By the way, my name is Zhu Xiongying, and I'm 14 years old. What is your name? And how old are you?" he asked, steadying her. After a considerable pause, the woman slightly parted her lips, her voice faint yet clear. "Lu Yi, 15. Lu Yi, a beautiful name, reminiscent of the willows swaying in the breeze." "You're a year older than me," Zhu Xiongying remarked, scratching his head and grinning. His gaze then fell upon the box Lu Yi held tightly. His curiosity piqued. "By the way, what precious item is in your box? You seem to treasure it so dearly. May I take a look?" Lu Yi remained silent, clutching the box even tighter, as if it were a treasure she could never reveal. "Fine, if you won't share. It's no matter. I don't care anyway." Zhu Xiongying feigned annoyance, muttering as he turned to walk into the woods, leaving Lu Yi behind, her expression complex as she watched his retreating figure. Before long, Zhu Xiongying returned, cheerfully carrying a plump wild chicken and a rabbit. "Weren't you leaving?" Lu Yi regarded him with a hint of surprise. "I want to get you something to eat." "What? Do you not want me to leave?" Zhu Xiongying teased, a smirk playing on his lips. "I won't eat your food." Lu Yi turned her head away, her tone resolute. Zhu Xiongying ignored her, busily preparing the ingredients. With deft hands, he quickly processed the chicken and rabbit, placing them over the fire. Before long, the flames licked the ingredients, producing a sizzling sound, and an enticing aroma began to waft through the air. Lu Yi sat nearby, her stubbornness battling against her hunger. Yet her throat could not help but stir. Remembering her earlier words, she pressed her lips together, trying to resist. However, a loud growl from her stomach betrayed her, causing her face to flush slightly, as she quickly turned her head away. Zhu Xiongying found her reaction amusing, and he tore off a rabbit leg, extending it toward her mouth with a sly grin. "That aren't you still thinking about killing me? But if you don't eat and recover, how can you kill me? I can eat by myself." Lu Yi retorted, though her voice was noticeably softer. "I in your current condition. How can you manage that?" "Let me feed you," Zhu Xiongying insisted, inching the rabbit leg closer, the rich aroma wafting into Lu Yi's nostrils. Lu Yi's gaze fixated on the glistening rabbit leg, and unable to resist, she slowly opened her mouth and took a small bite. The delicious flavor of the rabbit meat exploded in her mouth, and she found herself eating more eagerly. "That's more like it." Zhu Xiongying grinned wider. "From now on, I'll just call you. If you don't protest, I'll take that as your agreement." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi shot him a fierce glare, her eyes conveying a clear message of rejection, her expression filled with defiance. Chapter 41. Zhu Xiongying's Tale. Catching dolls as the half-moon glided by. Time slipped away in an instant by the riverside outside Suzhou City. A gentle breeze stirred the surface, creating rippling waves. Zhu Xiongying sat comfortably at the water's edge, holding a fishing rod, his full attention focused on the bobber floating on the surface. The surroundings were tranquil, only interrupted by the occasional chirping of birds and the gentle sound of flowing water. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yi approached quietly from behind, her steps light and graceful. Sensing her presence, Zhu Xiongying turned to see Lu Yi, a look of surprise and concern crossing his face. "Hey, why aren't you resting to heal your wounds? Why did you come here? Your injuries can't withstand any strain." Lu Yi's expression was calm as she met his gaze, replying softly, "The wound isn't deep. With a bit more rest, I shall recover. There's no need for concern." Each word from her lips seemed precious, as if uttering one more was a luxury. Then, Lu Yi stood silently by the river, gazing at the shimmering water, offering her quiet companionship to Zhu Xiongying. Seeing this, Zhu Xiongying could only shake his head in resignation, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips as he returned to his fishing at tea noon. After a simple lunch, Lu Yi gracefully adjusted her veil, and the two set off side by side towards Suzhou City. After walking for a while, Zhu Xiongying halted, turning to Lu Yi with a serious yet somewhat helpless expression. "Do you still want to kill me?" Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, unwavering, her cold gaze piercing Zhu Xiongying as she firmly replied, "Of course." Zhu Xiongying remained unfazed by her resolute demeanor. Instead, he took a deep breath and slowly posed his next question. "Then let me ask you, isn't it true that one should repay kindness and seek vengeance for grievances?" Lu Yi nodded slightly, her tone resolute. "Yes." Zhu Xiongying's lips curled into a playful smile as he continued. "Then tell me, isn't there a contradiction here? I saved your life, yet you still wish to kill me. Isn't that a case of ingratitude?" His words pierced Lu Yi's heart like a sharp blade. Her eyes widened, and her lips parted, wanting to refute him, but her throat felt constricted, leaving her speechless. Her brows furrowed tightly, her face alternating between red and pale, clearly engaged in an intense internal struggle. "How about this? I will not evade what I have done, since I have seen your body. I shall marry you. What do you think?" Zhu Xiongying declared, patting his chest, then adding, "Don't worry, I'm only 14 and not yet married, not even betrothed." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's fair complexion flushed crimson, resembling clouds tinged by the evening glow. Embarrassed and irritated, she retorted, "Who would want to marry you? With such a thick skin at your young age, I wonder who you learned that from." As soon as the words fell, she hastily turned her head away, no longer gazing at Zhu Xiongying, leaving her with a profile that was both graceful and tinged with a hint of petulance. "I learned it from my second uncle." Zhu Xiongying responded with a faint smile. Zhu Yang exclaimed, "You truly are a wonderful niece of your second uncle. Look, women ought to speak more. With your striking beauty, if you remain as silent as a clam, few will recognize your worth. What a pity." Lu Yi's previously calm gaze flickered with displeasure, her steps faltering as she glared fiercely at Zhu Xiongying, her eyes seeming to shoot daggers. "My affairs are none of your concern." Sensing the anger in her furrowed brows and wide-open eyes, Zhu Xiongying's heart sank, and she quickly raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, her face adorned with an ingratiating smile. All right, I won't interfere anymore." As Lu Yi and Zhu Xiongying approached a small village, they were faintly greeted by a cacophony of cries and severe reprimands. Both were momentarily taken aback, instinctively exchanging glances filled with confusion and vigilance. After a brief exchange of looks, they tacitly quickened their pace, moving cautiously yet swiftly towards the source of the noise. Before long, they found themselves crouching behind a pile of grass, carefully concealed as they peered towards the chaotic scene nearby. They beheld a tall figure clad in white robes, roughly dragging a young girl from a dilapidated house. The little girl was terrified, her wails echoing in the air, filled with fear and helplessness. Her small hands flailed in the air, as if grasping for a lifeline. That moment, a stooped old man stumbled out in pursuit. His face, etched with the marks of time, was now a portrait of urgency and entreaty. He stepped forward, falling to his knees before the robed figure, his hands clutching at the man's legs, tears streaming down his weathered face. "Sir, please, I beg you, spare my granddaughter. She is my only family in this world. If you take her away, how shall I survive?" The robed man wore a chilling smile, one that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, cold and piercing. "Do not worry. We shall nurture your granddaughter well. In the future, She will serve the Ming sect, and you shall enjoy your blessings. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the old man's once cloudy eyes widened in terror and despair. He shook his head vehemently, his gray hair flying wildly as his voice trembled with sobs. No, sir. Associating with the Ming sect leads to death. It truly cannot be allowed. His words were cut short by the suffocating grip of fear. Get lost, you old fool. Do you dare obstruct the revival of the Ming sect? Another remnant of the sect suddenly lunged forward, his face twisted with malice and impatience. With a vicious stomp, he pressed his foot down on the old man's back, causing the frail figure to curl in pain, emitting faint groans. Looking around, it was evident that every household in the village was enacting a similar tragedy, cries and pleas mingling with the curses of the Ming sect remnants. It's the remnants of the Ming sect. Zhu Xiongying felt a surge of blood rush to her head, her eyes reddening as she prepared to charge forward without hesitation. However, just as she moved, Lu Yi, quick-witted, seized her arm. Zhu Xiongying halted in surprise, turning to see Lu Yi's eyes brimming with tears, her gaze fixed intently on the pair of grandfather and granddaughter. Her voice trembled yet was tightly controlled. What can you achieve by rushing out now? What if someone, in desperation, harms a villager? Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiongying froze, a tempest of anxiety and fury swirling within her, her fists clenched tightly. Yet she recognized the truth in Lu Yi's words, urgently asking, "Then what shall we do? We cannot simply watch as these children are taken away." Lu Yi took a deep breath, fighting back her tears, steadying herself as she lowered her voice. "Do not panic. We must." As she spoke, she watched the remnants of the Ming sect rudely tossing children into a large iron cage as if they were mere goods. The terrified cries of the children tugged at her heartstrings, her fists tightening as her nails dug into her palms. Chapter 42. Zhu Xiongying. The blade of understanding the mountain path twisted and turned as the remnants of the Ming sect drove the horse-drawn carriage forward at a slow pace. Inside the massive iron cage, a group of youthful children huddled together, their small faces streaked with tears, their eyes glimmering with helplessness in the darkness. The sound of crying rose and fell until one little girl's sobs grew louder, breaking the suffocating silence. "Stop crying, or I'll slaughter you." The leader of the group, his face bloated with anger, bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating through the mountains and causing the children to tremble in fear. At that shout, the cage fell into an eerie silence, save for a few faint sobs. The children clung tightly to one another, their small bodies shaking within the cage, each one desperately suppressing their cries. Terrified of inciting the wrath of these devilish remnants, Zhu Xiongying and Lu Yi followed the Ming sect members with utmost caution. Unbeknownst to them, the day gradually faded into twilight. Suddenly, two members at the front of the Ming sect collapsed to the ground without warning, as if struck down by an invisible force. The others were startled and quickly drew their weapons, shouting in unison, "Enemy attack!" They scanned their surroundings warily, searching for any sign of the enemy in the darkness. Just then, a figure clad in white appeared not far away. The cold moonlight bathed her in an ethereal glow, heightening her sense of resolve. The leader of the group recognized her immediately, his teeth gritting in rage. "It's you. Leave a few behind to guard. Everyone else, follow me. This woman has killed many of our sect members. We cannot let her escape this time." With that, he swung his sword and charged at Lu Yi with a fierce determination. Lu Yi remained unfazed, retreating while engaging in combat, skillfully manipulating the terrain to gradually lead the enemies away. Meanwhile, the remaining members left to guard the children craned their necks, their eyes fixed on the direction their companions had departed. Filled with confusion, they muttered to themselves, wondering why their comrades had not returned after such a long time and how capable Lu Yi could be to keep so many at bay. One of the guards could not help but complain. "What is taking so long? We don't even know what is happening over there. I hope nothing has gone wrong." The others echoed his sentiments, their eyes betraying a hint of unease as the guards worried for their comrades. A panic shout rang out from the darkness ahead. "Not good. Reinforcements are here. You lot, stop staring and hurry over." Upon hearing this, the guards dared not delay, rushing towards the sound. Once their figures vanished into the darkness, Zhu Xiongying emerged like a specter from the shadows, gripping a sharp blade, she swiftly approached the iron cage. And with a decisive swing, the chain snapped with a crisp sound. The children inside the cage were startled by this sudden turn of events, their eyes wide with fear. Zhu Xiongying quickly reassured them. "Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you. Follow me." With that, she swiftly led the children out of the cage and into the nearby bushes. Crouching down, she spoke gently yet firmly. "You must remain silent. I will return for you shortly." The children nodded in understanding, their small hands tightly covering their mouths, their terrified expressions pulling at her heartstrings. Seeing this, Zhu Xiongying immediately stood up and dashed towards Lu Yi's direction, her figure soon melding into the darkness. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, familiar with the terrain in the night, deftly navigated through the forest, successfully shaking off the group of Ming's sect members. Where did that wretched girl hide? If I catch her, she will suffer greatly. The leader fumed, stomping in place, his sword swinging wildly. Just then, the guards watching the children rushed in, breathless. "Why are you here?" One of them gasped. "Didn't you say you needed reinforcements?" Upon hearing this, the leader's face turned ashen, his eyes wide with fury as he bellowed. "No, you fools, you've made things worse. Everyone, follow me." With that, he flung his sleeve and hurriedly led the group down the mountain. Why the sudden haste? Zhu Xiongying's face darkened as she stepped forth from the thick darkness to ate tea that moment. She seemed to be enveloped in an invisible aura, exuding a commanding presence, as if a formidable power lay hidden within. "Who goes there?" The members of the Ming sect were startled by the sudden voice, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons, their eyes frantically searching for the source of the sound. "Today, you shall meet your end." Lu Yi's icy voice sliced through the air like a shard of ice, sending a chill down the spines of the Ming sect members. And no sooner had her words echoed than Zhu Xiongying and Lu Yi charged into the fray like tigers descending from the mountain, unhesitatingly plunging into the crowd. Zhu Xiongying moved with remarkable agility, wielding a gleaming blade that shimmered with a chilling light. Each strike was executed with fierce momentum, relentlessly targeting the vital points of his adversaries. In contrast, Lu Yi displayed an ethereal grace, akin to a sprite in the dark of night, her long sword dancing with fluidity and precision, each flourish lethal in intent, in a cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams. The tranquility of the night was shattered in the blink of an eye. The clamor of combat began to wane, leaving behind a lone, panic-stricken disciple of the Ming cult, desperately fleeing ahead. His steps faltered, stumbling over stones and roots, crashing heavily to the ground. Each time he fell, he glanced back in terror, only to see Lu Yi and Zhu Xiongying advancing with their weapons drawn, blood trickling down their blades, pooling into dark patches upon the earth. Their expressions were cold and resolute, drawing nearer with deliberate steadiness. The moonlight cast elongated shadows of their formidable figures, resembling harbingers of death from the abyss. The disciple, using hands and feet alike, struggled to rise and continue his flight, incoherent sobs escaping his lips. Yet fear had rendered his legs weak, and after a few more paces, he collapsed once more, gazing up helplessly at the encroaching pair, his eyes filled with pleading and dread. Zhu Xiongying, resolute in his gaze, fixed his attention on the trembling disciple sprawled before him and uttered with deliberate clarity, "In your next life, strive to be a better person." Just as the words left his lips, he swung his arm with a swift motion, the blade flashing like lightning, instantaneously extinguishing the life of the wretch. After this grim deed, Zhu Xiongying turned to Lu Yi, who nodded slightly, and together they silently departed into the distance. The moonlight draped over them, outlining their steadfast silhouettes, gradually merging with the enveloping darkness, leaving behind a tranquil forest and a dilapidated house not far away. An elderly man sat alone on a stool, murky tears cascading down his wrinkled cheeks. He muttered incessantly, "Yeah, grandfather is sorry for you. It is my inadequacy that allowed those vile men to take you." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and struck his own face several times in anguish. Slowly, the old man rose unsteadily, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Trembling, he approached the beam of the house. Retrieving a length of rope from the corner, Laboriously tying it around the beam and securing it with shaking hands, he gazed up at the noose, despair and determination etched into his features. Murmuring, "Wife, June heir, Zhu heir, I failed to protect ye. I shall come down to seek your forgiveness." With that, he slipped his head into the noose and kicked away the stool beneath him. In an instant, his body hung suspended in the air, swaying gently. As his consciousness began to fade, the innocent smile of Iya flickered before his eyes. Just at that critical moment, a flash of cold light appeared, and a dagger expertly severed the rope. With a thud, the old man fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. A small girl, crying, stumbled into the old man's embrace, her tender voice laced with sobs. "Grandfather, you don't want Iya anymore." The old man, momentarily dazed, stared blankly at the girl in his arms, murmuring, "Iya, am I not dreaming?" He pinched his thigh hard, wincing in pain, and the young attendant's eyes widened in astonishment. Fixated on the gleaming gold ingot before him, with a flicker of excitement, he eagerly nodded and bowed, his face blooming with joy. "Enough, enough. You are far too generous, esteemed guest. Please do come in and allow me to make the necessary arrangements." With that, he stepped aside, ushering the two into the establishment with utmost courtesy. Upon entering the tavern, the attendant swiftly guided Zhu Xiongying and Lu Yi to a cozy window-side booth, deftly setting up the tea service and expertly pouring steaming tea for the two. The fragrant steam wafting upwards, Zhu Xiongying raised her teacup and took a delicate sip before looking up at the attendant, exclaiming with a cheerful tone, "My good fellow, do you have roast goose?" The attendant beamed, his chest puffing with pride. "Indeed, we do, esteemed guest. Our roast goose is crafted from the finest local geese, prepared by our master chef with a secret recipe, renowned for its crispy skin and tender meat. Well known throughout the region." "Very well. Bring us one," Zhu Xiongying replied with a satisfied nod. "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment," the attendant responded, turning swiftly towards the kitchen. Once the dishes were served, Lu Yi picked up a slice of roast goose, lifted the delicate veil, and savored its exquisite flavor, a look of admiration crossing her face. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Zhu Xiongying and remarked, "I didn't realize you possessed such skill in mimicry." Zhu Xiongying scratched her head, chuckling. My uncle taught me that 5 years ago. He said it would surely come in handy one day." As she spoke, she took a piece of roast goose. Savoring it slowly, a momentary expression of bliss crossed her features, but soon after, her brow furrowed slightly, and she shook her head gently, her tone laced with nostalgia and reflection. "The flavor of this roast goose is indeed quite delightful. Yet for some reason, it reminds me of the roast goose my grandmother used to make. Tea feels like something is missing." Lu Yi took a sip of tea, her gaze meeting Zhu Xiongying's as her voice floated softly from beneath the translucent veil. "Oh, this roast goose is the most famous in Shuzhou, attracting numerous diners who come from afar just to taste it. Hearing you speak of your grandmother's roast goose piques my interest. If the opportunity arises, I must indulge in it and discover what flavor could leave such an impression on you." Zhu Xiongying did not respond, but leaned slightly closer to Lu Yi, lowering her voice teasingly. "Have you noticed? You've become quite chatty. That is a significant improvement. Do maintain it going forward." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi picked up her chopsticks and lightly swatted Zhu Xiongying's hand, feigning annoyance. "Focus on your food. Why are you talking so much?" No sooner had she finished speaking than she straightened up, taking a sip of tea, instantly returning to her previous aloof demeanor. The two enjoyed their meal in blissful contentment. A sudden cacophony of footsteps and shouts erupted from outside the tavern. Before they could react, a group of soldiers stormed in, led by a burly officer whose presence was intimidating. He bellowed as he entered. "What day is it today? Where's the innkeeper? Hurry up and hand over the money." The once lively tavern fell silent, with all patrons freezing in their tracks, hushed as if by a spell. Behind the counter, a slightly stooped middle-aged man rushed out. Panic etched across his face. He dropped to his knees, the sound of his knees hitting the floor echoing as he bowed his head in desperation. "Your Excellency, I beg of you, please show mercy. You demand 10,000 taels in protection fees each month. It's an astronomical sum. I run a modest tavern, barely making ends meet. I have a family to support. How can I possibly survive with such exorbitant fees? Please, spare me. The soldier's leader glared at the innkeeper, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, his face paling from the pain. Spitting disdainfully, the officer growled, "Enough of your nonsense. This is Lord Zhao's order. Do you dare defy it?" Blood trickled from the corner of the innkeeper's mouth, yet he summoned his courage, trembling as he spoke. "Do you not fear the wrath of Lord Hongwu? This is the realm of the Ming Dynasty, not a place for your reckless actions." "Huh." The officer scoffed, his contempt palpable as he sneered. "What does Lord Hongwu matter? In this territory of Shuzhou, we answer only to Lord Zhao. He is our law. Now hand over the silver, or I won't hesitate to take action." With that, he drew his sword, striking the flat of it against the innkeeper's face that he then pressed the blade against the innkeeper's throat. The cold steel glinting ominously, causing the innkeeper to tremble violently, his face drained of color. The officer shouted menacingly, "I advise you to be wise. Don't push your luck. Otherwise, we won't hesitate to add another body to the graveyard outside the city." The innkeeper, shaking, produced a stack of banknotes from his chest, raising them high with both hands, his voice breaking as he pleaded, "Your Excellency, this is all I have, 5,000 taels. It's taken me years to gather this. Please have mercy and spare my family." The officer snatched the banknotes, glancing at them with disdain before spitting. "Only 5,000 taels? Do you take me for a beggar? Is this paltry sum supposed to compensate for my brother's efforts?" The innkeeper, struck by the notes, turned his face away, yet dared not voice a complaint, trembling once more as he spoke, his tone filled with desperation. "Your Excellency, this truly is all I have. Business is already difficult. I scraped together these 5,000 taels from every corner. I can't possibly gather more." The officer narrowed his eyes, resembling a wolf poised to pounce, scanning the tavern with malicious intent. Finally, his gaze settled on the innkeeper with a sinister grin. "I see your tavern has some value. How about this? We'll take the tavern as collateral, and you won't have to pay protection fees anymore. Quite a bargain, don't you think?" Just as the officer began to seize the deed to the tavern from the innkeeper's grasp, heavy footsteps echoed on the wooden stairs. A languid, slightly inebriated voice drifted down. "What is going on? Why the commotion?" All eyes turned towards the staircase, where a man clad in a black brocade robe appeared. He descended the wooden steps unsteadily, his long, dark hair casually tied back, with a few stray strands framing his striking features, adding an air of nonchalance and charm. His attire was impeccably tailored, the collar slightly open to reveal a refined collarbone. The hem of his robe, swaying gently with each step, exuding a unique aura of independence and carefree elegance. Upon recognizing the man, the soldiers dropped to their knees in fear and flattery. "Young Master Zhao, we deeply apologize for the disturbance. You see, Lord Zhao has decreed that every tavern in Shuzhou must pay a protection fee of 10,000 taels. However, this old fool refuses to comply, and we are merely carrying out orders." Left with no choice but to resort to this, with his eyes half closed and a hint of lingering intoxication, young Master Zhao leisurely lifted a finely crafted folding fan from his waist, snapping it open with a flourish, revealing a delicate ink bamboo design. He spoke slowly. "Enough. You may leave it. I will handle this matter. I shall speak to my father." The officer hesitated, his face betraying uncertainty as he stammered. "But young Master Zhao, if we return without an explanation to Lord Zhao..." At this, young Master Zhao's demeanor shifted. His once gentle gaze became sharp as a blade, piercing through the officer. "What? Do you doubt my authority? Do I need to repeat myself?" The officer trembled, hastily bowing his head. "I wouldn't dare. I shall take my leave at once." With that, he scrambled to retreat, dragging his men away in haste. Once the soldiers departed, the innkeeper, overwhelmed with relief, collapsed to his knees before young Master Zhao, repeatedly bowing his head in gratitude, tears mingling with his voice. "Thank you, young Master Zhao. Your kindness is beyond measure. You have saved my family." A subtle smile graced young Master Zhao's lips, his voice slightly hoarse from drink. "Rise, no need for such formalities. Bring forth your finest wine. I wish to indulge once more." "Yes, of course, young Master Zhao. I shall fetch it immediately," the innkeeper exclaimed, hastily rising and dashing towards the kitchen, wiping tears and sweat from his face. Young Master Zhao turned slowly, the fan in his hand swaying gently as he ambled towards the staircase. Mumbling to himself, to cross the yellow river when ice chokes the stream, to ascend the Taihang with snow-laden paths, how difficult a journey. The road is fraught with uncertainty. Where do we go from here? Zhu Xiongying and Lu Yi remained silent throughout, methodically consuming the dishes laid before them. When the innkeeper hurried past them after delivering wine upstairs, Zhu Xiongying, with quick reflexes, seized the innkeeper's sleeve. Startled by this sudden gesture, the innkeeper instinctively shuddered, his face still reflecting the tension and gratitude he felt towards young Master Zhao. Turning to Zhu Xiongying, his eyes brimmed with confusion as he stammered. "See, customer, what is it you wish?" The clamor of the tavern continued unabated, oblivious to this inconspicuous exchange in the corner. Zhu Xiongying promptly released the innkeeper's sleeve, softly reassuring him, "Fear not, good innkeeper, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to inquire about that young Master Zhao. Who exactly is he?" The innkeeper glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning in slightly and lowering his voice. "Ah, you mean young Master Zhao? He is the sole heir of Zhao Quan, the foremost gentry of Jiangnan," he continued. "It is quite peculiar. The Jiangnan gentry have colluded with the Ming sect, plundering the common folk and even abducting children, committing all manner of atrocities. Yet this young Master Zhao is entirely different. He is a true anomaly. Every time he witnesses our suffering, he cannot help but extend a helping hand that in Shuzhou, the number of people who have benefited from his kindness is countless. Zhao Quan, having only fathered this son in his later years, dotes on him immensely. Even if young Master Zhao were to disrupt his father-esque schemes, he would merely face a severe scolding at home. Perhaps confined for a few days as a mere formality. Once released, he would continue his benevolent ways, aiding us poor souls." The innkeeper furtively glanced around once more, confirming they were unnoticed, before quietly revealing. "To be candid, in Shuzhou, the two individuals we most admire are one, the legendary Cold Moon Sword Maiden, who specializes in slaying the Ming sect and corrupt officials. Where she appears, those vile men tremble in fear. And the other is that very young Master Zhao, whose benevolence shines brightly for us commoners." "The Cold Moon Sword Maiden?" Zhu Xiongying raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she instinctively repeated the name. The innkeeper nodded earnestly, his face a mask of reverence. "Indeed, the Cold Moon Sword Maiden, is strange. No one has seen her true visit for ages. She is aloof and solitary, garbed similarly to your companion here, always draped in white and veiled, concealing her features entirely, her actions shrouded in mystery." Zhu Xiongying furrowed her brow and pressed, "Then why do you not flee to Yingtian to seek justice? Under the emperor's foot, one could surely find a fair resolution." The innkeeper sighed in resignation, his eyes filled with sorrow and despair as he replied, "Alas, where could one escape to? Outside the city, soldiers guard every corner, making it nearly impossible to fly away. Furthermore, Ming sect patrols scour the roads, intent on preventing anyone from seeking refuge in Yingtian. You see, not long ago, an innkeeper could bear it no longer and quietly fled with his family. But they were discovered before they could travel far. The very next morning, their bodies hung from the city walls, a gruesome sight. Since then, who would dare entertain thoughts of escape? We can only endure this torment here." Zhu Xiongying nodded slightly. "Very well. Thank you for your candor, good innkeeper." With that, she retrieved a small ingot of silver from her sleeve and tossed it to him. He hurriedly caught it, a glimmer of gratitude breaking through his previously sorrowful expression as he repeatedly thanked her. "Thank you, esteemed guest, thank you." He wiped away the remnants of tears from his eyes with his rough hands, carefully tucking the silver away before hastily returning to attend to the inn's affairs. Chapter 46. Zhu Xiongying. Once the innkeeper's figure disappeared from view, Zhu Xiongying lowered her voice, a determined smile gracing her lips as she turned to Lu Yi. In my opinion, this Cold Moon Sword Maiden must refer to you." Lu Yi did not respond to Zhu Xiongying's conjecture, her demeanor remaining cold as she gazed through the window into the distance. "With just the two of us, our strength is too feeble. One tree cannot support a mountain. In the current situation, we must unite all forces that can be gathered. After a moment, she added, let us meet this Zhao Jisoo and discern whether he is a true gentleman of virtue or merely a hypocrite putting on a facade. After finishing their meal, they arrived outside Zhao Jisoo's private room. Zhu Xiongying raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Instantly, a slurred voice emerged from within. Who is it? Do you not see this young master is drinking? Do not disturb. Clearing her throat, Zhu Xiongying respectfully replied, I have just witnessed young Master Zhao's act of benevolence and was deeply moved, hence I have come, along with my humble companion, to visit you. There was a brief silence inside, followed by the sound of shuffling footsteps. With a creak, the door opened slowly to reveal Zhao Jisoo, his face flushed and steps unsteady, yet he maintained his composure. Gesturing for them to enter, please take a seat. Zhao Jisoo indicated for them to sit, his gaze lingering on Lu Yi for a moment, a knowing smile curling his lips. If I am not mistaken, this esteemed lady beside you must be the legendary cold moon sword maiden of Shuzhou. Zhu Xiongying, maintaining her calm demeanor, smiled gently and quickly replied, young Master Zhao, you must be mistaken. She is merely my humble companion, not the cold moon sword maiden. Upon hearing this, the smile on Zhao Jisoo's face faded instantly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Silently, he poured himself a drink, coldly remarking, if you wish to conceal your identities, then I shall not impose further. Please take your leave. With that, he downed his drink in one go, turning his gaze away from them. How did you discern this? Lu Yi asked, her expression tranquil as she slowly removed her hat, revealing her exquisite features as her gaze fixed intently on Zhao Jisoo. Zhao Jisoo chuckled softly, confidence radiating from him. Even when a person strives to conceal their true self, their inherent aura is difficult to mask. I had the fortune to see the cold moon sword maiden outside Shuzhou once, and her icy demeanor and piercing gaze are unforgettable. The moment this lady stands, she naturally emanates a unique aura that keeps others at bay, identical to my recollections of the cold moon sword maiden. Then what do you perceive my aura to be? Zhu Xiongying inquired with interest, straightening her posture as her gaze probed Zhao Jisoo. Zhao Jisoo scrutinized Zhu Xiongying closely, taking his time to appraise her before finally speaking. In my estimation, you must have someone of high standing in your family. Zhu Xiongying's expression remained unchanged as she calmly responded with two words, not so. Zhao Jisoo was momentarily taken aback, his eyes clouded with confusion. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured, then perhaps you are a chivalrous hero. Zhu Xiongying continued to shake her head, succinctly replying, not so. How peculiar! Zhao Jisoo furrowed his brow. Bewilderment etched across his face. This young man possessed a natural air of authority, mingled with the unique spirit of a martial artist, exuding a sense of gallantry and righteousness. Yet, simultaneously, there was an unruly quality to his demeanor. Forgive my lack of insight. I truly cannot discern what you do for a living. He shook his head helplessly, pouring himself another drink and downing it. Observing this, Zhu Xiongying chose not to linger on the topic any further, redirecting the conversation. Then I too find it curious. Young Master Zhao could easily follow in your father's footsteps, securing a life of comfort. Why then do you involve yourself in the affairs of the common people? Zhao Jisoo's expression grew serious as he pondered for a long while before responding. Since even the reclusive cold moon sword maiden has chosen to accompany you, it is evident that you are a person worthy of trust. Zhao Jisoo rose slowly, moving to the window to gaze out at the bustling yet suffering streets below. In this world, many are blinded by greed, disregarding the lives of ordinary folk for their selfish gains. How valiant was the great Emperor Hongwu, overcoming countless adversities to expel the invaders and restore China, ending the dark reign of the Yuan dynasty. He cared for the people like his own children, striving during his reign to allow the common folk to recuperate, freeing many from the ravages of war, no longer subjecting them to the trampling of their oppressors. He turned to face Zhu Xiongying and Lu Yi, his eyes ablaze with indignation and resolve. But what of now? The gentry of Jiangnan collude with the Ming sect, plundering the people's wealth and abducting children, committing heinous acts without remorse. They have completely forgotten the hardships endured to establish the realm and disregard the plight of the common people. As the son of Zhao Quan, I could revel in riches within this decaying system. Yet I cannot. Each time I witness the suffering of the populace, those terrified eyes of innocent children, my heart is tormented that I refuse to wallow in their corruption, unwilling to become a part of this darkness. Even if my strength is but a drop in the ocean, I believe that as long as there are righteous individuals and those like the cold moon sword maiden, one day we shall restore clarity to this world, allowing the people to live in peace. Zhao Zhishu's expression was a complex tapestry of anguish and helplessness, his eyes brimming with torment as he spoke, his voice trembling with emotion. I am acutely aware that my father continues to exploit the common folk without restraint, while I stand here espousing justice. Anyone who hears this must find it absurd. Your disbelief in me is entirely understandable. Yet certain truths, no matter how harrowing, cannot be concealed. He inhaled deeply, seemingly summoning his courage, and continued, "Are you aware of what the Mingjiao does with those young boys and girls they capture? They absurdly believe that the Mingjiao symbolizes light, and that sheep, sharing a homophonic connection with Yang, must be revered as sacrificial offerings, leading them to the frenzied practice of creating human sheep. The process is utterly horrifying." Zhao Zhishu's voice rose involuntarily, his eyes ablaze with fury. They seize living children, forcibly stripping them of their clothing, to the bustling vendors, usually engrossed in their daily toils, seemed to catch a whiff of something extraordinary, and in an instant, they flocked around him like a swarm of bees, their enthusiasm akin to a raging inferno. "Young Master Zhao, do sample my family's eggs. They were laid just this morning and are exceedingly fresh," exclaimed a cheerful matron, her face beaming as she raised a basket brimming with eggs high above her head. "What is so special about your eggs?" retorted the elderly man selling mutton, unwilling to be outdone, as he forcefully pushed past the woman, presenting 2 plump legs of lamb to Zhao Zhishu. "Young Master Zhao, I just slaughtered this lamb today. Take these legs home and savor their tenderness and juiciness." In an instant, a cacophony of praises and recommendations erupted, each vendor vying for Zhao Zhishu's attention. Some produced freshly baked pastries, while others showcased recently harvested fruits and vegetables, all hoping he would accept their offerings. Zhao Zhishu, with a sincere demeanor and a warm smile, waved his hands in refusal. "Dear villagers, I, Zhao Zhishu, am unworthy of such kindness. I truly appreciate your sentiments, but I cannot accept these gifts. Oh, young Master Zhao, please don't be so polite with us," the matron urged, stamping her foot anxiously, her eyes brimming with sincerity. "Who among us hasn't benefited from your generosity? Were it not for you, we might not even survive. This small token is merely a gesture of our gratitude. Indeed, young Master Zhao, please accept it. Do not disappoint us," echoed the elderly mutton seller, as nods of agreement rippled through the surrounding vendors. Seeing their fervor was difficult to resist, Zhao Zhishu, after several refusals proving futile, finally adopted a serious expression and declared, "If you continue this overwhelming display of affection, I shall never set foot in this market again. Should any injustices arise in Suzhou City thereafter, I would have no choice but to remain a mere observer." At his words, alarm washed over the crowd, and the once vibrant atmosphere turned palpable with tension. The matroness' eyes glistened with unshed tears as she wiped them away and pleaded in a choked voice, "Young Master Zhao, we will heed your words. We shall cease this behavior. You are a benefactor to the common people of Suzhou City, our beacon of hope. You cannot forsake us." Observing the distress of the crowd, Zhao Zhishu's expression softened, and his tone became gentler. "I appreciate your intentions. Please return to your stalls and continue your livelihoods. Your families are counting on you. Living well is of utmost importance." The crowd, hearing his words, dared not linger any longer, and hastily returned to their stalls, the market soon bustling once more with its previous vigor and clamor. Zhao Zhishu watched them resume their places. A hint of satisfaction gracing his features, he then resumed his leisurely stroll, fanning himself. Over the next 3 days, Zhu Xiongying and Lu Yi closely trailed Zhao Zhishu, their eyes keenly observing his every action. Wherever Zhao Zhishu went, the townsfolk warmly welcomed him, their faces radiant with genuine smiles. When encountering ragged beggars on the streets, Zhao Zhishu would unhesitatingly produce a few coins from his pocket, placing them gently in the beggar's hands. His gaze filled with compassion and concern. Conversely, when he witnessed officials abusing their power, he boldly stepped forward, vehemently condemning their wrongdoing. On the evening of the third day, Zhu Xiongying and Lu Yi sat in a quiet private room of an inn. The flickering candlelight illuminating their contemplative faces, Zhu Xiongying leaned forward, breaking the silence with a thoughtful expression. After these days of careful observation, it seems that young Master Zhao is indeed not speaking falsehoods. Look at his high standing among the people. He has won their hearts. Even if he can act, it is unlikely that all the townsfolk would collude with him in such a performance. There would surely be cracks in his facade. Lu Yi nodded lightly, her brow furrowed, a glimmer of caution in her eyes as she slowly replied, "Though he appears trustworthy for now, we must conduct one final verification, just to be safe." Zhu Xiongying raised an eyebrow in confusion. "And how do you propose to verify that?" Leaning in closer, Lu Yi lowered her voice, detailing her plan as she spoke. Understanding dawned on Zhu Xiongying's face. The following morning, Zhu Xiongying and Lu Yi rose early, donning their usual attire. Lu Yi once again donned her white hat, obscuring her delicate features. The two made their way to the Zhao residence. And Zhu Xiongying stepped forward, producing the jade pendant that Zhao Zhishu had previously gifted him, presenting it to the doorman with a composed demeanor. "We are friends of young Master Zhao. We have urgent matters to discuss with him. Please inform him at once." The doorman, taken aback by the sight of the jade pendant, hesitated momentarily before quickly rushing inside without delay. Shortly thereafter, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Zhao Zhishu emerged, a bright smile lighting his face as he bowed from a distance. "You honor my humble abode. I apologize for not greeting you sooner. Please, come in, come in." He gestured invitingly, stepping aside. "Not so fast. Young Master Zhao, we seek you for urgent matters." Zhu Xiongying interjected, discreetly pulling Zhao Zhishu aside. After ensuring no one was within earshot, she lowered her voice. "We have received word that the minions of the Ming cult have captured several street urchins outside the city, and we do not know where they are being taken. If it's not too much trouble, could you accompany us to rescue those children?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhishu's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned to the doorman and commanded loudly, "What are you waiting for? Prepare the horses, bring out the 3 finest steeds, and do it swiftly." Moments later, 3 sleek, robust horses were led forth. Zhao Zhishu mounted one with agile grace, casting an eager glance at Zhu Xiongying, urging, "Xiao brother, lead the way." Before long, the trio found themselves on a secluded path outside the city. They dismounted, securing the horses carefully. Zhu Xiongying expertly guided Zhao Zhishu and Lu Yi to conceal themselves behind a thicket by the roadside. At this moment, a peculiar expression crossed Zhao Zhishu's face as he furrowed his brow, seemingly suppressing some discomfort. Sensing their concern, Lu Yi and Zhu Xiongying exchanged glances. Noticing their scrutiny, Zhao Zhishu quickly reassured them in a steady tone. "Xiao brother, I am quite well. Compared to the suffering endured by those children now in the clutches of the Ming cult, my minor discomfort is inconsequential." Chapter 49. Zhu Xiongying's Perspective. The arrival of the 5 scatterers of the Ming cult. After hearing his words, Zhu Xiongying replied with unwavering determination, "According to our intelligence, the Ming cult members will undoubtedly pass through this path. We will lie in wait here to catch them off guard." "Just the 3 of us? You have no backup?" Zhao Zhishu inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Lu Yi and Zhu Xiongying exchanged wary glances, subtly tightening their grips on their weapons. "That no, it's just the 2 of us. No allies," Zhu Xiongying replied, maintaining a calm facade. "And no matter, my father holds some influence within the Ming cult. I will first go out to negotiate. Perhaps I can stabilize the situation and minimize unnecessary conflict. If all else fails..." Zhao Zhishu's expression remained composed as he spoke methodically. Just then, Lu Yi interrupted urgently. Lowering her voice, "They are coming." The group immediately held their breath, their focus intent on the end of the path. Hidden behind the thicket, They watched intently as a group of individuals clad in Ming cult garments approached. Dragging along a group of pitiful little beggars, Zhao Zhishu inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he stealthily circled around the thicket, approaching the Ming cult members. Lu Yi gripped her weapon tightly, her eyes fixed on Zhao Zhishu's every move. Whispering, "Be prepared. If this Zhao dares to betray us and expose our position, we must act swiftly and eliminate him, ensuring he has no chance to alert them." Zhu Xiongying remained silent, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a glint of ferocity and vigilance. Upon seeing Zhao Zhishu's sudden appearance, the Ming cult members instantly went on high alert, drawing their blades. Zhao Zhishu, however, showed no fear. He calmly retrieved his badge, declaring his identity aloud. He then approached the leader of the Ming cult, engaging in hushed negotiation. They conversed for quite some time, the leader's face betraying a mix of confusion and contemplation as he weighed the situation. Observing this, Zhao Zhishu produced a thick stack of silver notes from his pocket and presented them to the leader. The leader's gaze fell upon the notes, momentarily stunned, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately nodded in satisfaction, accepting the notes and tucking them away. Then he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to release the children. The freed children, still trembling with fear, hastily fled into the distance. The members of the Mingjiao sheathed their swords, a hint of reluctance evident on their faces as they gradually made their way away, their figures slowly vanishing from sight. Zhao Zhishu hurried back to the hiding place of Lu Yi, glancing around before inquiring, "Where's Brother Xiao?" "I haven't seen him. He's gone to eliminate the roots of the problem," Lu Yi replied with a cold gaze and a flat tone. Indeed, the members of the Mingjiao had committed numerous atrocities, deserving of punishment. Brother Zhao's actions were also to avert future troubles. Zhao Zhishu nodded slightly, a flicker of agreement flashing in his eyes. Not long after, Zhu Xiongying approached steadily, wielding a sharp blade, wiping away the bloodstains from its edge as he walked. Upon seeing him return, Lu Yi stepped forward and softly asked, "Have you dealt with everything?" "Just a few minor thugs. Nothing to fear," Zhu Xiongying replied nonchalantly, a slight smile playing on his lips as he sheathed his blade and brushed the dust from his clothes. The three of them rode back to the Zhao residence, where Zhao Zhishu guided Zhu Xiongying and Lu Yi to a tranquil courtyard. After inviting them to sit, he personally poured 3 cups of tea, taking a gentle sip to suppress the discomfort from riding, before speaking slowly. "Rest assured, this is my usual residence. I have instructed the servants not to disturb us. Brother Xiao, Miss Lu, after today's events, it seems we are indeed kindred spirits," Zhao Zhishu said earnestly, his gaze sincere. "There is no need for such formality. Just call me a Qian," Zhu Xiongying replied with a cheerful smile and a light tone. Lu Yi sat quietly beside them, merely nodding slightly without uttering a word. "Please do not call me Zhao Gongzi any longer. Simply refer to me as Zhishu," Zhao Zhishu responded with a smile. "Very well, old Su," Zhu Xiongying said without hesitation. "It is Zhishu," Zhao Zhishu corrected with a hint of exasperation. "That I understand, old Su." "Alas, I was about to say something, but I forgot." Zhu Xiongying scratched his head, revealing a look of confusion. Zhao Zhishu refrained from bantering further with Zhu Xiongying, adopting a serious expression as he said, "Gentlemen, I, Zhao Zhishu, sincerely wish to befriend you both, sharing fortune and facing adversity together. What do you think? Indeed, we share the same sentiment. Old Su, your integrity and kindness, along with your ability to maintain your principles in such an environment, truly exemplify rising untainted from the muck," Zhu Xiongying replied with a smile, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Hearing Zhu Xiongying's praise, Zhao Zhishu felt a sense of delight, but upon hearing old Su, he couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head lightly. "Then, I shall call Miss Lu by her name from now on," Zhao Zhishu said, glancing at Lu Yi with a questioning look. "That is acceptable," Lu Yi replied tersely, her expression cold as she nodded slightly. Subsequently, Zhao Zhishu lifted his teacup, taking a gentle sip, as if suddenly recalling something significant, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Noticing his demeanor, Zhu Xiongying's face showed concern, and he hurriedly asked, "Old Su, what is the matter?" "Alas, I shall not hide it from you. I have received word that the 5 scattered ones of the Mingjiao have arrived outside of Shuzhou, Zhao Zhishu said gravely, letting out a slight sigh. The 5 scattered ones of the Mingjiao? What do they want? Lu Yi's brows knitted in vigilance. Oh, you remember the Tian and Xing I mentioned. It is said that the Mingjiao has located his hiding place, which is in a valley outside of Shuzhou. And this time, the 5 scattered ones have brought a large number of followers to surround that valley. Zhao Zhishu spoke, heavily placing down his teacup, his face etched with worry that I wish to help. But I have not practiced martial arts. I have raised a few trusted aides, yet they are hardly sufficient to make a significant impact, he finished, a glimmer of reluctance flashing in his eyes as he poured a cup of tea for each of them. Upon hearing Zhao Zhishu's words, Lu Yi's expression sharpened instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the sword from the table and swiftly turned to stride outside, her steps quick and urgent. Hey, I know you cannot stand the Mingjiao people. But, do you have to go on foot? Zhu Xiongying exclaimed, quickly stepping forward to grab Lu Yi's arm, his tone anxious that I estimate it is already too late. The 5 scattered ones arrived in Shuzhou last night. Zhao Zhishu said, his expression troubled and filled with helplessness. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's anger surged, and she abruptly turned back, seizing Zhao Zhishu by the collar, her voice sharp as she demanded, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Seeing the situation escalate, Zhu Xiongying rushed forward, forcefully separating the two while continuously advising, "Lu Yi, calm down, let us speak reasonably. Tian and Xing is my master." Lu Yi's eyes brimmed with tears as her voice trembled, her emotions reaching a boiling point. Zhao Zhishu was momentarily taken aback, forgetting the decorum of a scholar, his mouth agape in astonishment. It was Zhu Xiongying who reacted swiftly, snapping back to reality as he shouted at Zhao Zhishu. "What are you waiting for? Quickly gather people and prepare horses and bring your trusted aides along." Only then did Zhao Zhishu snap out of his daze, nodding hurriedly before turning and rushing out. Chapter 50. Zhu Xiongying's part. Outside the bamboo house, Zhao Zhishu led 2 magnificent steeds before Zhu Xiongying and Lu Yi, saying a Qian, "Lu Yi, these are the finest steeds in my estate. Possessing extraordinary stamina, please rest for a moment. I will summon my trusted aides and then accompany you." Zhu Xiongying turned to Lu Yi, noticing her furrowed brow and the urgency reflected in her eyes. "Old Su, look at how anxious Lu Yi is. She truly cannot wait any longer. Moreover, since you have not practiced martial arts, even if you ride these fine steeds, it will be difficult for you to keep up with our speed. Given the urgency of the situation, it would be impractical for us to be distracted caring for you on the way, that I believe it would be best for us to set off first. And you can bring your aides to join us later." Zhao Zhishu contemplated for a moment, understanding Zhu Xiongying's reasoning. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, then you may leave first. I will gather my people as quickly as possible and follow closely behind." "You must take care." Zhu Xiongying and Lu Yi exchanged glances before nimbly mounting their horses, pulling the reins as they pressed their legs against the horses' flanks. The steeds neighed and galloped away like arrows shot from a bow. Kicking up dust in their wake, as night fell, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Without taking a moment to rest, they swiftly tied their horses to a sturdy tree, and then Lu Yi hurriedly led Zhu Xiongying up the mountain. As they made their way halfway, the night sky enveloped the earth completely. Zhu Xiongying turned to Lu Yi and asked, "Lu Yi, how much further?" Lu Yi gazed up at the moonlit peaks, her eyes filled with urgency, and replied without hesitation, "We will arrive after crossing this mountain." Zhu Xiongying paused, attempting to soothe Lu Yi's anxious demeanor as he slowly said, "Lu Yi, from what you have said, Tian and Xing is highly skilled. Perhaps he has sensed the danger and left before the Mingjiao people arrived." Lu Yi did not slow her pace, her voice laced with unwavering determination. "My master has treated me like his own daughter for the past 5 years. No matter what, I must see him feel at ease." With that, Lu Yi quickened her steps without a second thought. "Hey Lu Yi, your injuries have yet to heal," Zhu Xiongying remarked, concern etched across his face as his brows knitted together. But Lu Yi had already moved far ahead, leaving him to sigh helplessly as he quickened his pace to follow closely behind her. As they navigated through the forest, they finally crested the mountain. and the sight before them heightened their vigilance. In the distance, flickering lights danced like stars, the flames leaping and flickering, piercing through the darkness of the night. "Master!" Lu Yi cried out, and the two, filled with urgency, rushed toward the bamboo house. The scene before them was one of devastation. The once warm bamboo house was now being mercilessly consumed by fierce flames. The flames licked at every inch of the bamboo walls, crackling and popping, while thick smoke billowed forth, carrying a wave of scorching heat. The pond in front of the bamboo house had lost all its former vitality. The fish floated belly up, lifeless on the surface, while the once graceful plants around the pond were now reduced to scattered remnants, their broken branches and leaves strewn about, devoid of life. The previously crystal-clear water of the pond had become murky, thick ash and debris floating atop, exuding a pungent, burnt odor under the glow of the flames. Lu Yi's eyes ignited with a fierce blaze, panic and despair crashing over her like a tidal wave. Without a second thought, she dashed toward the bamboo house engulfed in flames, calling out desperately, "Master! Master!" Zhu Xiongying swiftly moved in front of her, tightly embracing Lu Yi. His voice urgently implored in her ear. "Lu Yi, you cannot go in. The fire is too fierce. You would be walking to your own death." Lu Yi struggled desperately in his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks, soaking Zhu Xiongying's sleeves. "Oh, I didn't expect two little cubs to deliver themselves right to my doorstep," that a hoarse voice, laced with mockery, drifted lazily from behind the two. Zhu Xiongying and Lu Yi instantly ceased their struggles and cries. Swiftly turning around, they beheld 5 shadowy figures emerging slowly from the darkness, their steps steady yet imbued with an oppressive aura. The flickering firelight danced across their faces, casting an eerie and terrifying visage amidst the interplay of light and shadow. "Where is the master?" Lu Yi's eyes reddened, tears glistening in the fire's glow as she shouted hoarsely, her voice brimming with anger and sorrow. "Master!" The cold-faced leader curled his lips into a chilling smile, elongating his tone. "Where is the dark star of the wicked?" Zhu Xiongying's gaze sharpened, a chill radiating from him as he coldly inquired, his eyes like daggers piercing the 5 adversaries before him. "Naturally, he has been killed." The cold-faced leader's expression remained indifferent, his tone as flat as if discussing a trivial matter. "I didn't expect he would leave behind 2 successors. However, if you are unwilling to part with him, I would not mind sending you to accompany him." With that, a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes. Lu Yi's gaze ignited with fury, and she let out a cry filled with indignation and sorrow. Her wrist twisting as her sword swiftly unsheathed, its blade glinting with a chilling light amidst the night and fire. Her figure surged forth like a bolt of black lightning, charging at the 5 scattered people. "Peng, go play with her." The cold-faced leader's lips curled into a disdainful arc as he casually waved his hand, issuing the command. Dressed in a brown monk's robe, Peng approached with a nonchalant grin, confronting Lu Yi head-on. Initially, he met her attacks with ease, feigning indifference, thinking it merely a way to pass the time with this little girl. However, after just a few exchanges, his smile vanished abruptly, replaced by a grave and astonished expression. Lu Yi's swordplay was fierce and ruthless, each thrust imbued with a determination to succeed, the wind of her blade howling as it relentlessly targeted vital points, offering no respite. As the battle intensified, Peng's trepidation grew, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, suddenly realizing that this young woman was no ordinary opponent. He could no longer afford to be lax, immediately unleashing all his skills to engage in this fierce skirmish. "I didn't expect this little girl to possess such prowess." The cold-faced leader's eyes flashed with annoyance as he coldly commanded the 2 behind him, "Taiguan Dao run, Bu Dai Hishang." "Assist him." Upon receiving the order, Taiguan Dao run and Bu Dai Hishang swiftly leaped forward, darting toward the fray like arrows released from a bow. Just as Zhu Xiongying arrived behind Lu Yi, he saw Peng suddenly bellow, delivering a heavy palm strike to Lu Yi's shoulder. Lu Yi had no time to evade, her body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. She arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Xiongying's heart plummeted, and he dashed forward recklessly, catching her just as she fell. Lu Yi's face turned as pale as paper, her gaze becoming dazed and unfocused. Clutching her chest with great difficulty, she looked at Zhu Xiongying and, summoning her last ounce of strength, murmured, "In the next life, I will marry you again." With those words, her body slumped, completely losing consciousness in Zhu Xiongying's embrace. Chapter 51. Zhu Xiongying's Tale. The left and right envoys of the Ming sect, Zhu Xiongying gazed at the unconscious Lu Yi, memories flooding back like a surging tide, as the third-generation heir to the Ming Dynasty. His life had been filled with intrigue and suffering. Not long after tasting the joys of childhood, his mother had abruptly passed away, only for him to later discover that she had been poisoned by the malevolent elf family, all to pave the way for their son to usurp his position. Even more heart-wrenching was the fact that his beloved imperial grandmother had also fallen victim to the elf family's treachery. Those war memories had now become unhealable wounds in his heart. Fortunately, his second uncle had come to his rescue, allowing him to escape the bloody power struggles. After years of scheming, the elf family's methods were ruthless, and he could not believe that his grandfather and father were unaware of anything. Burdened with confusion and resentment, he sought answers from his second uncle, who did not respond directly, but instead pointed to a small bird perched on a branch and said meaningfully, "Do you know why birds are not afraid of branches breaking? Because they do not rely on branches but trust their own wings." The figure of Zhu Yin became increasingly vivid in his mind. "Xiongying, remember this. A gentleman strives for self-improvement." Zhu Xiongying took a deep breath, gently placing Lu Yi on the ground before bending down to retrieve the sword from the earth. He slowly turned, his face shrouded in gloom, an icy aura radiating from him as he confronted the 5 scattered members of the Ming sect, questioning, "Why? How can you people trample upon the lives and happiness of others for the sake of so-called power? Discarding your conscience? This kid is not right." The cold-faced leader's face, once adorned with a sneer, suddenly shifted, becoming alert. He no longer hesitated and bellowed, "All together!" At his command, the 5 scattered members lunged at Zhu Xiongying like a pack of ravenous wolves from different directions. Zhu Xiongying's eyes reddened, fury blazing within him as he wielded his long sword. Crafting fierce arcs of steel, he moved like lightning, proactively engaging the 5. The cold-faced leader was the first to attack, his sharp blade slicing swiftly toward Zhu Xiongying. Unfazed, Zhu Xiongying sidestepped, elegantly evading the lethal strike, and simultaneously his wrist twisted, the sword darting forth like a serpent, aimed directly at the cold-faced leader's throat. Startled, the cold-faced leader hastily defended himself, the clash ringing out with a resounding crash. Sparks flying from the metallic collision, he felt a tremendous force coursing through the blade, leaving his hands numb and his arm aching. Fueled by rage, Zhu Xiongying grew more formidable with each swing, his strikes resonating with the might of a mountain-splitting stone, leaving the 5 scattered members trembling, their arms growing numb. Peng, struggling to hold on while drenched in cold sweat, lamented internally, "This monster, how could such a young boy possess such terrifying strength?" As the battle wore on, Zhu Xiongying's assault intensified further, his swordplay becoming increasingly lethal, his movements more elusive. Soon, 3 of the 5 had fallen, rendered incapable of continuing the fight at this point. Only the cold-faced leader and Tai Guandao Ren remained, barely holding their ground, their bodies marred with wounds, their clothing tattered, blood dripping from their injuries. "Kid, why not join our Ming sect?" The cold-faced leader panted while dodging Zhu Xiongying's attacks. "With your talents, serving in the Ming sect, your future achievements will surely surpass mine." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiongying's rage flared even more, his eyes blazing as he shouted, "Today, I only seek to take your lives." As soon as the words left his mouth, his long sword sliced through the air once more, a fierce arc aimed at the cold-faced leader's throat. Just as Zhu Xiongying's blade was about to strike, a white figure suddenly dashed from behind the cold-faced leader, positioning itself in front of Zhu Xiongying. With a resounding clash, metal violently collided, sparks erupting. Zhu Xiongying felt an overwhelming force transmitting through his sword, causing his hands to tremble, and the weapon slipped from his grip, flying away to, "I thought you 5 could handle them, yet you remain as useless as ever." A languid voice laced with mockery rang out. As everyone focused their gaze, they beheld a man clad in a flowing white robe, his demeanor exuding elegance, his chiseled features, an inherently arrogant and unruly gaze set him apart. "Thank you, left envoy," the cold-faced leader exclaimed, relief washing over him as he bowed in gratitude. Stepping aside, his face flushed with shame that moment, a man dressed in azure garments approached slowly from behind. His strides were steady, his expression cold, radiating an aura that sent chills down spines. "The Saintess was concerned that you five might falter. Thus we are here as a precaution." "Thank you, right envoy. This little brat has impressive skills." The cold-faced leader responded anxiously, bowing again. "Perhaps we should join forces to hold him off," and summoned the Suzhou congregation. "No need," Fu Yun replied, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he interrupted. Turning to cast a disdainful smile, his eyes filled with scorn at a wild little girl and a brat from who knows where, "is it worth such a grand display?" Fu Yun gazed at Zhu Xiongying with keen interest, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Kid, I am genuinely intrigued. From which corner of the world did you emerge?" Zhu Xiongying clenched his teeth, coldly retorting 3 words. "Remnant of the Ming sect." He had no desire to respond to Fu Yun's question. "Humph." Rather defiant, the azure-clad man, Lu Qing, snorted, a cold smile gracing his face. "Kid, today you shall learn the truth. The ones who will kill you are none other than the left and right envoys of the Ming sect. Fu Yun and myself, Lu Qing." As soon as his words fell, he exchanged glances with Fu Yun, and the two figures flickered like shadows in the night. Swiftly lunging toward Zhu Xiongying, Fu Yun approached with ghostly agility, his left leg suddenly propelling forward with the force of a steel cannon, accompanied by a whistling wind, aimed squarely at Zhu Xiongying's chest. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, like a specter, flashed behind Zhu Xiongying, his hands forming claw-like shapes, emanating a fierce gale that severed off his escape route. Zhu Xiongying had no time to react when Fu Yun's heavy kick struck him with tremendous force. It felt as though his chest had been violently rammed by a speeding carriage. His internal organs seemed to shift positions in an instant, and a wave of excruciating pain surged from his chest, sending him uncontrollably flying backward. He traced a long arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground several yards away, kicking up a cloud of dust in the blink of an eye. The outcome was decided, and Zhu Xiongying lay unconscious on the ground, his fate uncertain. Fu Yun and Lu Qing stood firm, their auras retracting as they stabilized themselves. Fu Yun turned slightly, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, coldly sweeping over the cold-faced gentleman, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, his tone dripping with disdain. "You ought to practice more. Just a mere brat nearly wiped you out." How embarrassing! The face of the cold-faced gentleman instantly flushed crimson, a mixture of shame and embarrassment making him wish for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. He lowered his head slightly, unable to meet Lu Qing's piercing gaze, his voice tinged with reluctance. "Left envoy, you speak the truth that it is our lack of skill that has let down the holy maiden's expectations. We shall reflect deeply and practice diligently." Chapter 52. Zhu Xiongying. "I, King Qin Zhu Xiang, how is it that my clever and astute niece-in-law and my exceptionally intelligent nephew are reduced to mere wild girl and brat in your words?" Just when Fu Yun, Lu Qing, and the others believed the situation was under control, a cold, hoarse voice sliced through the tense atmosphere like a chilling ray. Everyone turned towards the sound, only to see a dark figure appear mysteriously behind Fu Yun and Lu Qing. Like a ghost, the individual wore a red mask, exuding an aura that instilled dread. It was Tian and Xing. Almost simultaneously, the two swiftly turned, their figures darting like lightning, launching an attack against the mysterious shadow. Fu Yun's hands morphed into claws, propelled by a fierce wind, aimed directly at the opponent's throat. Lu Qing, with a flick of his wrist, brandished a glinting dagger that aimed for the shadow's chest. Tian and Xing, with his hands clasped behind his back, remained indifferent to Fu Yun and Lu Qing's tempestuous assault, standing like an unmoving statue. His aura was steady, his gaze calm as still water. Just as their strikes were about to land on Tian and Xing, the onlookers beheld the shadow flicker, and with a swish, Tian and Xing vanished into thin air. Their attacks met only empty air, the sheer momentum nearly causing them to lose balance. That was the kick, wasn't it? A frigid voice suddenly rang out from behind Fu Yun. Startled, he had no time to react before a piercing pain shot through his left leg, followed by a dizzying whirl. With a thud, his left leg was severed at the thigh, soaring high like a kite with its strings cut, plummeting into a nearby pond. In an instant, blood gushed forth from the stump, forming a gruesome pool on the ground. Fu Yun let out a chilling scream, his body uncontrollably lurching forward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Lu Qing was still reeling from the shock of Fu Yun's sudden injury, his mind blank, unable to respond. "And you?" It was this Han Zhao Zixing spoke as he retrieved a somewhat creased sheepskin map from his bosom and handed it to Zhu Xiongying. Zhu Xiongying hastily extended his hand to receive it, carefully unfolding the map, instantly captivated by the intricate lines and markings upon it. His gaze meandered along the winding route, his brows furrowing slightly at first, only to be swiftly replaced by a flicker of astonishment in his eyes as he exclaimed, "I never anticipated that the headquarters of the Ming sect would be located within the Stone Bell Mountain." His finger unconsciously tapped the position of Stone Bell Mountain on the map, his expression solemn. Zhu Xiongying carefully folded the map and, raising his eyes with urgency, inquired, "I will hold onto the map for now. How is Yi faring?" Zhao Zixing quickly gestured to soothe him, saying, "Ah Qian, do not be anxious. Lu Yi has sustained old injuries that have been aggravated by new ones, but I have already consulted a physician who assured me that with proper rest, she will recover." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiongying let out a long sigh of relief, gently nodding in acknowledgement. As they conversed, Lu Yi suddenly coughed lightly, her previously pallid face now tinged with an unusual flush from the fit. Her eyelids fluttered slowly, and she gradually awakened. Zhu Xiongying exclaimed, swiftly throwing off the covers, stepping barefoot onto the floor, and crossing to her bedside in a few strides. Zhao Zixing followed, closely behind, his expression filled with concern as he stood nearby. Lu Yi slowly opened her eyes, gazing around in confusion. Her cracked lips parted slightly as she weakly asked, "Where am I?" Zhao Zixing leaned closer, his voice soft and patient as he reiterated what he had previously told Zhu Xiongying. After listening, a complex emotion flickered in Lu Yi's eyes, and after a moment of silence, she murmured, "Sir, it must be that after 5 years of study under you, you have always praised me as a prodigy. Yet, whenever I stand before you, I feel as insignificant as an ant. You are like an endless ocean, unfathomable and elusive." Zhu Xiongying gently took Lu Yi's hand, feeling the chill in her fingertips, his brow furrowing in a mix of concern and reproach. "I told you, Tian and Xing is highly skilled and would not encounter trouble. Next time you face a situation, you must remain calm. Look at how impulsive you were then. It was quite perilous." At Zhu Xiongying's sudden display of concern, a blush crept across Lu Yi's face. Not long after, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes as she urgently asked, "The box, where's my box?" Zhao Zixing, hearing her, quickly walked to the table, gently picked up the box, and presented it to Lu Yi, saying softly, "Here it is." Observing Lu Yi cradling the box as if it were a treasure, Zhu Xiongying's curiosity was piqued, and he could not help but inquire, "By the way, what exactly is contained within the box that holds such significance for you?" Lu Yi caressed the patterns on the box, recalling the day she descended the mountain. "This box was entrusted to me by my teacher when I left the mountain. He instructed me to deliver it to someone. When I asked who it was, he merely pointed to the sky." "The sky? But all that is up there are clouds and birds," Zhu Xiongying replied, his face a mask of confusion and perplexity. Zhao Zixing, observing the exchange, allowed a mysterious smile to grace his lips as he slowly said, "What one first sees upon looking up need not always be clouds and birds, for they are not always visible when one gazes skyward." "What is it then?" Lu Yi pressed eagerly. Zhao Zixing raised his gaze towards the window, exhaling softly, "Is the heavens." Lu Yi's mind raced with thoughts, memories flooding back without hesitation as she held the box aloft. Presenting it to Zhu Xiongying, bewildered, Zhu Xiongying instinctively reached out to accept the box. As he slowly opened the lid, he beheld a golden token resting within, emanating a chilling luster. Zhu Xiongying lifted the token closer, and the ancient character's Bouillon run came into view. Seeing the token, Zhao Zhixing's expression shifted dramatically, his lips trembling uncontrollably as he stammered, "The Commander's token. This is a token that can command all the Bouillon run. How could it be here?" He took a deep breath, striving to steady his tumultuous emotions before continuing. "It is said that the Bouillon run are the subordinates of Prince Qin, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Even the Imperial Guard, personally established by the Emperor, pales in comparison to them." Zhu Xiongying, filled with confusion, turned to Zhao Zhixing and asked, "How do you know that this token can command all the Bouillon run?" Zhao Zhixing steadied himself and explained, "I have a friend who serves in the Jinwu Wei. Once he witnessed the Crown Prince using such a token to summon the Bouillon run. However, the Crown Prince's token is silver and can only call upon a portion. Yours is gold, indicating a higher rank." Zhu Xiongying narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness igniting within them as his thoughts raced like a runaway horse. Zhu Xiong had been missing for 5 years, and Tian and Xing had emerged 5 years prior. Now, this token of profound significance had found its way into his hands, threads of evidence wove together, and the answer seemed on the verge of revealing itself. Could it be, Zhu Xiongying murmured, his heart churning, that Tian and Xing is, in fact, my beloved second uncle? Realizing this, he felt a mix of anger and amusement, his expression becoming exceedingly intricate. "Oh, you second uncle, I had always believed you to be the most caring elder to me, yet you stood by as I was attacked without lifting a finger to help." The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became, his teeth gritting as his hands unconsciously formed fists. "Ah Qian, what troubles you?" Zhao Zhixing observed Zhu Xiongying's clenched jaw and asked with concern, his eyes filled with curiosity, suddenly jolted back to reality. Zhu Xiongying recognized his lapse in composure, quickly waving his hand and forcing a smile. "Oh, it's nothing, just recalling the despicable actions of the Ming sect. It truly incites my ire." Lu Yi, who had been quietly listening, remained silent throughout, but a fleeting glimmer of something secretive danced in her lowered gaze. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yi finally spoke. Zhao Zhixing, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Could you fetch some food for me?" Zhao Zhixing, ever perceptive, immediately discerned Lu Yi's intention to create an opportunity for a private conversation with Zhu Xiongying. A knowing smile graced his lips as he nodded. "Certainly, I shall return shortly. You two can converse in the meantime." With that, he turned and exited the room with a light step, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Chapter 54. Zhu Xiongying's revelation of identity. Is the box truly meant for you? Lu Yi's gaze bore into Zhu Xiongying's with intensity, revealing a hint of doubt and inquiry. Zhu Xiongying felt somewhat unnerved under her scrutiny, wearing an awkward expression as he scratched his head and chuckled nervously. "Hee, I suppose it must be." Those words were vague, he felt assured within. After all, he was my own second uncle. If not to me, to whom else would it belong? "Who exactly are you?" Lu Yi's piercing gaze fixated on Zhu Xiongying, her eyes brimming with unwavering conviction. I am Zhu Xiongying." He began to utter the carefully crafted explanation he had prepared in his mind, only to be interrupted by Lu Yi's unrelenting demand. "Speak the truth." Her voice was firm. Her eyes locked onto Zhu Xiongying, as though she sought to penetrate his very soul. Taken aback, Zhu Xiongying felt a sudden jolt, momentarily seeing a reflection of Empress Ma in Lu Yi. Her fierce demeanor strikingly similar. He parted his lips, revealing a mix of helplessness and affection in his gaze, and slowly replied, "Yi, it is not that I wish to deliberately conceal anything from you. It is merely that the current situation is quite complex, and it is not convenient to disclose everything. Rest assured, it will not be long before I reveal everything to you in full." Pausing for emphasis, he added earnestly, "I have vowed to take responsibility for you. A gentleman's word is as binding as the strongest of oaths. I am not jesting." At that moment, the door creaked open, and Zhao Zhixing entered, sensing an unusual atmosphere as he paused briefly before inquiring, "What is transpiring here?" Lu Yi seemed oblivious to Zhao Zhixing's question, her demeanor shifting dramatically from her usual aloofness. Her voice now tinged with a hint of quaver and fragility as she recounted, 5 years ago, I was among the many children abducted by those beasts of the Ming sect, and my parents had passed away early. It was my grandfather and the uncles in the village who raised me that I witnessed my grandfather and the villagers fall beneath the blades of those fiends, blood flowing like a river. Just when I thought I was at death's door, my teacher appeared. He saved me, avenged me, and taught me skills. Though he forbids me from calling him master, in my heart, he will forever be my master. As she spoke, tears welled in Lu Yi's eyes. Her voice growing thick with emotion. I have long considered my teacher as my only family, and now with you, if you dare to betray me. Regardless of whether you are of royal BL Zhao, Zhu Xing observed that the emotions of the two individuals were somewhat heightened, prompting him to interject and defuse the tension. As he spoke, he turned and strode toward the door, quickly returning with several attendants bearing steaming dishes of food. Zhu Xiongying gently lifted a bowl of porridge from the table and, ignoring Lu Yi's subtle shake of the head in refusal, tenderly yet resolutely brought it to her lips, softly coaxing, "Stay still. You still bear injuries. Allow me to feed you." Lu Yi felt her cheeks flush slightly and had no choice but to part her lips slightly, permitting Zhu Xiongying to feed her. Observing this scene, Zhao Zhixing couldn't help but exclaim, muttering, "Alas, I have truly indulged in a wave of dog food." Yet the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards, feeling joy for the couple. Once the meal had concluded, Zhao Zhixing furrowed his brow and spoke with a worried expression. The followers of the Ming sect are increasingly audacious, and now the gentry of Jiangnan collude with them. How shall the common folk of Jiangnan survive? Zhu Xiongying pondered for a moment before responding. I do have a strategy, but it hinges on whether you, old Su, are willing to act against kin for the greater good. Zhao Zhixing's gaze sharpened, his expression resolute. Elaborate, please, that do not speak of acting against kin. If we can restore peace to the common people, what is my life worth? Zhu Xiongying nodded and began to elaborate. And the three engaged in fervent discussion, unknowingly reaching midday. Zhao Zhixing tightened his brow, revealing a troubled expression. The plan is feasible, yet the greatest issue is that you can currently only mobilize unsavory individuals. This force is likely far from sufficient to resist the reinforcements from the rebel army and the Ming sect. Zhu Xiongying smiled mysteriously, exuding confidence as he replied, I have my own ingenious plans. All you need to do is trust me. Zhao Zhixing hesitated slightly, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes, but soon his gaze became resolute as iron, stating solemnly, Very well, then I shall entrust this to you. I will handle the other matters. Only by placing ourselves in dire straits can we hope for revival. Splendid. In 7 days, the grand act of acting against kin shall be splendidly performed by you. Young Master Zhao, Zhu Xiongying remarked, a teasing tone gracing his lips. Hearing this, Zhao Zhixing's lips twitched slightly, revealing a bemused expression. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, whose visage had been cool and detached, now bore a faint smile. After Lu Yi fell into a deep sleep, Zhu Xiongying stepped out of the room alongside Zhao Zhixing, making their way to the courtyard. Zhu Xiongying furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixed on Zhao Zhixing, his tone imbued with concern and hesitation. Old Su, regardless of the circumstances, he is still your father. Can you truly bear to do this? Zhao Zhixing fell silent for a moment, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes. Reluctance, pain, yet predominantly determination. He inhaled deeply before slowly articulating. To speak honestly, I too feel reluctant. Yet they have madly conspired with the Ming sect in their pursuit of power. The principle of prosperity leading to decline is a truth validated by millennia of history. For the sake of the common people, what does the sacrifice of our family amount to? It is far preferable to a fractured land, allowing foreign invaders to once again dominate the Central Plains. At that point, the Han people would fare worse than dogs under the rule of foreign tribes. Zhu Xiongying gently patted Zhao Zhixing's shoulder, a hint of emotion gracing his features as he slowly remarked. The rise of the people brings suffering, and their demise brings suffering. I never expected Qian to possess such talent, Zhao Zhixing said, raising an eyebrow slightly, admiration gleaming in his eyes. This is what my second uncle taught me. Zhu Xiongying reminisced, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his gaze. Your second uncle is indeed mysterious, Zhao Zhixing noted, a knowing smile playing on his lips, as if pondering something. Old Su, have you perhaps guessed my identity? Zhu Xiongying perceived Zhao Zhixing's smile, fixing his gaze upon him with a hint of inquiry. Zhao Zhixing paused momentarily, then knelt on one knee, his demeanor respectful as he proclaimed loudly, "Commoner Zhao Zhixing pays his respects to His Highness the Imperial Grandson." Zhu Xiongying nodded slightly, shedding his previous nonchalant demeanor, standing tall and exuding an innate regal authority. His gaze was profound and resolute, and the atmosphere around them seemed to grow heavy with this transformation. As Zhao Zhixing knelt in silence, awaiting Zhu Xiongying's directive. Chapter 55, Zhu Xiongying's Arc. The gathering of Jiangnan gentry in Shuzhou in the courtyard. Zhao Zhixing knelt silently, his posture respectful. Zhu Xiongying raised his hand slightly, his tone calm as he instructed, "Rise, simply call me a Qian. Furthermore, do not let him know of this for now. When the time is right, I shall inform her myself." "Pray tell, which imperial grandson is a Qian?" Zhao Zhixing inquired, standing up, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Zhu Xiongying replied, his gaze unwavering as he met Zhao Zhixing's eyes, slowly uttering his name. Zhao Zhixing was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening instinctively, but he quickly regained his composure, his expression natural. Zhu Xiongying regarded him with a sincere smile, speaking earnestly, "Aside from my uncles, I've had no friend since childhood. You are my first. Therefore, there is no need for formality. Now, I am merely Xiao Qianyu, and you are simply old Su. Let us interact as ordinary friends." As he spoke, the regal aura surrounding him gradually dissipated, returning to his previous carefree and unrestrained demeanor. "Very well, a Qian. With your assistance, this matter is bound to succeed," Zhao Zhixing affirmed, nodding emphatically, his eyes filled with trust and anticipation. During the subsequent 7 days, beneath the surface of Jiangnan, currents swirled far off in Changzhou and Suzhou. The Jiangnan gentry received urgent letters from the Zhao family in Shuzhou, imploring them to bring their trusted confidants and convene to discuss significant matters that in Changzhou, within the Su residence, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. The head of the family, Su Zhe, sat in the central position, his brow furrowed, eyes reflecting a hint of doubt as he addressed the gathered individuals. "The Zhao family has sent word requesting us gentry to bring our confidants to Shuzhou for deliberation. Do you think this could be a ruse?" A composed, middle-aged man leaned slightly forward, his tone assured as he replied, "Elder brother, we Jiangnan gentry are akin to grasshoppers on the same string. We rise and fall together. Moreover, it is the Zhao family that is led in colluding with the Ming sect. By that very fact, even if they indeed harbor treachery, they cannot escape the blame of collusion with the Ming sect. I believe, elder brother, you need not worry. This must be a significant movement." Su Zhe nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before saying, "What second brother says makes much sense." Simultaneously, similar dialogues transpired within the residences of other gentry families. 7 days later, the Jiangnan gentry arrived as scheduled. Outside the Zhao residence, carriages and horses clamored, and silks fluttered in the breeze. Zhao Zhixing and Zhao Kuan, clad in splendid attire, stood at the entrance with smiles, respectfully welcoming the guests. The head of the Changzhou Su family stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting, and smiled. "Zhao family head, it has been too long. Did you summon us in haste for some critical matter?" Zhao Kuan returned the courtesy with a beaming smile, saying, "It is indeed an honor to have the Su family visit our humble abode. Please come inside. Once everyone has arrived, I shall disclose everything point one by one." The guests entered the Zhao residence, filling the place with a lively atmosphere. As evening approached, the golden rays of the setting sun cascaded over the walls of the Zhao residence, casting a warm glow. Zhao Kuan had already returned to the residence, bustling about to host the guests and arrange the banquet. Zhao Zhixing stood near the entrance, observing discreetly. Noticing that the Jiangnan gentry had mostly gathered, he exchanged glances with 2 of his trusted aides. One of them understood the cue, moving stealthily towards the outskirts of the city, quickly disappearing into the twilight. The other aide, upon Zhao Zhixing's entrance into the residence, firmly closed the main door, then summoned several burly servants to guard it closely, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving freely as dusk deepened. The main hall of the Zhao residence sparkled with opulence. The intricately carved beams and painted pillars were adorned with luminous glass lanterns casting a gentle radiance, which shimmered against the table laden with gold and silver utensils. The heads of various families raised their cups and exchanged pleasantries, laughter ringing out continuously. Some sampled exquisite delicacies from the South Sea, instantly melting in their mouths, while others unfurled exquisite satin from the Shu region, showcasing the intricate embroidery, drawing others closer to admire. In the courtyard, the aides of each family were equally lively. A massive bonfire blazed brightly, with a variety of rare meats sizzling on the grills, the dripping fat producing a crackling sound as it fell onto the coals, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. They carried large jars filled with fine wine, greeting acquaintances with hearty laughter, their feet treading upon exquisite carpets imported from Persia, heedless of the wine splashing upon them. Silk lanterns swayed with the wind, echoing the extravagance of the main hall, amplifying the lavish atmosphere of the banquet to its zenith. As Zhu Xiongying entered the main hall, confronted with this intoxicatingly lavish scene, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Steeling himself, he stepped forward, first respectfully bowing to each family head. Then, clearing his throat, he announced in a clear voice, "Dear uncles and aunts, I must confess that I am the one who invited you all here." Beside Zhao Kun, a middle-aged man with a goat beard squinted slightly, a knowing smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Zhao nephew, have you come to a realization, wishing to conspire with us for a grand undertaking?" Zhao Kun, standing nearby, concurred, "Indeed, my son is undoubtedly destined for scholarly pursuits. He's been so steeped in books that he has developed a touch of excessive compassion. However, just 7 days ago, he suddenly expressed the need to discuss an important matter with everyone, prompting me to summon you all. Surely, my esteemed nephew has come to a realization." Another clan leader chuckled heartily, his gaze filled with admiration. "One look at my nephew reveals his remarkable potential. His future achievements will undoubtedly eclipse those of us older fellows. Why concern ourselves with the lives of the commoners? As long as we, the gentry of Jiangnan, remain unyielding, that is all that matters. After all, transient emperors come and go, but the aristocracy endures." Zhao Kun, pleased by these words, stroked his beard with satisfaction, his eyes brimming with contentment. "Father, uncles, please cease this. If you all refrain from further actions, I will find a way to ensure everyone's safety," Zhao Xiongying declared solemnly, his gaze resolutely sweeping over the assembly in the main hall. Enunciating each word with conviction, this utterance, the previously lively hall, filled with laughter and chatter, fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Zhao Xiongying, disbelief etched across their faces, as if they could scarcely believe their ears. "My son, have you spoken out of turn?" Quickly apologized to the esteemed uncles. Zhao Kun hastily interjected, striding over to Zhao Xiongying and lowering his voice. "My son has had too much to drink and was merely jesting. I hope you will not take offense." Zhao Kun forced a smile, repeatedly bowing an apology to the clan leaders present. "Esteemed uncles, the situation is dire. We have colluded with the Ming cult, causing turmoil among the populace, a crime that cannot be forgiven. Let us withdraw. By seeking forgiveness in the capital, there may still be a sliver of hope that, if you can find the wisdom to turn back, perhaps His Majesty will show mercy, allowing us to restore tranquility to the land and return it to a state of peace. This is the true long-term strategy." Zhao Xiongying spoke again with sincere earnestness. Chapter 56. Zhu Xiongying's tale, a fish in a barrel. "How outrageous! Have I been too indulgent with you? Raising such a foolish child?" Zhao Kun's eyes widened with fury, his facial muscles twitching in rage. Before he could finish a sentence, he suddenly raised his hand and struck Zhao Xiongying across the face with a resounding slap. The force of the blow twisted Zhao Xiongying's face to the side, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Kun's chest heaved violently, veins protruding on his forehead as he pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Xiongying and shouted, his voice trembling with rage, "Your mother died in childbirth, and I have never laid a finger on you since. Yet here you are, so utterly unworthy, uttering such treasonous words. Look at how you have offended all these uncles." He turned anxiously to the assembled clan leaders, bowing repeatedly in apology. "Esteemed ones, I am truly sorry. My son must have been bewitched by some evil spirit to speak such madness. I implore you to forgive him. Please." At that moment, he caught sight of the dark expressions on everyone's faces, causing his heart to race with anxiety. "You dare to bring up my mother?" Zhao Zhixing's eyes brimmed with tears, rage and disappointment coursing through him as his voice quivered with emotion. "You often recounted her last words, urging you to treat the people kindly and adhere to the court's directives. Yet what have you done? You have allied with the Ming cult for your family's gain, inciting chaos among the populace. Do you honor my mother's wishes? Look at yourself now. You have completely lost your way." Zhao Kuan's complexion shifted between pale and flushed. His lips moved, but he found himself at a loss for words. Zhao Zhixing took a deep breath, scanning the varied expressions of those present, and resolutely declared, "Enough. There is no benefit in further discussion. As for life or death, let each of you rely on your own merit." Just as the conversation reached its conclusion, Zhu Xiongying abruptly pushed open the door and strode in with commanding presence. Exuding an undeniable authority, some individuals, if they refuse to heed reason, shall not blame me for making them taste the consequences. Who dares to create a ruckus here? A clan leader, furious, stood up, his face contorted with rage, pointing at Zhu Xiongying. "Get out of here at once." Zhu Xiongying remained unfazed, a sly smile playing on his lips, though his eyes held no mirth, dark as a tempestuous sky. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhu Xiongying." Upon hearing this name, the assembly gasped in shock, the air seeming to freeze around them. The esteemed grandson, Zhu Xiongying, a frail elder, stammered, disbelief and dread evident in his trembling voice. "Indeed," Zhu Xiongying replied, lifting his chin slightly, a glimmer of coldness in his gaze, his tone unwavering and authoritative. "What are you afraid of?" A burly clan leader suddenly rose, gritting his teeth and proclaiming loudly, "This is our territory. A mere young upstart shall not intimidate us." "Ha! Is this not simply an opportunity presented to us?" Another dark-faced clan leader spoke lazily, his eyes glimmering with greed and calculation. "If we can capture you, Zhu Zhongba will certainly think twice, and our plans will be much easier to implement." As he spoke, he absently toyed with the ring on his finger. Hearing this, Zhu Xiongying could not help but scoff, his eyes filled with disdain. "You truly are naive and laughable to think everyone is as foolish as you. Do you believe I would come here unprepared?" He raised his chin, exuding an air of arrogance. "Bring him to me. Seize him." The enraged clan leader, his face flushed and neck veins bulging, bellowed hysterically in an instant. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, a wave of loyal subordinates flooding in. Yet, contrary to expectations, these subordinates did not charge at Zhu Xiongying, but instead rushed towards the clan leaders. "What are you doing? Have you lost your minds? I ordered you to capture this young man." The clan leaders were thrown into disarray, desperately struggling while shouting frantically, their faces awash with terror and fury. In mere moments, all clan leaders found themselves bound hand and foot, rendered immobile. Those whom they had trusted implicitly now knelt in unison, their voices booming, reverberating throughout the room. "The outlaws pay their respects to your highness." "What? How is this possible?" The clan leaders' eyes widened in disbelief, their faces a mask of fear and incredulity. They could not fathom that their most trusted subordinates were, in fact, outlaws. A cold smile crept across Zhu Xiongying's lips, his eyes piercing with frost. "Nothing is impossible. You pitiful frogs at the bottom of the well thought your plans were foolproof, yet you remain blissfully unaware that every move you make is under the watchful eyes of the outlaws. Now, it is time to settle the score for the treachery you plotted against me years ago." He waved his hand dismissively. "Just don't kill them. They may still prove useful." As words fell, he strode out with Zhao Zhixing. The moment they stepped outside, anguished cries erupted from within the hall. Zhao Zhixing quickly instructed his trusted aides to bring forth a chest of Qian. This chest contains irrefutable evidence of the Jiangnan gentry's collusion with the Ming cult, oppressing the common people, as well as their correspondents. But what shall we do about the Ming cult now? If they learn of what has transpired here, they will undoubtedly send reinforcements. Zhu Xiongying remained calm and unhurried, adjusting his sleeves with a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Do not fret. The Real show has only just begun. Outside Shuzhou City, as dusk fell, Tang He, clad in battle armor, sat astride a majestic steed, exuding an aura of authority at the forefront of his troops. The sound of hooves striking the ground resonated. The soldiers standing in perfect formation, their demeanor solemn. Upon reaching the city gate, Tang He, with piercing eyes, proclaimed loudly, "I am Duke Tang He of Xinghua, here on His Majesty's orders to take command of Shuzhou. Open the gates at once." He raised the imperial edict high, the bright yellow silk billowing in the wind. Upon witnessing this, the soldiers stationed at the gate exchanged uneasy glances and quickly responded. "My lord, we have not received any notification from above. Please, Duke Tang He, wait a moment. We shall inform the governor immediately." Their tone was laden with reluctance and caution. Upon hearing this, Tang He's brows furrowed deeply, his eyes flaring with anger as he bellowed, "Open the gates at once. Do you dare to defy the imperial edict? What punishment awaits for disobeying the decree?" The captain of the guards hesitated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead at that moment. A trusted aide hastily approached, whispering, "General, we cannot open the gates. The city is filled with commoners. They will not dare launch an attack." After a moment's contemplation, the captain gritted his teeth and replied to Tang He, "Duke Tang He, I apologize, but please allow us a moment longer to await the governor's instructions. Quickly, move with urgency." The captain's expression turned frantic, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he shouted hoarsely, "Take a team and search every household. We must gather more civilians as hostages." He paced back and forth, anxiety etched on his face. "I have a gnawing fear in my heart. Tang He is surely up to no good, that we must seize some civilians as bargaining chips to prepare for any eventuality." Chapter 57. Zhu Xiongying's Tale. Internal cooperation and external harmony. The voice of the general still lingered in the air when, suddenly, a deafening chorus of battle cries erupted from behind him. In horror, he turned to see those soldiers he had once regarded as his most capable subordinates turning against him, their eyes bloodshot and faces contorted with rage as they brandished their blades at their comrades. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of swords, the splatter of blood, and the echo of anguished screams. A shadow darted forth like a wraith, propelled by a fierce momentum, charging directly at the general. Terror gripped him as he stammered, "Who are you? What do you want?" "Ruffians," the shadow spat coldly, before swiftly vanishing, its blade glinting ominously as it aimed for the general's throat. That moment, the creaking of the city gate signaled its gradual opening. A throng of well-equipped individuals surged forth like a tidal wave, with the foremost figure kneeling on one knee, clasping his fists in salute. "Lord Xinghua, we come in the name of the Crown Prince to join forces with you and assist in taking control of Shuzhou." A glimmer of surprise and admiration flickered in Tang He's eyes as he waved his hand decisively, proclaiming loudly, "Excellent, brothers, follow me into battle. Ensure that not a single civilian is harmed. Those who defy orders shall face execution." Within the city of Shuzhou, the night was as dark as ink, the cries of battle reverberating through the silent streets, causing the citizens to huddle in their homes, trembling in fear. Under the dim glow of oil lamps, parents clutched their children tightly, their eyes filled with terror and anxiety. That moment, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly, shattering the suffocating tension. Some braver souls among the populace cautiously lifted a corner of their windows, peering out with trepidation. They beheld a cadre of formidable soldiers, descending like tigers from the mountains, pursuing the officials and soldiers who had long oppressed the people. The soldiers moved with agility, their blades flashing, as the officials fled in disarray, utterly defeated. Leading the charge was none other than Lord Xinghua. Tang He, clad in battle armor and riding a magnificent steed, exuding an aura of authority, he reined in his horse and called out, "Fellow townsfolk, do not panic. I'm Tang He, Lord Xinghua, sent by His Majesty to take charge of Shuzhou and restore peace to your lives." His voice resonated like a bell, echoing through the alleys. First, the townsfolk were taken aback, disbelief written across their faces, but soon they rushed out of their homes, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "At last, the skies have cleared. Long live His Majesty! Long live the Ming Dynasty. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, wept openly, his voice trembling as he said, "Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Thank you, Lord Xiongying. After all these years, we have finally awaited this day." Meanwhile, in places like Changzhou and Hongwu, where the gentry of Jiangnan had long held sway, the same scene unfolded. The ruffians and the imperial troops coordinated seamlessly, swiftly regaining control, as the once arrogant henchmen of the gentry and officials were left utterly helpless against the ferocious onslaught. Before long, the cacophony of battle within Shuzhou began to subside, and the smoke of conflict gradually dissipated. Tang He, atop his steed, led a disciplined troop into the official residence. Upon entering, he beheld Zhu Xiongying, resplendent in fine garments, leisurely sipping tea, while Zhao Zixing stood nearby, engrossed in the pages of a book. Meanwhile, the governor and the Jiangnan gentry lay bound, bruised and battered, kneeling on the ground in a pitiful state. As Tang He stepped into the hall, he immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in salute, his voice booming with respect. "I, Tang He, Lord Xiongying, pay my respects to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince." Seeing him, Zhu Xiongying hurried down the steps, a warm smile gracing his face as he grasped Tang He's arm, exclaiming, "Uncle Ding Chun, please rise. There is no need for such formalities. Come, join me for tea." He then led Tang He to a nearby chair, personally pouring him a cup of tea with practiced ease. Tang He nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." Zhu Xiongying resumed his seat, his expression turning serious as he inquired, "Uncle Ding Chun, what is the situation in other regions?" Tang He straightened his posture, responding methodically, "Your Highness need not worry. I have dispatched personnel according to plan. With the ruffians acting as our informants, capturing those cities should not prove difficult. I estimate that good news is likely already on its way." Zhu Xiongying leaned forward slightly, his face reflecting respect as he sincerely stated, "I'm grateful for your efforts, Uncle Ding Chun. Now that the situation is stabilizing, I believe the officials dispatched by grandfather will arrive soon. Please ensure that the evidence of collusion between the Jiangnan gentry and the Ming sect, along with these heinous criminals, is escorted to grandfather. I trust you to handle this matter diligently." Tang He's expression grew solemn as he clasped his fists and replied loudly, "I shall obey." Zhu Xiongying nodded slightly. Then his demeanor shifted to that of determination as he declared, "I intend to set out for the Ming sect's headquarters at dawn. This matter cannot be delayed. The longer we wait, the more risks we incur. That we must seize the initiative while they remain unaware, striking them by surprise. For now, I entrust Shuzhou and the other newly acquired territories to you." "Uncle Ding Chun." Tang He's brow furrowed with concern as he hesitated before saying, "Your Highness, the Ming sect's influence is deeply entrenched and fraught with peril. Allow me to send someone along with you for protection." Zhu Xiongying waved his hand dismissively, a confident smile gracing his lips as he replied, "There is no need for that. Uncle Ding Chun and my esteemed uncle and the ruffian leader are surely already near the Ming sect's headquarters." Hearing this, Tang He sighed in relief, a look of contentment washing over his face as he repeated, "That is good, indeed. With those two present, it is truly foolproof. I am certain they will ensure your safety. I will do my utmost to safeguard this area, awaiting your triumphant return." Zhu Xiongying suddenly seemed to remember something, lightly tapping his head as he spoke. "Oh, by the way, Uncle Ding Chun, this is Zhao Zixing, the son of Zhao Kun, the leader of the Jiangnan gentry. His contributions in apprehending the gentry and their ilk are invaluable. Before the officials sent by grandfather arrive, let him follow you to learn how to manage affairs of state." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zixing hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully kneeling and proclaiming, "I am Zhao Zixing, here to pay my respects to Lord Xiongying." Tang He smiled kindly, quickly gesturing for him to rise. "Please stand. Since you are endorsed by His Highness, you must possess remarkable talents. Follow me closely, learn diligently, and do not hesitate to ask questions if you do not understand." Tang He's gaze was warm and encouraging as he looked at Zhao Zixing. Zhao Zixing stood, nodding slightly, his face reflecting gratitude as he said, "Thank you, Lord Xiongying, for your guidance. I will remain humble and eager to learn." striving to meet the expectations of both His Highness and yourself. Chapter 58, Zhu Xiongying's Tale, arrival at the Ming sect headquarters a few days later. Zhu Xiongying and the recuperated Lu Yi rode atop their steed, making their steady approach to the foot of Shizhong Mountain. This locale, encircled by mountains, exuded a serene and mysterious aura. Zhu Xiongying unfurled a sheepskin map, scrutinizing it carefully before dismounting and heading towards the forest. Lu Yi followed closely, her expression anxious as she softly advised. Reports indicate that the entrance to the Ming sect is heavily guarded. Are we truly prepared to proceed without additional support? Zhu Xiongying paused, turning to Lu Yi with a teasing smile. Confidence radiating from his eyes. In truth, I am also a ruffian. Lu Yi's eyes widened in shock and bewilderment, her expression clearly questioning. Seeing her reaction, Zhu Xiongying's smile broadened as he continued. I am the Tian Mang Star, one of the 36 officers of the ruffians. I'll charge in headlong. Lu Yi. Following the guidance of map, the two pushed through the dense foliage, laboriously climbing towards the mountainside. Soon, a somewhat dilapidated small temple came into view. Zhu Xiongying and Lu Yi concealed themselves behind a sturdy tree, cautiously observing the scene ahead. Surrounding the small temple were Ming sect members, guarding the area like a swarm of ants. Clad in white garments and wielding sharp blades, they remained vigilant, their eyes sharp, missing not a single rustle of leaves. Lu Yi crouched low, her expression tense as she leaned closer to Zhu Xiongying, whispering almost inaudibly, "This is troublesome. There are too many of them. How can we get in?" Zhu Xiongying's lips curled into a fearless smile, his eyes burning with fervor as he replied softly, "They are merely insignificant soldiers. Nothing to fear. Let us charge in." No sooner had he spoken, he dashed out from behind the tree like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards the Ming sect guards. Lu Yi, though momentarily exasperated, unsheathed her long sword without hesitation, shouting, and followed closely behind Zhu Xiongying. "Who dares to intrude here?" The Ming sect guard shouted, suddenly alert, drawing their swords with a flash of cold steel. They quickly encircled Zhu Xiongying and Lu Yi. With blades flashing, Zhu Xiongying and Lu Yi executed their movements in perfect harmony, deftly maneuvering through the clashing steel. The two launched ferocious attacks, as if they were in an unoccupied realm, and soon, only one of the originally numerous Ming sect guards remained standing. That lone guard, face pale with terror, legs trembling, dropped his sword with a clatter, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter defeat. Zhu Xiongying strode forward, pressing his blade against the guard's throat, breaking the skin and drawing a thin line of blood as he coldly inquired, "If I am not mistaken, this must be the entrance to the Ming sect? Hurry, tell me how to enter, or your life is forfeit." The man, stricken with fear, turned pale, his lips trembling, struggling to articulate coherent words, and could only nod desperately. After regaining his composure, he shakily rose to his feet and scurried, rolling and crawling, to a statue, where he trembled as he forcefully twisted the base of the idol. With a creaking sound, a dull thud echoed as the mountain wall behind the statue slowly cracked open, revealing a pitch-black entrance before him. Stepping into the dark void, the damp, decaying odor grew increasingly potent. Zhu Xiongying swiftly slashed the guard's throat, wiping the blade clean on the hem of his garment, then quickly seized Lu Yi and hurried towards the inner sanctum of the Ming sect. Inside the grand hall of the Ming sect, flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows on the ground, crimson streaks of blood intertwined grotesquely, exuding a nauseating metallic scent. The cultists, clad in white robes, chanted incantations as they paced around a massive stone platform. On the platform, human-sheep hybrids were tightly bound by ropes, unable to move. These grotesque beings, disheveled and terrified, trembled incessantly due to overwhelming fright. As the eerie chanting crescendoed, the leader raised his arms high, the glint of a blade flashing ominously. Before plunging it into one of the hybrids, a piercing scream erupted as blood gushed forth, splattering onto the stone platform and pooling into a crimson puddle. The cultists, witnessing this, became increasingly frenzied, cheering and shouting, reveling in the grotesque ritual. Some cultists hoisted the living hybrids aloft, their faces twisted with fervor and malice, heedless of the hybrids' pitiful cries and desperate struggles, and hurled them into the raging flames. The hybrids were instantly engulfed by the fire, their bodies convulsing in agony, emitting heart-wrenching wails. The echoes of their suffering reverberated within the hall, yet failed to stir any flicker of conscience among the cultists. "The finest sacrifices are reserved for the saintess," the leader bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Following his command, several cultists used iron hooks to retrieve the charred hybrids from the flames, their scorched limbs dripping with grease. Immediately, this rabid assembly descended upon them, tearing at the flesh of the hybrids, savagely chewing and swallowing, their mouths smeared with blood and charred remnants, creating a scene that was utterly horrifying. The foremost cultists, moving with heavy and eerie steps, gradually exited the blood-soaked hall, their figures vanishing into the dimly lit corridor, soon entering a hidden stone chamber. As the door to the chamber creaked open, a putrid stench assaulted the senses. Inside, a horrifying sight awaited, an assembly of human sheep hybrids. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the innocent faces of children, filled with terror and helplessness, their features grotesquely distorted by fear. Their fragile bodies lay prostrate on the ground, where human forms grotesquely merged with those of animals. Some bore the gaunt frames of sheep, while others had mangled, blood-stained dog limbs. The weak whimpers of the children echoed within the chamber as they struggled futilely. Unable to escape due to their monstrous deformities, some attempted to reach out for help, but their hands, connected to hooves, merely traced bloody lines on the ground. The surrounding cultists, instead of showing any mercy, erupted into fits of maniacal laughter, the sound jarring amidst the horrific scene. With faces filled with zealotry, they disregarded the children's desperate writhing, clutching the hybrids by their necks as if they were mere playthings, brutally dragging them outside. The children's limbs flailed helplessly in the air, their desperate cries piercing the silence, as purple bruises formed around their tender necks. Is this truly the last batch of sacrifices? Must we leave any behind? One cultist hesitantly inquired. Leave behind? No way. The leading cultist retorted angrily, spitting disdainfully. This is the saintess's command, and it is non-negotiable. Our sect has gathered all its members, and this is the critical moment for the sacrifice. If we falter, we shall bear the consequences. With that, he tightened his grip, dragging a child forcefully as he strode outward, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. The other cultists followed suit, and the cries within the chamber grew ever more heartrending.